Jumped the gun again. Kyle's been screaming live after I pressed the button. Yeah, you got to add a few more seconds. Anyway, PKA 323. PaintballKitty is coming as our guest. She's just, I don't know, preparing herself for the show. There's a lot of prep involved. And there we are. We picked out our first topic.
We did. We were going to talk about the streamers. Kyle, did you have anything from the sponsors before we get going?
Oh, thank you.
I got several sponsors tonight. Nature Box, Casper, Dollar Shave Club, ZipRecruiter, Stamps.com. We'll talk about each of those later on in the show. There's links down in the description below. But yeah, apparently this
winning lineup of sponsors. So the streamer is what right before this we started for a couple minutes and hashed out what topic we wanted to go through, and we decided on this streamer guy. So you brought it up, Woody. What's the little spark notes on this?
There's a live streamer named Posh Hybrid, and I'm just taking this off the internet, but it says that he was kind of known for chain smoking and drinking on stream. And dinner. He was doing a 24-hour live stream, and he died in the 22nd hour.
That close.
At a certain point, he was streaming nearly 24/7 for several days straight, taking only short sleeping breaks. Now, this allegedly, according to random people on the internet, and if you can't trust random people on the internet, who can you trust? But they would look at him and say he was obviously on opioids. I don't know. Okay. I wouldn't be able to detect it. There's some clips here. We could possibly watch him.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see this dead man.
I just have it muted for the clips because I unmuted, and it was just music for the one I looked at.
Yeah, and that's all it really is.
Yeah, I guess it says here he went out for a smoke. You know, he was looking really bad, they said, and he went out for a smoke, and he never returned back. And then someone who had his phone number, I guess, from the stream, a mod or something, like called or texted, and they got a detective instead. And he was like, "You need to call me." And then they told him that, yeah, this guy just had a stroke or a heart attack. He's dead.
That's a little tasteless that this is posted in live stream fail, isn't it?
Right?
Like that's kind of
I subscribe to that.
Where else do you put it? There is no better place to put this shit than live stream fail. Oh my God, we're such dicks. This is the sort of shit that is ruining modern society, God damn it. He died doing a fucking stream. That is the biggest live stream fail ever.
And we'll never know.
It was not a successful stream.
Was it the drugs?
He didn't accidentally flash some personal information or forget to turn it off and masturbate. No, he fucking died. This is the biggest live stream fail ever.
Yeah, because people on live streams have killed themselves before, but that's not a fail because they tried to do that.
That's a success, really, given that was their mission. This guy's mission was not to die, and live stream fail, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it's a very tactless place to post this. When did this happen? Is this this is years ago thing, or did this happen very recently?
3 days ago.
And this was posted 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Someone saw this and was like, "I'm going to get a lot of points on Reddit."
Yeah. Karma. Oh wait, let's look.
Will love it.
He actually did get a lot of karma. 1859. That's a good amount.
Pretty strong. It's not
1850. Oh, you only get it for posting pictures and shit though.
Everything. There's different kinds.
I have it in my head that change, but he's right. Typically in self posts, you don't get karma, but now that might be subreddit dependent. I'm not positive. I could be.
Who knows?
You're in the Centurions Club, right?
Yes. Yeah. There's a special place you can go if you have 100,000 karma points. You know what sucks? If you have 50,000 comment karma and 50,000 link karma, not it. You have to have 100,000 of one of them.
Oh,
to make it into the secret club.
Yes, yes.
That's and you're a member of the secret.
Yeah, they've got
but I'm not active. I'm a lurker in it, and a lot of them know each other and stuff. Well, sure, I know, but I can't tell you about it. You know, the truth is, all fraternities fruck and all sororities blow. So that's you can take your guess as to which one we do in this secret club.
Man. So was this? I'm curious about what this guy's actual channel was. Was this just because it doesn't look like he's playing a video game? It almost looks like in this background shit, it's just a chat.
Welcome to my hardcore stream where we do drugs and get fucked.
It's a 24-hour stream, so I imagine it got pretty laid back,
And so he was just smoking and drinking, and they think doing pills.
Yeah.
or mixing stuff.
Or
And
shooting heroin, who knows? I don't know anything. I don't know what the evidence of him doing opioids is, and I don't think I'd recognize it. I guess you're all, it's a real depressant, so I guess you're real slow speech and you look like you're tuckered out, and
it just seems like in the 80s when Coke was big. Yeah, like it was all the picture. At least, I mean, I wasn't around, but I've seen shows, I've seen TV.
Michael
People
J.
doing
Fox made a
Coke.
movie. Yep.
Yeah, doing Coke off of in the bathroom, getting ready, like, oh, we're gonna make so much money today, like Wolf of Wall Street style shit. You would think that those drugs would make more sense here than a downer.
What does
like if you're
heroin
gonna
do?
it's a big downer. It's an opioid, and so if you have got a big day, the last thing you want to do is start it off with a spoonful of heroin, so to speak. Like you definitely don't want to do that. I feel like if you're gonna be a live streamer who's doing drugs, why not take the 80s man approach? Be upbeat. Oh, we're 10 hours in, but it doesn't matter. I've lost complete perception of time. I have no idea what's happening.
You can go modern day and just take Adderall. But
I'm watching. This is so fucked up. I'm watching one of these links, and it's a video segment of his stream. Like it's him sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
He's like, it looks like he's nodding off. Like his head is down, eyes closed, and occasionally his head slips forward an inch and a half and then pops back up a little bit. And I'm looking at the comments, and they're laughing at him. This guy goes, "Rest in peace." Everybody's rolling on the floor, laughing, laugh my ass off.
I think they removed comments.
Everybody's loving this.
I'm sorry I interrupted, but the comments about the drugs and the opioids and stuff, I didn't make that up. Like I distinctly remember reading it, and I read it. I went back and looked at like his eyes again, like I would know something.
Like you discern some new thing. Yeah. Ah, of course. The flag right in my eyes. And I missed it.
Well, they're like anyone who like as a long-term opioid heroin guy, I can tell that he's got that look about him. So I watch it again, like to see if he's got the look, and he looks like a human to me. And
I will say that.
Go on.
Go ahead. It could be opioids, of course. And I certainly wouldn't be the one to like notice that because I don't think I've ever known anyone who was into that or really seen anybody who was on it. But it also looks like someone who's been up for a very long time doing a 24-hour live stream. Like this is what I look like after I like work really hard, and then they're like, "Oh, you don't get to sleep. You have to just keep. Now we need 3 more hours out of you." And you're like, "Oh God, this isn't gonna be good." And that's what he looks tired to me.
He doesn't look good, and obviously he dies like shortly before this, so he's probably not feeling good.
Hopefully after. Yeah.
But yeah, I couldn't tell that. What I'm saying,
it's just gas escaping.
That would be the big. Now
I told the whole story about the going to look at it and stuff because I remember the comments were there for sure, and it looks like the mods removed the drug abuse theories.
How much of a live stream fail would it have been if he were dead in that chair for like 45 minutes, 2 hours, and everybody's like laughing at him and like, he's still asleep. Can you believe it? And then the coroners are coming in, paramedics come in, they're trying to like rouse him, and that would have been a crazy live stream. I guess it's fortunate for him and his family that he did step away and then inevitably
if Twitch
passed.
got like another boost. Like, so people have heard this before, watch the show. Justin TV, Ustream, a couple others were all kind of battling to see who's who. Mm-hmm. And then a guy committed suicide on Justin TV, and they blew up, which later became Twitch. And it's really one of the primary reasons, because from a technical standpoint, they were all about equal. It's one of the primary reasons that Twitch became the one everyone went to, because Justin TV was the one everyone went to that turned into Twitch. It got super famous by all these news outlets covering a live stream suicide. Would they have gotten a second bump if this guy had a live stream stroke?
Yeah, they would have, for sure.
It's like, this isn't as like appealing to the average, not appealing, that's macabre, but it is. Like people want to see death and destruction and morbid shit. And so when you hear that someone killed themselves on there, it's more like, wow, that's crazy shit going on. If you hear that someone dies on the stream, it's still like crazy shit going on, but it's not like someone orchestrated that. It was more of like that's random kind of thing. I don't know. I'm surprised that more people don't do it on live stream. Like you would have imagined, I guess, even 10 years ago that people would do stuff like that, since a lot of the times, it isn't an outcry for help or attention or something like that,
Yeah, there's all those people who leave a letter that's like, this is because of something you did, and it's directed toward, and it's like, shit. Can you imagine getting a letter like that?
I love
that.
Everyone should do that. Everyone should be like, all right, I'm killing myself. These are the reasons why. Danny Green, fuck you in particular. Oh my God, the time you held me down in gym class, I've never thought the same of myself since then. And people should just put it out there. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry to eat during the show. My family's had a crazy day with hospitals and stuff like that, and I just didn't get a chance to eat.
Oh, you feel free. What do you got there?
This is it looks like a chicken sandwich with some bread and butter pickles.
Look at all those pickles she put on there.
That's a lot of.
You knew who was getting the
pickles.
sandwich. There's a glass of pickle juice off camera you don't see.
It's lemonade, but that would be good.
Oh, thank God! I thought you were about to lift up a glass of pickle juice, and I'm like, "This is we're done." But that's not
now, did she do the thing where she flicks the juice onto the sandwich?
No, but that I do know that thing, and that would be a winner. I have to request that. Yeah, it's funny. My mother-in-law, she has a hard time getting around, so she leaves the lights on rather than like makes extra steps. And today she came from the hospital and she's effectively like drunk off her butt. And I'm like, God, you're like a teenager. You know, you're coming home drunk. You're leaving the lights on. You know, for heaven's sake.
Are you gonna make a big scene like when she's like inching herself down on her medication? You're like, light on again in the bathroom. oh, of course the person who's not paying for the electric bill doesn't mind. You know, get over here, and turn it off. Like, just getting way too aggressive. Speaking of like the macabre thing with the live stream stuff, you know how sometimes you'll go on Reddit all and you'll find a really high rated post and you'll go through the top all time of that Reddit and see everything. I found one and I feel like I've seen it before, but it's called MorbidReality. And it's just terrible. I don't know why I spent half an hour before the show just reading these things, because now I'm just upset almost.
All right, well,
I
got one to cheer us up after we go over MorbidReality.
It was like this whole subreddit is nothing but like suicide notes and sad shit of people being like, oh, 2 thumbs up on this Disney cruise. And it's like Jack Stevenson and his wife and 10 kids enjoy a Disney cruise moments before a hammerhead leaps out and snatches the youngest. And it's like, oh God, like, and then you can't help but impose yourself into it. And I can't ever like stop thinking, like, what were they thinking right then? Like, they were thinking the same shit that everybody's thinking when they get their picture taken. Like, whatever, who cares? Get this done, smile. What am I going to do after this? You know, like, that's what they're thinking, and their lives are never the same. Like, it's fucked up in that way.
One of the worst morbid reality.
You never know when you're going to be that guy.
One of the worst morbid reality stories I read on there, it was like a father and maybe 2 or 3 like late teen sons. And they were all athletes. All the sons were at like various levels. Like they weren't going to be in the NFL or anything, but these were all athletes. They played college football or lacrosse or some shit. And they were staying in a hotel, as we all have done. And on the floor below them, they were spraying it for bugs. And they use a nerve toxin for that, apparently. And that nerve toxin seeps into their rooms as they sleep. And now they are forever paralyzed from the neck down. And they all feel like they are trapped in their bodies 24/7. And they are going insane. They got like $60 million settlement out of it or something like that.
That'll help.
At all.
Who fucking cares, right? Like, that's the point where it's like, they're like, you know, there's all these things we do for certain amounts of money. Like, at some point, I guess I'll cut my foot off. I've seen those robo-foots. They look pretty good. But at no point do I want to live from the neck up forever, feeling like a prisoner inside your own body. What a nightmare. And it really is morbid reality, because
it's horrifying.
Dark.
Horrifying to think. And all like the pictures of artists, or not even artists, not like professional artists, but like just regular people who enjoyed painting or drawing, and it'll show like their progression is like, this is him in 1972 when he was 26 years old. He was still honing his craft. And then it's like, here's him when he's 35. He's really gotten good. Here's him when he's 45 and 55, you know, and then the 55 one, it's like, it's not as good. And it's like, and here's him trying again at 60. And it's just like a couple lines with like dots. And it's like, this person has degenerative dementia or Alzheimer's or something, where it's like, because you've never had that headspace of someone in Alzheimer's, you don't even know the extent to which they understand or don't understand how much they've lost of themselves. You know, like you'll hear about that guy who tweeted. There was someone who it came out that he had dementia. No, it was recent. It was in the last week, where some celebrity, I don't recall, came out and said they had dementia. And so I looked into him because I hadn't heard of him, and he's like 55 years old or something like that. And he was saying that like he was concerned at how much he was losing. And that's got to be like the saddest thing ever, to know you're losing shit and know that eventually that piece of you that knows that you've lost something is going to go too.
That's one of the differences in the different neurological disorders that present themselves in that way, because Robin Williams' specific one, I can't remember the name of it. And it took him...
David Cassidy. He was before even my time.
Okay.
He was like the Justin Bieber of his day. He was in a TV show called Partridge Family, and he played like the cute sort of lead guy. And yeah, he was Justin Bieber from the 70s.
Okay, I didn't know that, so that's a good way to...
They were saying, though, that Robin Williams was very aware of like every step that he was losing along the way, and that was terrifying him. And I heard his wife explaining this on CNN a few weeks ago at the airport. It sounded terrible. So Morbid Reality, definitely a subreddit that I don't go to, and I've never certainly searched all and done that "show me what you got" kind of moment. I've never done that.
I don't know why I did. This is like, it just puts you in a sad mood. And there's like creepy shit. Like, it's not all just morbid. There's creepy stuff where it's like a picture of two brothers sitting on a brick fireplace. And it says, these are two brothers, Chad and Mitch Stevenson. And, right after this picture was taken, they celebrated Chad's fake graduation from university, and the people that Chad had hired to murder his parents and brother showed up and killed them. And they're like, notice his hand. And the guy who was next to his brother in the picture, it looks like a normal picture of brothers. It's just two brothers smiling. And you see the guy who hired people giving like a little finger, almost like jokingly to the picture. And it's like right after that genuine smile, the little joke, right after that, someone came in during their dinner, murdered his parents and his brother. And it's like, I don't know.
I've talked a million times about that.
Crazy.
One guy on a BMX bike was jumping over the Great Wall of China. They snap a picture of him midair, and it's such a big deal to me because I know he's about to land and die. Morbid Reality is filled with that. It is just all kinds of like pre-death and awful, like the remember the Disney story where like the kid got taken by an alligator or crocodile?
Yes.
Yeah, that was on Morbid Reality. Like that's the kind of thing that you just like, terrible things happen in this world.
Yeah.
So I forgot that we shifted over to the live streamer. Yeah.
Let's just have a whole episode of macabre, sad.
No, I want to go the other way. I want to talk about a subreddit. Yeah, see, this is the subreddit that I recently found. It's a pornographic subreddit, as you might imagine, and it's part of a new trend on Reddit. I think it's a new trend anyway.
This is much more upbeat.
Oh, so much more upbeat.
Rugs on go.
Oh, all right. So this girl, this subreddit is Sarah_XXX. And she is a new breed of sort of internet naked girl. Okay, so it seemed like for a long time when Woody was first introducing me to Reddit, he said, and there's this thing called Gone Wild, and there's just tons of regular women getting naked, and there's thousands and millions of regular guys who refuse to say one negative thing about them, no matter what. It's a real happy chamber for everyone to be happy.
Chamber. Yeah.
The girls get naked, the guys don't say shit. And at least not, they're never like, ooh, your areolas, they're huge. It's not that. There's a place of appreciation for everyone.
They're not, college age, beautiful women. Sometimes you're like, yeah. Like, how does 600 people not mention the C-section scar on the internet? This is the meanest
But they
people.
don't, because we're men, and that's how we operate. We're much nicer people than women are. But
it is crazy how much everybody has an agreement in those forums, an unspoken agreement, where it's like, if you see somebody saying like, man, those stretch marks are disgusting. What the fuck is up with that hairdo or whatever? People are they're going to give vibes. They're not even going to comment it. They're just going to give vibes, male vibes through the computer. And that guy will sit there and be like, oh my God, I've just insulted the girl posting naked pictures of herself for free on the internet. She's not going to be confident enough to do it. I need to validate, everything validating, and you go over there and it's just nothing. If you ever go to any pornographic comments, it's nothing but validation, which I feel is almost like a concerted effort to be like, keep it going, keep it coming. Like, so if people were as mean on those subreddits as they are on Twitter, they would not exist.
No. But what I'm getting at is there's this new breed of like internet naked girl. I'm pulling short of calling them like e-whores or anything like that, because they're not fucking people for money. They're just getting naked. It's a different thing. And what you have here is, for a long time, girls would just get on there and be like, hey, look, here are my tits, and then maybe never post again. Maybe they used an alternate account. But now what you have is girls go on there and they become so popular that they create their own subreddits. And then they become business women who have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, sometimes fans. They'll they'll move those fans back and forth between their Instagrams and their Reddit accounts. They'll sell panties that they've worn and like special videos where they're like, oh, Woody, yeah, I wish you were here. Like, you know, and they're masturbating or whatever, and they make tons and tons of money. And there's even rivalries amongst these girls. Recently, Jewdank. That was this girl's username. It was Jew because she's Jewish, and Dank, D-A-N-K, because maybe she likes weed. But very hot girl, really nice ass, and like really good shape. And she was a great smile, and she'd just constantly be naked, and she'd make gifs of herself. That's the other thing. These things are high tech. It's not like they're snapping cell phone photos. They're creating high definition gifs of themselves, like doing the things that guys like to see, and they create a whole community. Well, there was this rivalry between Jewdank and Scrandle. Scrandle is much better. The Scrandle. You fucking look up Scrandle. She's badass and no shame. And so Jewdank ended up quitting Reddit altogether, and Scrandle reigns queen now. But this Sarah_XXX chick is like perfection. Every time I see one of her things on RL, I'm like, oh yeah, let's watch this GIF. Holy shit! She's perfect. Big fan of hers. Big fan of this whole genre of I don't know what to call
capitalism. You know, isn't it great?
I mean, have you clicked a few of these videos?
I mean,
oh, you linked it. My bad.
Oh yeah, that's her. Like I mean, she's just very nice, I think.
I gotta exit out of morbid reality. I'm done with this for now.
Why aren't you looking at the naked girl?
Because there's billions of them on the internet, and it's not interesting.
This is the one we're discussing right now, though. This is a particularly hot one too.
You know, she's hot, but in my opinion,
she's attainably hot.
Yeah. Are you looking at her now?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. It's one of those things where it's like this. Like sometimes it's almost better to not see like the 10 out of 10 or 12 out of 10, like so hot. It's like, I've never even seen somebody who looks like that. Like there's computer shit going on here. But then when you see a girl who's like, no, not normal, like more average, like it's easier to be like, oh, I bet that's what that hot girl looks like naked that I saw at the grocery store today. Like,
your English lit class at University of South Carolina has 2 or 3 of them, I would argue.
Sure, but none of them who will sell you their dirty panties for $25.
Have you offered them?
I've offered it. Huge sums of money.
Good, yeah,
They just get more. You know, you watch those videos where like a guy there's a girl jogging in the park and the guy's just standing there by the side where he's like, "Hey, what's up?" And she stops, and he's pointing a huge HD camera at her, of course. Because it's like 1080p 60 frames here. Yeah. Hey, what's up? And she's like, hi, just jogging. He's like, yeah, you're looking good doing it, too. How'd you like to make, say, and it's always like, it's not our currency. It's like euros or something. It's like, how would you like to make 8,000 euros? And they're like, and I'm like, is that a lot? Like, do I have 8,000 euros? Because like, and she's like, oh, I'd never blow you here in the park for only 8,000. He's like, what about 10,000? And then it cuts, and she's just glog, 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 right there in the park behind some trees. And it's like, where are these incredibly slutty women who are just looking to make a couple $100? Like,
so you can't see that. I can't share the things,
no.
But in the reflection of my golden play button, you can kind of sort of barely see them. So knock yourself out.
Kind of sort of.
I will say, just to like give you the broad.
Yeah, you can. That's funny.
You can mostly see her from like the nose down. She looks very pretty to me. I'd say her body's like an 8.5 or a 9 or something. It's very fucking nice. Her boobies are perfectly symmetrical. She's got ghost nipples, which is another subreddit I'm a fan of. Nice butt. Her vagina is a simp, which is another subreddit I'm a big fan of. Are you familiar with the simp vagina, Taylor?
I know it has to do with Homer Simpson and the way his lips are.
And it's different from an innie, because an innie and a simp are slightly different. An innie, both have very small inner lips that don't protrude or stick out like a cat that's on drugs. But the difference is the simp obviously looks quite a bit like Homer Simpson's mouth turned sideways, and it's a little more plump of a vagina than the innie. Yes, a fat vagina, if you will. One that you ever see that GIF? I bet Woody has. I know Woody has, where the girl is like flicking her vagina and the vagina goes down, wow, 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 down.
No, I've seen that.
I would never see such a thing.
Right? Seen it? Yeah, we've all seen that GIF.
That's a great GIF.
It's a great gift.
It's a very high quality. Hey, and you know what? For all those people out there, all you perverts who are buying panties at a huge markups from these girls, here's a business tip for you. Go volunteer for 2 days at a Goodwill or wherever they put down, people donate clothes, They'll give you a t-shirt to wear while you're volunteering. You keep the t-shirt. You go home. Big donation days before tax season. You go and undercut Goodwill. You go stand to where you drop the clothes off, but you stand just out of line of where the Goodwill employees are, and you have your own bin. And you say, this is for ladies wear. You stop them there. You say, get the ladies wear here. You can go back to those gentlemen and they'll get you your tax write-off slip. And then they'll walk over there and they'll go, that guy sent me over there. And they'll go, what? We're the only ones who work here. And by that point, it'll be too late. You'll be running off and made out like a bandit. And think of how much money you'll save. You can actually, if you're a real entrepreneur, if you're a Cuban type, you'll resell those online and get your own economy going. See?
You're missing the most important part of the girls selling their dirty panties to men economy. And that is that you don't just want random dirty panties. We don't want nasty ones. We want used panties from the goddess that, and by we, I mean these men who are paying for them. I certainly wouldn't buy your goddamn underwear. I might pay you to fucking fuck me, but I wouldn't.
Woman on the internet.
It's not a pretend woman though. In this case, it's a real lady. It's not her persona. She's not Remy LaCroix. She's not a porn star who's like, this is a side business. This is a girl on the internet that you're familiar with, seeing her naked. Maybe you can follow her and you have some semblance of what her personality is like. And she's like, oh, by the way, anybody wants some used panties? These panties, in fact, that I'm masturbating in this video that you love to watch so much, like I'll sell them to you for $25. And these guys are like, sign me the fuck up, right? And she's just got 80, 90 pair of the same panties. She just mail them off.
I know nothing about this, but they'll do like a photo shoot at the gym of them like on the exercise bike and then be like, these panties are for sale. And some guys are like, dude, those panties, they're not going to be like freshly laundered panties. They're going to be exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, they're not going to mind
at my prices, they're going to have a lot of suspension of disbelief because I am going to undercut hard. It's almost like when you go to the Gap and you buy a sweater, that a little Cambodian child wore their fingers to the bone getting those little threads in there that they can sell it for $6 with like a perfectly diverse cast dancing on screen and a way too late Christmas theme or whatever the fuck Gap is doing. But you buy it anyway because the price is so low you don't think about it, Same thing. They're going to come to Taylor's Panty Emporium. Works great because my name's androgynous, and they'll just believe it. They'll be like, "Is this my hot girl? I don't know, but this is $6, and Susie Q, ass cheeks is 130. So I'm gonna make do." So
well, all I know is I am very attracted to this Sarah XXX person. I wish I knew where she was in real life. Not that I could like back her down or anything.
I could strangle her.
I could just be waiting by that path as she jogs past with my camera and be like, "Hey, you want to make 800 kuros?" I just,
how much for this pair right now?
She might sell them.
She'd be terrified that she'd been recognized in real life, and she would shoot me on the spot. She'd be like, "I knew this day would come!"
Yeah.
And like run.
I hope all these women who are doing this kind of thing, I hope they're all carrying mace or a gun, preferably around. They need to get their
used to be a blonde. There used to be a blonde on Reddit who was, I'm going to say 30, 32 maybe, very attractive. And she photographed herself with a DSLR. She didn't have a cell phone. And she was always had this like coy little smile. She was very, very classy. It wasn't as like low brow as some of the other nudes on the internet. I don't know. It felt like almost like a model shoot where she was wearing very nice lingerie and she was like a perfect body and everything. And she's like always snapping pictures of herself in the mirror with this DSLR and always concealing enough of her face that she wasn't completely revealed. But I haven't seen her online in quite a while. It's
same
worries about her.
To dick pics. Never put your face in your own dick picture. It's
hard?
just like the Anthony Weiner. No, it's not. You just angle away from your face.
I mean, it's hard to get your face into the dick pic. Like, what?
Yeah, right?
Anthony
you
Weiner
don't
did
take
it.
them, lay it down with your hand.
No, but that wasn't a lesson that too many people learned. Look at Brett Favre. Look at Anthony Weiner. These are real examples of guys who took pictures of themselves and they saw their dick and their face, their fucking Super Bowl winning famous as fuck face, and we're like, yeah, this won't get out. First of all,
are there Anthony Weiner shots with his face and penis in the pic together?
I think there is.
I haven't
from
his Twitter.
I've never actually seen any of those photos, but
I've seen a lot of
I'd rather.
I've heard interviews of the girls that he was texting with, like the girl that he was sexting with at the center of the controversy went on the goddamn Stern show and like dished everything. It was a real. She's like, oh yeah, he'd call me up and be like, oh baby, I'm so horny, and he'd have to jerk off at lunch while I talked dirty to him, and she like really spilled the beans on everything that Weiner is into. And that's what you get with those liberals, those sex crazed Dems over there. Can't make it to a Senate hearing without. He wasn't.
I just read someone else's who was really bad. I tried to remember.
Like a public nudity photo you're talking about?
It was the text that he was sending, and I can't remember who did it. He was in.
Was it a politician?
I don't even remember. Shucks, I shouldn't have brought it up. I lost it. I'll bring it back.
I was going to 20 questions to you, try and figure it out.
I wish that would work.
But for 20 questions to work, the person you're asking the questions to has to know what you're asking about. I can't be like, is he tall? And you're like, I don't remember yet. Come back to that one. You know?
Yeah, right. You can have an infinite number of questions.
Ask me another one. Maybe it'll trigger it. Yeah.
But yeah, Sarah_XXX. Kyle's a big fan. So if you happen to know her, just let her know. If you happen to know where she is, just slip me her address. I'm not gonna go there. You know, nothing like that.
Nothing like that.
I mean, you'll go to the forum, and I'm sure a lot of people from PKA are going to go to the forum now.
Yeah, go to her subreddit. Yeah, give her some business. Buy some of her panties. I don't know that she sells panties, but that's just the common business model among people like Scrandle and Jewdank, and it always has been. So I saw that they added like 3 fights to the UFC card. It looked like a couple of them were women's fights. I think it's going to fill out that.
This is the 209 card, right?
Yes, it is. So it's a dozen fights now. It's on it's next week, March.
Is that the next one, 209?
4th or something like that? March 4th, maybe? Does that make a week?
I must be a little mixed up because I thought the ones. No, you were right. You were right. Yeah, the one that's coming soon, they just added some. Or is it not that one? Because there's no new fights. There's certainly no women's fights on this. Unless they just didn't show them, or maybe it's only rumored.
We ready to add Kitty?
Oh, yes.
I think.
Oh, there she is. I'll add her. I'll have to fix the format.
Ooh, a third person for Magic Talk.
Hey, Kitty.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
All right.
How was your camp shower?
Oh God, it was still cold, man. Like I'd used the kettle like 4 times, but whatever.
Yeah, we our hot water heater tonight started leaking and really flooded a bit of the basement, and so there's no hot water for the evening. I took myself a freezing cold shower. I was screaming so loud. I'm sure you guys could hear me.
Screaming.
Oh, it was hilarious. I didn't know his voice went so high.
Oh, I don't like those freezing cold showers. When I just get in and I just let loose. I just start.
Dude, that's the worst. Do you ever have people who brag to you about like, oh, I take a cold shower every morning? I fucking hate those people.
Well,
It's
Kyle, before
irritating.
he did it, was like, oh, it's going to be invigorating. And then like I hear these screams.
Yeah, it was invigorating. I could feel my body shutting
in the
down
same
from the
way that
hypothermia.
stubbing your toe is invigorating. Like, like I'm with it, I guess. Like,
Yeah, his voice was really high.
You've tweeted stuff of him singing in the shower before, where you kind of catch the behind the music of Kyle's life as he's singing.
He does it every morning, but sometimes like I'm just busy. But like if he's singing particularly loudly, I'll try and grab it.
I like to sing. I sing all day. It keeps me in a happy
Do you think
mood.
Kyle, your singing ability?
What's that?
Do you think you're a good singer for a not trained singer?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think I can carry a tune most of the time, and I memorize lyrics really quickly. So most of the time I actually know. Yeah, I'm not just singing and then all of a sudden na 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 na. Like I know all the words to the songs, and yeah, especially in the bathroom with some good acoustics.
With the reverb. There's nothing better than like humming. Like I don't sing in the shower ever, but sometimes I'll give a nice Lord of the Rings theme song hum or a Game of Thrones intro hum, and you try and like get it to resonate exactly right, and it sounds real loud.
Yeah, that I think that's what you caught me singing in the bathroom. I was doing that. I was like, no,
I think it was Game of Thrones.
la 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 la. Like just.
I think I noticed because usually you're singing some kind of old-timey country music or something. So this was something different. It wasn't the usual like ding ding ding, you know.
Yeah, I'm singing like Delta Dawn or some old like 60s or 70s country music. Something that has some twang and I can really
Like,
let loose with.
Can we hear a sample?
Delta Dawn, what's that flower you had on? Could it be a faded rose from days gone by? And did I hear you say he was meeting you here today to take you to his mansion in the sky? And so I'm just always in there screaming.
Not bad, really. It's so much better.
I carry a tune a little bit. Can't really sing
I've been
at all.
known to sing on YouTube now and then. I don't mean to brag.
Oh, you are the worst singer of all time. It is a screeching, awful thing that makes me uncomfortable, and I'm like,
I watched your singing videos and thought, like, there were times where I was watching it and thinking, like, he is trolling us. He has hit all the last 5 notes. I know nothing about what note you're missing, but I have ears. And I'm like, every single one of these has missed. He couldn't possibly miss every note consecutively like that unless this was on purpose.
No,
like,
I can get quieter, but not better.
I'm tone deaf. Like, I can't sing. I don't pretend to be able to sing. I just ignore it.
Those were fun days, you know? But like, I feel like if I sang one bar now, the reaction would be so much different than back then, where it was like, this is fun.
Yeah, it's not fun. Like, going back as long as I can remember, like, if I do sing, like, if like any like church or shit that I had to go to and sing, if like God muted everyone, as I'm sure he does from heaven, like mutes everybody but one person to see who's singing and who's not. God's very anal about who's praising him loudest. He would like mute everyone but me and just hear like, oh, praise his name, praise Jesus, he's the best. Whatever, like just whispering it like along with the music. Oh, I hated that. Oh, there's nothing worse than having my mom sit next to me in church and be like, sing, Taylor. It's like, yeah, there's enough people singing. Like, and they're singing all over the country. Like, God's not gonna mind if one guy isn't singing. It's going to be okay. My
parents came to visit last weekend, and you mentioned the thing about God praising it. So here's the deal. My father went off to college. He went to Rutgers Camden, and it didn't go well. And I've heard this story through my childhood like a dozen times. He got in with these other people, and he played pinochle all the time. I don't even know this game. I know it's a card game. He played pinochle, and he'd miss classes, and he just wasn't like, I don't know. His head wasn't in the game when it came. It's
a very old-timey form of deviancy.
Okay, so his head wasn't in it, you know, when it came to college, and you know, he dropped out. He got a job at some insurance company working in finance, and then his mom insisted he goes to school, and he ended up adding night school to his list of responsibilities and finished that way, and career goes on. Anyway, he retold the story to me more recently, and he said, I went to school. Man, it was too liberal. It was too liberal. And some of the things they try to teach you, like geology, it's not true. They try to warp your mind. And he doesn't believe in geology because it disagrees with his Christianity. And it was
5,000-year-old Earth.
Because to jump in, Woody, they're like born again, hardcore, like 6,000 years old Earth, like that form of Christianity, correct?
Yeah, it seems that way. I mean, like,
oh, wow.
I'm not well, and I'm listening to it, and I'm like, you've rewritten your history, and you're in a cult. Like, it's Christianity, but it's a cult. Anyone would identify it as such, and like, I don't even know what to do. Like, he's my dad, right? He's above me. I don't sit here and tell him how to live his life. Mm-hmm. But
you thinking about an intervention for your father?
Stuff like that's crossed my mind.
You're like, I wish that there was a geological intervention. Could I call like Bill Nye and he could bring some agate and some sedimentary rocks in here and sit them on the table? Could we analyze the layers? Could we look at that Precambrian zone right there in the middle?
Work though, right? Like I feel like for an intervention to work, that guy has to know somewhere that he's not doing the right thing, right? Like, he's done so much heroin. The writing is on the wall. He's lost his girlfriend. He's lost his teeth. He's lost his job. And they're like, dude, you got to straighten up. And it sort of is the kickstart into, yeah, you know, I know that you're right.
I bet the best way to bring it up to him, if he actually did want to, would be for not you to do it. Because if you are not a non-believer and you come at someone who is a believer, as with any religion, they're going to come at the conversation as like, you know, you're not going to change my mind. Yeah. I was told there would be tests to my faith, and I am filing this as a test of my faith because that's easy to rationalize. That happens of every single religion. But if you have a Christian scientist, not that cult, a Christian who is a scientist, talk to him about it, because there are so many fucking Christians out there who are like, yeah, evolution is just the way that God did it. Geology, it's just another thing for God. Time doesn't mean anything to God. Like, whatever. Who you can bicker, like, I'm sure the more devout Christians who believe the 6,000 thing would try and shoot holes through that, but it seems like that would be the route to take. Be like, I'm not trying to challenge the core of your belief. I'm just saying, why limit God to that small scope? That's a good way to phrase it, I think.
I'm outside the loop on these things, but I guess the Book of Revelations is one that does a lot of prophecy, like predictions and stuff.
Oh, yeah, it's the last one, the Book of End Times. It's really interesting, a little crazy.
He was telling me that it is more accurate than any newspaper you'll find out there, right? It doesn't matter. CNN, Fox
except for
News,
Fox News.
Even Fox News, they don't get it as accurately as the Bible does. The Bible has completely predicted like what's happening now with the negotiations between Palestine and Israel and stuff like that. The thing is, like, I feel like he's forgotten because he told me Obama was literally the Antichrist, right? Not like I really dislike Obama, but Obama is the Antichrist, a person that's been mentioned in this book.
He failed.
Right? And he's like, the Antichrist is going to try to bring them together, and this is going to happen or whatever, and he's laying it out for me. I'm like, so wouldn't that make Trump the Antichrist now? He's the one, like, trying to negotiate a settlement between these two. And he goes, no.
Every president.
I don't think Trump is the Antichrist. No, that doesn't seem right. Okay.
They get so blinded though. Like my mother has recently become very religious, and she got really sick the other week and just came out of hospital, and she'd put her post up that how ill she was and that she was struggling, and literally 2 out of the 6 posts on her post on Facebook was like, you just need to pray harder.
Yes. No, it's ridiculous. That's an actual thing. It's I mentioned Christian Science earlier. That's a small, more cultish form of Christianity. We had a thing in high school where we went to a lot of different religions. We went to like a mosque, and talked to an imam, and went to a Mormon place and like talked to him. And it was really just a way for the religious teachers at our school to come back home to our classes and be like, see, fools, the lot of them, and it's like that kind of thing. But basically we were at a Christian Science thing, and they are very much against medicine. And so they won't take medicine. They won't take any sort of medical help. And there was this, speaker giving it, saying like, if you have cancer, you just need to pray. God can remove that for you. Modern medicine, it may help you, but it's not gonna, or it won't even help you. If God wants you to be healed, you will be healed. And this woman's assistant, another lady, had some glasses on. And this smarmy asshole in our class stood up and was like, I noticed that your assistant has glasses. Is that because she didn't pray hard enough? And they didn't have an answer for it, because that's really all it takes is just a simple kind of refutation of that more ridiculous thing. Where it's like, oh yeah, well then how is that different from heart disease?
I hate people who aren't good on the fly. I hate people who aren't good on the fly like this. Yeah, she is farsighted. I think God wanted her to look closer to what's at home, though. She was looking too far at too many material things in her life, and her eyes started degrading. Isn't that right, Rachel? Yes, that's true.
So what you're saying is she's disobeying the will of God by looking farther away.
Yeah. So now she can look at the things that matter the most: her family, God, her Bible, the things that she can see now. Anything farther than 3 feet away is blurry.
We need to make Kyle like one of those new evangelical preachers, because he can go on the fly. Think of the money we could pull in. It's pretty profitable.
Can you still set up ridiculously stupid churches, or did John Oliver ruin it?
No, you can. I'm sure you could, as long as you can. Because like John Oliver's church was clearly like, this is ridiculous. We are joking.
What was it? The Church of Tax Exemption or something?
Yeah, something like that. If we could do it, like, Kyle, do you know enough about the Bible that you think that you could twist things or pull out scriptures?
I'm going to write my own book. There's too much in there. There's too much in the Bible that contradicts itself. I'm going to write my own book that actually makes some fucking sense.
And there's your first problem. Your book has to contradict itself, because you need to be able to defend any position on any given day. If it doesn't contradict itself, eventually there's going to be an uprising within your church or cult, and they're going to split it off, and you're going to be shot of luck. Who knows?
All right, so here's how we do it. Taylor, you're the strategist. Mm-hmm. Kyle, you're the preacher.
Does Woody get the boys? Is that how this
works? Woody can get the boys.
I was like, I guess I can handle the checkbook.
And I'll just take, 30%.
You stand out front with a British accent and welcome people in. Well, this wouldn't be a trick. A British person.
I feel like a British accent might validate it.
It will.
It makes it more trusting.
The newest religion in from England. Yes. We're testing.
Fresh off the boat.
Well, that's what we'll do. If you guys have ideas for our fake religion, and what roles we should all play and what our beliefs, our core beliefs should be, let us know.
And help us name the church. John Oliver's was Our Lady of Perpetual Exemption. I think something in that family would be fun.
It also has to be something to do with Christianity, because we've said a lot of ridiculous shit in the past. And so we're going to have like a come to Jesus moment where we're like, we've said a lot of things on this show that, God dag nabbit. I think that the good Lord wouldn't look down on so fondly. We need to reevaluate the way we do our shit. Oh, we can't say that. Sorry again, God.
That would be one of the things in my church. Curse all you want. Like there would be cursing in the sermon. I think. I think that you want to like untie some of those things that fetter the masses. Like there's too much control in most of these modern religions. You can't do this. You can't do that.
People like the control. They like to feel like by obeying something, they're doing something.
You know who started
Kyle,
cursing?
your cult is just going to be people hanging out and being like, "Can I leave?" And you're going to be like, "Whatever, man." And they're gonna be like,
No, you have to have
Have you
strict
guys
rules
watched-
to be able to get their money.
Have you watched
Like,
Tony Robbins
you've
lately?
sinned?
That
No,
guy
haven't
is
seen Tony Robbins in a
cursing.
while.
He had a Netflix special, and
I'm not your guru.
I'm not your guru. Yeah,
Wait,
and
is he a Christian speaker or what?
no, he's a motivational speaker, and he's actually very good. I'm almost
I find the
embarrassed to
bad
be
name.
like, what'd you say?
It's
I
not
thought
embarrassing
it
to go to
was
a
bad
town.
name.
No, Tony Robbins is a very respected like motivational speaker. Like he is not. He is the guy who's actually doing a good job as a motivational speaker and helping lots of people achieve like their goals and stuff.
Yeah.
Amidst a mass of scam artists and con men who also claim to do the same thing. So yeah, there's nothing wrong. Did you go to a Tony Robbins?
No,
thing?
I watched one on Netflix. But like I remember when I was a teenager, my parents bought his tapes for either my brother or I. We both ended up listening to it. And like a lot of motivational speakers or books or whatever, it wears off, but it makes me the super me. And then it really needs to be refreshed. It needs I'm like a plant that needs to be watered with good influences. I can't
That's
just
what
be.
I think I've seen a thing on Reddit. Like maybe it was a meme that said something about how motivation needs to be watered daily or something like that. I don't remember the verbiage.
He has started purposely dropping F-bombs all over the place. I think he called it like the science of bad language or something like that. And he does it because he wants to catch your attention. He'll be like, Taylor, this is fucking important. Pay some goddamn attention to what I'm going to say next. And people are like, like they tune in. And it was interesting to me that he just kind of like breaks any kind of cultural barriers, because I think like I have to like guard myself to remove all the bad words. And I think he does the opposite. I think he intentionally injects the bad words when they don't come naturally to him.
Yeah, he talks about the power of shock.
Okay.
Like, and how that is. I just thought it was a pretty unfortunate name for his documentary. Like, he is incredible, but the way people were crying and getting all excited and just the way he presented himself, I just felt like the name of the documentary being I'm Not Your Guru, and then he does everything that makes him a guru was just slightly weird.
Seen backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see where you're coming from there, where it's like, I'm not this thing. Don't try and peg me down. Now watch me do exactly what everyone in my career does. It comes down to doing something. A lot of people out there doing nothing. You got to get up, have a little motivation, do something. Have a good breakfast. 3 eggs, no more.
Three's a good amount
whatever,
of eggs.
ridiculous. that 3 is a good amount of eggs.
You'll be well fed with 3 eggs, I'd say.
You ever had like a 6-egg omelet with a bunch of meat and cheese in it? It's not a good way to start the day. That's like 2 pegs above IHOP.
That's a lot of food.
That is a lot of food.
No way I could
That's
eat
why
that.
you got to drink your eggs. You just drink liquid eggs, and they're just down the hatch.
I've been getting egg white omelets lately. Because the deal is, they're the good. That's like the best part. Wait,
According to like today's science, like
Right,
like
yeah,
3
who
years
knows?
from now, it'd be like, oh my God, take the white out, only yolks.
I guess the
Yolks.
yolk makes you fat, and the egg white is like the healthier whatever. So my wife makes omelets, and I get all like the lean stuff, and my mother-in-law gets all the fatty stuff, because it's to each of our benefits.
Nutrition is way more straightforward than the supplement and nutrition and dieting industry want us to believe. I feel like they could put everything you need to know in like a 4-page pamphlet for like basic nutrition, where it's like, hey, make sure you have all of these vitamins. Hey, make sure you eat about this much protein. Eat about this many carbs. Eat about this much fat. Well, it's not down to an exact percentage.
Calories. It's only
Trust me.
calories.
Yeah.
You know,
Think of your body like an engine. It's not going to build fuel out of nowhere and get you fat.
I was reading about that today, and someone was like, I was on the PKA subreddit, which people giving me shit. But a couple of good points were made in there. One, Kyle says it's only calories. It's all you need to know. Calories in, calories out. It's thermodynamics, etc. And my thing was, my stance on that is I think Kyle is 99.9% right, which is to say effectively right. There's just a purist in me that says, well, it's got to be a little more complicated than that because people aren't campfires, right? And but if you pay attention to calories in and calories out, you'll get the desired effect because 99.9% right is right enough. Someone else was explaining my position better than I did. They're like, well, because the way they used to measure calories, apparently I'm out of date, but the way I was taught in school is they take the food, they dehydrate it, they burn it, and they see what impact it has on raising the temperature of water, right? By that measure, a lump of coal or a, little sip of gasoline will give you way more body fat than something else, right? So calories, how well it burns and heats water, can't be the perfect measure. It's good enough, I'll admit.
It's got to be a food item.
It's so good that it's like you don't even need to take another step. Like if your goal is to lose weight or to gain weight, it's like it's just math where it's like, how much are you consuming? Well, I'm eating 1,400 calories a day. Well, you need to double that.
It has to be a food item, right? So, for example, some people might not know this. Bubble gum is plastic. It's plastic with sugar mixed in. So there's a lot of things in bubble gum that your body is not even using. It just passes right through. Again, 99.9% right is right enough. You can just monitor your calories in and lose weight. But there was a piece of me that was like not good enough. Someone said that they've changed the way they measure calories to start, and this is a stranger on the internet, so it's got to be right. But they've started looking at carbs and fat and other aspects of it. And that caloric measure.
It's all gluten.
That caloric measure is not just drying it out and heating it anymore like it was when I was taught in school, according to a stranger on the internet.
This link right here is about a professor who went on a diet of nothing but Oreos and Twinkies and lost 27 pounds in 10 weeks.
Yeah.
You're probably from vomiting.
No, from only eating 1,800 calories worth of Twinkies and
I've seen those Twinkies.
Oreos.
You tried to get me to eat one. He probably just became like bulimic. Like he ate it and he threw it up.
Twinkies.
They're
delicious.
They're so overrated.
I'm not even going to try one. He had them and he was like, just try a bite. Just try a bite. I'm like, no.
It's like a treat from an era gone past, Like,
I like it.
Imagine like in 1816, some guy's walking along and he goes, hey, have this, kid, and he throws you an apple. You're going to be like, oh, giddy up. A fresh apple.
Is that how
Come on, some of the classics are going to last forever.
That's
look at
exactly the
popcorn.
same.
Look at saltwater taffy. Look at
You
hard
can't bring
candy.
Twinkies
These
in
are
26.
all-time winners.
There's a reason
bring
Twinkie or Hostess or whatever, they were going out of business. They were going to stop making them.
and
Somehow for reasons that I can't explain, Twinkies became the Harambe the Gorilla of 2015, and they had to save them, and now Twinkies are just barely hanging on. No one's eating them, right? I was like, no, you can't get rid of Twinkies. When's the last time you had a Twinkie?
Innovation.
18 years? 32
No
years? I don't
innovation
know.
at all.
Taylor, you're very, very passionate about Twinkies.
I'm very passionate about how much they suck. They could have been innovating that whole time. They got in on the can thing.
Strawberry Twinkies.
And they're all bad. As soon as Reese's came out with the fast break candy bar, Twinkies should have put that up on their marketing room slide and said, we're finished,
Casper.
Boys. We're done. We can't compete in 2017
Put
candy.
them next to Juicy Fruit, the bubble gum they don't sell anymore. Or
No,
whatever.
put this next to asbestos where it belongs, in the past.
They still put asbestos in like everything, though, right?
I heard that. I don't care for it.
Yeah, it's in like fucking everything. I thought that like whenever they discovered that asbestos has all those negative side effects, that they were like, oh, never use that again. No, they just stopped using it in like consumer goods, where like they stopped making asbestos like face warmers and shit. It's still in buildings and brakes and shit.
You've talked about MSG before and how you add that. You've obviously heard the story of how MSG was totally trumped up nonsense, how bad it was, how it was just like one
Racism.
pissed off writer who was like, oh, this food's got so much MSG, I'm probably going to get cancer. And people were like, oh my God, you're going to get cancer from MSG? Like, we got to take it out of our food. But it ended up just adding a lot of flavor to Oriental dishes.
Yeah, it's just a flavor
Is that the truth that MSG is fine for you?
Yeah,
It's
Can't
fine,
be.
and it makes everything taste better. It's another kind of salt. It's known as a flavor enhancer, and it just makes everything in the dish all the flavors sort of meld together and become better. So you put it in stir fry, that's better. You put it in like mashed potatoes with like garlic and cheese, that's better. I put it in my chicken, like that Chick-fil-A copycat chicken that I make. There's a lot of MSG in that.
I read what MSG does.
I
didn't
hate
know.
that.
I was like, why do they put it in food? Like, because all I knew it was bad. There must be some reason to put it in there. And they said that it makes the flavors blend together in a better way, which is something that I can't understand. Like, I'm genuinely baffled by it. I would need to taste it with and without MSG, because I don't like flavors sort of blend without MSG. I don't get it.
Monosodium glutamate. They sell it at the grocery store. I have a big thing of it myself. I'm a big fan.
But can you put into words why it, like, what is a
I have an
blended
example
flavor? Go on.
For like a blended flavor. Have you ever had salted caramel?
Yes.
Where it's caramel and it has sea salt on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like two very, very supremely different flavors, but when you eat them both together, they mix perfectly because you got the sweet,
with
you got
ice cream
salt,
work like that. Like
something like that. Yeah, where it's like it's not that it's like a math or a science thing, or maybe it is a science thing. I don't fucking know, but it's stuff just meshes together. Butter and everything, for example.
God.
Yeah, it's tasty.
So apparently what it does is it produces a savory, salty taste when added to food, which excites your taste buds and stimulates the release of neurotransmitters, which is why it tricks your brain into thinking it tastes better.
Delicious.
I don't know if I trust that. I don't think you release neurotransmitters. I don't think they're releasable.
It's on the internet from a random guy.
corrected.
We've already
My
proven
bad.
that random guys on the internet
It's
are
the
right.
same guy with that whole calorie theory. It's him.
I mean-
It's him.
We do not question sources here, guys. We go
Yeah.
to the next thing that we see, and then that's the new norm. Like, well,
what did Wings say exactly with the, with the PKA stats thing? Do you remember what he said that like started all this? He's like, this isn't bullshit. This is statistics or something like that. This isn't facts.
Stats.
This isn't facts. This is
man,
stats.
There's no telling. He's taken some interesting positions on a lot of particular topics, whether it's metallurgy or, hydrodynamics or free travel. Yes.
Metallurgy is a great one.
so like,
Well, I don't want to poke at him.
Yeah, exactly. That's why that's why I didn't immediately spill into it. I'm like, I don't really need to take a shot at Wings for no reason at all. Like,
So
but
no mean-spiritedness.
From my original list, do you want to talk about Milo or my local terrorist?
local terrorists.
Local terrorists.
Here's the article for you guys on the thing.
Oh,
For
he
you
looks
guys at
like
home.
too, right? Purr.
I can't. He looks white to me.
That guy looks like he touches boys.
You guys are so judgmental. So, Carrie Mann says, "Don't go to Carrie tomorrow. Charges making an online threat." Apparently, he said, "For far too long, the kofar, which means non-Muslims, has spit in our faces and trampled our rights. This cannot continue. I cannot speak of everything. Say your prayers, sleep, watch the news tomorrow. It's only the beginning." So he posted this on social media. They raided his house. They found an AK-47, 30-round magazines, 340 rounds of ammo, which is really weak sauce. They'd find more at my house. And I thought there was something else.
Yeah, do you see what his quote here? It says, in the following private message conversation, Grimsley said the following: "For too long, the kuffar, non-Muslims, have spit in our faces and trampled our rights. This cannot continue. I cannot speak of anything. Say your dua, prayers, I guess, sleep and watch the news tomorrow. It will only be the beginning."
Yes, I did see that. Did you?
That's the face of. Oh, you did? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was reading the lower part of the article. I'm an
That's
idiot.
funny because you're like, "Hey, did you see this?" And then that's exactly what I just said.
I'm a jackass. Sorry.
No,
Okay, so this guy
am
was
I.
local to you, especially in like the area that you lived in previously to where you are right now, and like how local? Like
Call it 20-minute drive, maybe.
yeah, it's pretty damn close. Well, I'm glad they got this guy. It sounds like
It seemed legit-ish. You don't know what he's gonna do the next day.
yeah,
but
you don't know. Yeah, chances are like 9 times out of 10, this guy the next morning wakes up and he's like, "Whoa, did I really type that? Delete, 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 delete. Oh shit! Hope nobody read that."
Maybe
But
rule of thumb, don't pretend or don't like get too out of it one night and be like, you know what? Let's
Watch the
plan an
news tomorrow.
attack. Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah, you never want to go out there on social media and be like, "Watch the news tomorrow. Shit's going down." Like you do that on 4chan, not on Twitter. What was this guy thinking? This is
What's this guy thinking?
Like, that's not how you commit a terrorist act. What a dumbass.
yeah. You didn't see Osama bin Laden on like tweeting out like it's coming.
Check me out in my little cave.
Yeah.
To his credit, Trump doesn't do that. Remember, Trump, that's like one of his campaign talking points. Like, I'm not going to tell you like the time and date that we're going to go take the oil. You know, that just helps the people who want to keep it.
It'll be a surprise.
Yes.
Yeah, I do like that, and that does make sense to me. That like, and he has some point where he talks about. It's happened a lot of times, whether it's a news media. I think Geraldo got in trouble for this, right? Maybe back in Iraq, he was like, and the 3rd Battalion here in Baghdad is about to storm in and take all those dirty bastards out.
And it's
live.
meanwhile,
they're all watching TV like, oh shit, they're coming! Everybody get ready! Geraldo says the bad guys are on the... And they're like putting mines down and stuff. Like, Geraldo got in trouble for that. And the news media...
You should get in trouble for that.
Rightfully so. Yeah, fucking Geraldo. That was very irresponsible. I'm sure he apologized, and I doubt he really fully understood what he was doing when he did it. I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I want to think he didn't know the ramifications, but... You have to be pretty dumb not to think it through.
You really do have to be totally stupid to not get it. Like if I had in my information, like just like if I got a random text from Donald Trump and it was like, oh, you getting ready for the invasion on next Thursday or whatever, I wouldn't be like screen capping and tweeting it and being like no one would do that. Like, and so it's not even a journalism thing. It's him being a total idiot thing. Because even if he was sitting at home and he got that information, he should have known like, whew, well, this one's just for me. Not going to read this on the...
And it opens you up to some criticism, too, because they'll be like, hey, Trump, can you rule out nuking Australia?
Nope.
Right? Obviously, we're not nuking Australia. They're allies, but he'll be like, nothing's off the table. I don't rule things out in the press because that's, that just...
The real question is, why bother doing that? Like, why... I can't imagine something happening where anyone needed to bomb Australia.
Well, that's just hyperbole, but what he's getting at is like on any serious, substantial issue, they're like, look, you've said in the past that you might go back into Iraq and take the oil again. Now, is that something we should be worried? Hey, nothing's off the table. You've set our nuclear weapons off the table in Syria. Hey, nothing's off the table. And it really should be like that because you're going to have to go into a meeting with other world leaders or diplomats or whatever and hash out these deals where one side wins a little more than the other. It's a strong negotiating point when the other side's like, he's not even taking nukes off the table. This is just a golf course we're talking about here. It's a good, strong negotiating standpoint. And I think when Trump's presidency's over, I think we all should hope, right, that we look back and we go, wow, he didn't do everything we wanted, and he did some crazy shit along the way, but he really did stand by a lot of his more talked about positions, and he really did, fight for what's good for America in the end. I hope that's what happens at the end of this.
He hasn't done too much where I feel like
most people
score has
hope
been
for that.
posted. I do think on the environment, we're headed in a very wrong direction. He's all about the legacy energy policy, the oil and gas and nuke. If it doesn't fuck up the environment, they don't like it. And then, of course, the EPA guy, didn't he just have like 7,000 emails released or something like that?
Yeah, Scott Pruitt. And the worst thing is he's actually sued the EPA multiple times and was mid-lawsuit just before he was nominated. Like he was in the process of suing the EPA.
Yeah.
And I guess within the next week or two, he's going to be getting rid of the Clean Water Act. And the methane restrictions they're going. If they don't pass, I think Trump's already said he'll executive order them away, which is a little concerning because, who needs clean water, right?
The stock market seems excited about it.
Who?
The stock market, he said. I can't get on board with the dirty air.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very fair to use the stock market to take credit, though, because that would be like there were times when the stock market was doing really good, not this good ever, obviously, but it was doing okay under Obama. It was doing good at some points, but it's not like I don't know. It's just it seems because then when the stock market does go down, if you're going to take credit for it being because of Trump now, you have to take that loss as well. It just doesn't seem like the best. I don't know.
Yeah, they said something the other day that the stock market was on a winning streak not seen since the 80s or something like that. I think that some small part of it definitely has to be all of Trump's deregulation talk and all of his taxation talk. There's a lot of pro-business stuff in there that if you're a major corporation, you're looking at it and apparently they think that's a good thing. They're going to make a lot of money in the coming quarters and years.
But I think they're also going to miss out on a lot of money. So Jeff Sessions is about to take back Obama's restrictions on, he was trying to get rid of private prisons because that's a huge issue right now. And I think Jeff Sessions is getting rid of that. Sean Spicer.
What Kyle said. I don't want to let that just slide by.
Okay, and
look at this stock
Spicer.
market chart. I gave you the link, right? This is what the stock market's been doing. And you can see it's on a little run up lately. I don't know exactly when Trump started his term. Was it?
It has been on average higher since Trump. I'm not particularly a Trump supporter.
For people watching, Trump took over right around here where my mouse is. I see a trend that looks kind of the same since about 2007. Maybe
U.S. stocks on Wednesday were looking at their longest record-setting streak in 25 years. The Dow Jones Industrial, S&P 500, and NASDAQ Composite all climbed. If all three indexes close higher on Wednesday, it will mark 5 consecutive days of all three setting record highs at the same time. The longest such streak of simultaneous records since a
That's a bullshit streak.
Session
I
string.
don't really care how many days
Is it?
in a row.
I mean,
yeah, that's a total bullshit. Like,
but at the end of the,
they all went
the
up for
stock
5
market,
days in a row. That's not a thing. But I'm looking at the stock market, from the long
Market
term
Watch.
here.
It's a Market Watch article. This isn't laying on.
I'm not saying that it's incorrect. I'm saying that it's a bullshit thing to measure. Like if the thing
5
goes up,
days isn't really long enough.
yeah, 5 days in a row
Come back
of
in a
going
month.
up, like that, I could give a fuck. But I do care about the long term. And if you look at that, this to me looks more or less the pace that's been set through Obama's term. Right? Obama took over in 2008. So it actually dropped at first when he joined. He joined right around there. And then went up for the next 7 years. So I don't see the Trump stock market doing something that the Obama stock market didn't. Now, if it continues to go up, unabated, that's pretty amazing. But it's just a continuation of the existing trend so far.
I think there's just something too that MarketWatch.com wrote an article about it though. Like I don't know enough about the markets to know if this is a thing that matters or not, but they seem to think it was. That's what they do.
I mean, it will go up for a bit with all his deregulation, and he's trying to get companies to manufacture in the US. Those things are good for the economy. I'm not really a fan of Trump, but I don't think we have to worry about the economy. I think we have to worry about everything else while he's president. But I do think he's going to be good for the economy because he just, he puts companies he'll call them out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, he does. I don't know. The whole stock market thing, it's like, it just seems like whether or not it's up or down, like it's hard to make that connection with the actual president,
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't seem like it's a good argument in favor or against Obama or Trump, because it's like they've presided. Well, Trump hasn't presided over a bad time in the stock market yet, but it's so new. Like you were saying, it's such a small sample size. It will happen. And when that does happen, you can't just immediately, as if you latch onto this argument now, then when that day comes, you have to be prepared to argue back and say, actually, it really tanked now because of this other thing and has nothing to do with this guy. It just seems kind of it's easy to bite you in the ass.
It's on an 8-year-long bull run. And a lot of people are like, look what Trump did. But,
oh, yeah.
I've
seen that. It's you've been in the office, 2 weeks?
Yeah, 4. But so it's on an 8-year-long bull run. I've been watching it for 8 years now. And the thing that Kyle mentioned where they went up 5 days in a row, like all 3 of them went up 5 days in a row, 5 days.
I do think it will.
It made news. I mean, if you Google it,
Kyle, they make news every day. That's not.
It's all fake news. In fact,
no.
CNN's
I'm not saying the
fake
stats wrong. I'm saying it's such an insignificant stat. They write about shit every day.
Not a little fake.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it will go up steadily, especially as the deregulations and everything come in that Trump's talking about. I think it would be very, very strange if the stock market didn't start going up when those laws passed, and I'd want to know why.
I think
to what you were saying, Kitty, about liking how he calls companies out. I like that in a way because the companies know they're no longer untouchable. But I also don't like the shit. Everybody was raving about his carrier thing, where he saved some jobs in Indiana because of that.
Oh, wasn't it 500 or something?
It wasn't even. It wasn't even about the number of jobs itself. It was like, Trump, you'll make business better by making it a business environment for everyone that is beneficial. Remove detrimental regulations that make it difficult to start businesses, and you'll see, a rising tide helps all ships. Everyone's going to help. But what he did is go, all right, Carrier, you enormous air conditioning and heating company, I'll give you special little breaks and leeways, and then we can keep some jobs here. And meanwhile, everyone's rah, rah, shish, boom, bah over keeping jobs, when really it's like, okay, well, he kind of just said to all the small time and mid-tier air conditioning and heating companies with their own employees, I don't really care about you as much. I'm going to give them special treatment. So like that, I didn't like that.
Okay, Train,
at all.
Carrier compared to Train Tier A&E. Like, well, you're fucked because the government just gave Carrier $7 million to lower their cost of operations. And
you're not making it a better. It's not a better business environment. Every business can't take it and thrive off of it, When
I meant call them out, I meant like, hey, X company, why are you closing down your plant and going elsewhere?
Yes.
I don't think he should be able to give beneficial treatment to one or another. In fact, I get quite frustrated when I see him on Twitter that's like, oh, these guys are great, go purchase all your shit here or whatever. I don't think that should be allowed, and I don't think he should be publicizing that on Twitter, because I think I question his motives at that point. I do believe Trump's presidency will be run on his ego and his statistics and his ratings. But I think to hold a company accountable, I think that's important.
Yeah, to put them in the public eye is definitely.
They used to call them Benedict Arnold CEOs when they outsourced jobs, and I loved it. It was so pointed, like that guy's a Benedict Arnold CEO. He is firing Americans and hiring Indians or whatever, but a traitor. And it just didn't really catch on. They should be calling out Tim Cook. They should be calling out CEOs from all over the place. But in terms of Trump's ratings, which Kitty just mentioned, Trump might be, is he the most famous person to have ever lived?
He is. Absolutely. Absolutely. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. He's the most famous person alive right now. He's the most famous person in the world. As far as the most person ever to live, like Jesus Christ and Muhammad probably have some, if they live.
I was going to say
Jesus
Hitler.
For sure.
More people know, Hitler, no. Trump is more famous than Hitler.
More people know about famous than Hitler.
Yeah.
No.
Here's how I don't know.
The president of the United States. And he was incredibly famous before he became the president of the United States. And he's not just any president. He's much more famous than Barack Obama will ever be, because he gets so much goddamn news attention. Mm-hmm. They are talking about him in Malaysia. They are talking about him everywhere, because people in every tiny little shit country in the world, no offense to the shit countries who are listening in.
Yeah.
You know
Sorry,
who you
Malaysia.
are. England.
I could just come downstairs and
yeah, come on down. One of those people, if you're one of those countries, everyone is talking about how a Trump presidency might affect them, whether you're an Australian or New Zealander or wherever you are on this planet. Trump might cause your life to change a little bit, and so everyone's discussing him. They talked about this a lot today on CNN or Fox News Radio, one or the other. I just think he's got to be. He's definitely the most famous person alive.
There was a New York Times article about it. I don't do this very
often, but I agree with Kyle. But I don't agree with it for quite the same reason, although I get it. But also, Trump's really in the era of social media. Hitler didn't have that. Like, Hitler stuff was somewhat confined to that kind of section of the world, whereas, as Kyle said, they're talking about Trump, Malaysia and things like that.
Hitler was pretty newsworthy too. I mean,
Yeah, absolutely, but news wasn't what it was.
There were fewer people alive. Especially
I didn't want to use that argument. Like, I'm with you on that. There were fewer people alive. In the same way that Trump is the most powerful man to have ever lived in the history of the United States, in the history of the planet. Trump is the most powerful person ever. But
because of the time.
Yeah, because of the time, because he has nukes and stuff like that. So I didn't want to use the population of the planet, but
because by that logic, Woody, you can be like, oh yeah, Namibia or some tiny little African country, they're more powerful than Genghis Khan was, or Attila the Hun, where it's like, yeah, they have guns. You can't go by that metric.
Yeah, you say that, but until
there is no way
ride into your fucking country.
No one is ever going to touch Jesus on the most famous people of all time. Like, it's Jesus and then like an enormous chasm to number two.
Muhammad, right? Like, Muhammad's right there with him, right?
It goes from Jesus and then PewDiePie is second.
I don't think Muhammad's right there with him, just because there's more Christians in the world than Muslims, but I guess everybody knows about all. Right? And and because Christians don't learn about Muhammad, Muslims learn about Jesus because they see Jesus as a minor prophet, is my understanding. Yep. Probably wrong.
True.
But
no, you're right. Yeah.
So Jesus is definitely number one. I would say number two is It's got to be
PewDiePie.
Hitler. It's got to PewDiePie. At this point, it might be Milo.
You know, anything to get him in the title. That's how you get views on YouTube. You mentioned PewDiePie.
Oh my god!
Punch it up with PewDiePie. I don't know. That's a good question. I would. It would be hard to convince me it's not Jesus. Like Trump is nowhere fucking near Jesus.
No, I like Jesus too. I think he's number one. He's got to be crushing Trump.
Yeah,
right?
Okay. Jesus is
but
number
let's go
one.
alive people. And I would argue this: Trump is probably more famous in his lifetime than Jesus was in his lifetime.
Oh, absolutely, of course.
Yeah. He just couldn't tweet.
Trump is
Right.
what the real metric that matters, I think, and then the one where Trump definitely wins. Most famous guy alive right now, it's Donald Trump.
Yeah, you can't argue that. There isn't.
It's
an
got to
argument
be
for
right.
it.
Like in second place,
You
is
think
probably
about
some
whoever your
soccer
second
player
place
that I
is in your
can't
head,
name.
and figure out if they're
Right?
talking about him in Brazil or Venezuela,
Messi.
or if they're talking about him across the world in every tiny shit country.
Isn't there a soccer
that
player named Messi?
Messi?
Yes.
Messi,
Yeah, he's super
Messi.
famous too.
Yeah, he might be second. You think
He's
more
definitely
famous
up
than
there.
Obama?
I don't know his first name. Do you?
Lionel.
Lionel?
Lion.
I
Leonardo.
know Donald Trump's fucking middle name. I know his daughter's names. I know his whole family's names. I know how much his father loaned him when he was a kid. I know where he lives now. I know where his vacation homes are. Donald Trump is the most famous
stranger
person
danger.
alive.
I didn't know his
clearly.
middle name was John until a week after the election.
Oh, Don John. You would think he would use that.
I'm glad he didn't.
President Don.
Just add to his douchebaggery.
It'd be
We can turn it up to
so-
11.
that was
Imagine
so-
Don John Trump in
Stop
cursive. I'd like it, yeah.
I would not like that.
I love the fucking Trump presidency, man. It's so goddamn entertaining. I heard Spicer today talking about rec marijuana. That came up.
Yeah, it's
Seems that-
Ooh, what did he say?
He was
Nothing,
basically to
right?
boil it down. He said that with in regards to medical marijuana, there's a lot of people that helps. There's a lot of people who need it, especially people with terminal illnesses. And Donald Trump has a big heart, and he feels for those people. And they don't see anything changing on that regard. As far as recreational marijuana, he seemed to have turn a different leaf immediately. There was no harsh language or anything, but he was definitely anti-rec marijuana.
they're gonna start. I think it seems like they're going to start targeting, or there'll be consequences for states that have legal recreational. Well, my point is Colorado's just pulled in $1 billion for. What are you going to do? You're going to take some of their federal funding away? That's fine. They're not going to give a shit. But I am concerned, right? Because Trump said he'd leave it up to the states in his campaign. And I hope he sticks to that. I think people should have the freedom to do that.
Oh, they
now,
totally
what about the
should. That would be fucking
transgender bathroom
ridiculous.
law? Because he's doing the same thing with that, and a lot of people say, "Oh no, you don't leave it up to the states. The president should decide who goes in a bathroom in Delaware and who goes in a bathroom in Texas." Like I like the states'
all
rights.
That stuff should be states' rights. Like for him to say to be harping on states' rights and then be like, actually, but we're going to crack down on Washington and or Colorado. Like that's ridiculous. That would really piss me off if he started going against marijuana legalization in states. That's directly diametrically opposed with everything he's been saying the whole time about states' rights.
So Spicer said
if you're looking
that he does
support
believe
cannabis rights, go donate to Normal. They've been doing it since 1970.
So I want to get this right. He said there's a big difference between medical use and recreational use, which is something the Department of Justice will be looking further into. And then someone asked if there'll be greater enforcement. And he said, I think that's a question for the DOJ, Department of Justice, but I do believe you'll see greater enforcement of it. So it sounded like that to me wasn't wishy-washy. Like it sounds like they're going to crack down on the states.
It's legal in DC.
So
you know
what
I mean?
happened was he started the way he started. I don't know if you saw the press conference, but he basically started talking about the opioid epidemic and how it had to cut down, and they were concerned about it. And from there went straight to marijuana, so that it would get in everyone's head, whatever. So I'm concerned about that.
It was planned to shift.
Obviously, it's a risk.
No, he was trying to mention
Also
marijuana and opioids in the same breath, and then start talking about Jeff Sessions and the DOJ. So it was a bit shitty because we all know there's a big difference between opioids and marijuana. But I think Kitty's right in this regard. There's too much money at the state level. Where do you see? You think Colorado's made a lot of money? Think about Colorado and just think about what you think of as Colorado and its state economy and where it is geographically.
Tourist. industry.
Yeah, skiing.
I mean, that's all it is, right? The skiing and the views. Now think about California, which makes up the entire fucking west coast of our country virtually, and is like the 8th or 9th biggest economy on the planet. They get weed now. They're going to make a lot more than $1 billion
When does
next
that start? Did they just? Is it
very soon? I think it comes. It depends on when it comes into effect. You know what I mean? It's different from state to state.
Yeah, typically it will be legal, but then it will be some time until dispensaries are given licenses and things like that. So,
although the interesting thing in this regard is that, and I think you saw this mirrored a couple more times in the past, is that California has a very well established medical marijuana system that's very flexible and loose. You know, we talk about Dr. Dude, who will yeah, man, what ails you? Want to hit done? You know, whatever. They'll just
I
write
wish my hair was blonde.
Oh. You got a cough? Me too, man.
Forget you have hair. You know, like, so I think that they've already got the network of dispensaries out there. Every time I go to California, it's like, shit, they're every fucking where. Not quite as much as Colorado, because Colorado's really gotten into it. It seems like there's a green, it's not the red, there's a green cross, you know, everywhere you look in Colorado, but California's going to make so much fucking money next year.
Yeah,
and they're already talking about California, that is, like, you know, as far as climate change denial and stuff coming out of the administration, they're like, oh, let him say what he wants. We're going to keep fighting climate change here in the state of California, regardless of what the president says. I think you're going to see the same thing happen with the marijuana stuff. There's like a dozen or so states with it now. And they're sprinkled all across the east and west coast and the center of the country. And you've got, is it maybe Arkansas, who just voted for medical marijuana, as well as Florida. You know, it's in the South now. North Carolina's got it decriminalized.
We'll see.
It's only a matter of time. It's like it's a total losing battle to keep fighting against it, because it gets more popular with the average. Like, the average dude gets more and more okay with weed every day, and that's speaking about people who are against it. Like, it's hard to find someone, even, you know, decades older than me, who has a hard stance against it at this point. Like, my grandparents are even just kind of like, yeah, whatever. Like,
my parents are like that too.
I don't like it, but it doesn't seem like something that's scary. Like, they're afraid of the stuff they put on Fox News, like bath salts and meth, and like they do that thing that you were talking about, like Spicer doing, where he sets the anchor point at opioids and then quickly mentions marijuana to try and, you know, make you associate that. But that's not working anymore. Like, most people aren't buying that shit because they've seen and they know people who smoke pot, and they're like, yeah, that guy's not crazy, and I've even seen that guy high, and he's not even as bad as someone who's
sometimes.
You ever heard of Snoop Dogg?
They take a pause. You know, stem cells were obviously going to be a thing that helped people, that cured diseases, that cured deformities, and it took an 8-year pause under W, because apparently stem cells are killing babies or something like that.
Now, did Obama completely unrestrict the study of stem cells?
It's like day one. That was like an executive order he issued.
I don't know about that, because I thought that there's a lot of different ways of acquiring the stem cells, and I think that at one point there was discussion of purposefully growing. What do you call a baby? Well, it's inside the person.
Fetus.
The fetus. They're purposely growing fetuses to farm them for stem cells, and that was something that I think that's
pretty matrixy. I don't like that.
That was the anchor point for the Republican argument back eight or 12 years ago, or whenever it was. It was like they want to like farm babies out to like create these stem cells, when now
big umbilical vine.
That's not exactly how it works. Like, so I'm not an expert, but you can grow stem cells from stem cells. That's a thing. So what W allowed is, he's like, look, you can no longer take stem cells from like placentas and umbilical blood or whatever it is, that they were using. But the ones we already have, you can continue to use those to get more stem cells, since, they're already out there. And
I can't use the stem. I don't understand why they can't use the umbilical cord, because that's one that I've always heard. It's like, well, you're just going to throw that shit away? Like,
I'm
you
not
got
positive
some good stuff
about
there.
that one. I know placenta was part of it, but whatever. But it wasn't like live babies or anything, or abortions they were getting stem cells from. They just considered these cells that could grow into other things to be human life. And so W made it so you could only use like the ones that were already harvested. But, and again, I'm outside my depth. There was some kind of problem because like some lab tech would fuck up once, and all of a sudden like there's a stem cell chain that's lost to population forever. And or like there's an infinite combination of humans, and the stem cells that they came from me might work for you. I wish we could harvest them anytime we wanted to. And Obama like immediately made that okay. And discredit Trump.
Yeah, I mean,
undo it.
you can get them from like bone marrow. You can get them from circulating blood, and I think and umbilical cord blood. So it's not just fetus or
Something
whatever.
about the baby ones made it better. Like apparently,
Yeah, that's what they.
Yeah,
but
they
the
could grow
umbilical
into
cord blood
anything.
is something as well.
Umbilical cord blood, is that different than other blood?
I think you're talking about amniotic fluid or something
Maybe
like
that's
the
it.
No, I think it's definitely umbilical.
Because
Oh, really?
if it was the blood, it would just be the type of blood of the child, right? Because I mean, the child could have a different blood type than the mother. Like that
Let's
happens all the
ask that
time.
guy on the internet.
You know what? Let's get him on the line.
Yes, we need the guy
and
who
see
knows
what
about
he
the
has.
carbs.
Well, while you look for the guy on the internet, I'm going to tell everyone how they can eat healthy with Nature Box.
Ooh. And calorie count.
What do you do when you want to snack, but all you can find is junk food? Rely on your self-control to resist the temptation, please. You eat the junk food. Start snacking healthy with Nature Box. Nature Box makes snacks that actually taste great and are better for you. Created with high-quality ingredients that are free from artificial colors, flavors, or sweeteners, so you can feel great about snacking. Some of our personal favorites here are the peanut butter Nom Noms, the chocolate hazelnut granola, and the praline pumpkin seeds. Nature Box recently made their service even better. Now you can order as much as you want, as often as you want, with no minimum purchase required, and you can cancel anytime. It's simple. Go to naturebox.com and check out their snack catalog. There are over 100 snacks to choose from, and they're constantly adding delicious new snacks. Choose the snacks you want, and they'll deliver them right to your door. With NatureBox, you'll never get bored. There are new snacks each month inspired by real customer feedback, and if you ever try a snack you don't like, NatureBox will replace it for free. Right now, you'll save even more with NatureBox because they're offering our fans here 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com/PKA. That's naturebox.com/PKA for 50% off your first order. Yeah, check them out. Link in the description. Use that offer code and 50% off your order. That's great. They're really tasty snacks. They're, I don't know, they're like healthy, all natural cookies and chips, and they've got jerkies, and it's really good stuff.
Awesome.
And while we wait for Taylor to return, I'm going to, I just want to, on every ad, there's like a do not say column. And I'm about to tell you a little bit about Casper, but Chiz has a big thing in like red, do not. So Casper mattresses are obsessively engineered American-made mattresses at a shockingly fair price. And now you can get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to casper.com/PKA and using code PKA. That's all easy to remember. It combines supportive memory foams to create an award-winning sleep surface with just the right sink and just the right bounce. With over 20,000 reviews and an average customer rating of 4.8 stars, it's quickly becoming the internet's favorite mattress. Free shipping and returns to the United States and Canada. Try Casper 100 nights free in your own home. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up and refund you for everything. Designed, developed, and assembled in the United States of America. So get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to casper.com/PKA. And once again, using code PKA. Not hard to remember at all.
I wonder what's on the do not list. The do not lists are often interesting. They're like if there's a tracking device, they'll be like, do not talk about putting it on your enemies and tracking them down for assassinations. Or if it's a if it's Pepsi, they might be like, don't say Coke, don't say Coke. I guess you can't tell me on air what's on the do not say for Casper list.
I sent you a little thing there.
I was going to say, for the sake of Chiz's mental state,
we shouldn't even talk about the things we shouldn't say. Let's not.
Exactly.
Let's dance around it and fuck with Chiz.
It's going nowhere. It fucks with us all. Let's not do that. Especially since I sleep on a Casper mattress every night. I think Kitty has a Casper mattress.
I do indeed.
Yeah, they're wonderful freaking mattresses. If you've ever seen that old commercial where like there's a wine glass on the bed and a girl jumping up and down and they're dropping bowling balls, I've got my laptop in bed and like a can of soda, and I'll sit the can of soda on the laptop next to the trackpad and just get out of bed and walk away. And my girlfriend was like, I can't believe you're doing that. And like I just hit the foot of the bed as hard as I could with my fist, and the can went jiggle jiggle, like barely moved at all. I'm like, what's the point? You can jump up and down. It's not going to do anything. I love that about the bed, and it's not some of those old mattresses that were of that class and
back
style.
in the day, not as good.
Yeah, I think the materials that the Casper using are very good. I'm a big fan, and the coolest part, I think, was watching the thing grow piercing the thing and watching this thing unfurl.
Watching a pillow turn into a king
For
size
me,
bed
the
is
coolest
incredible.
thing was watching Kyle have to lug my mattress through the house with no help.
I got one recently as well, and I've slept on a lot of beds that I thought were pretty big, and I was ordering it, and I'm like, I may as well get a king size. Like I may as well get a king size, and I grievously underestimated how big a king size bed is, because I opened up the box, got it out, and it started growing, and immediately, like when it got out to its normal size and was like expanding, I'm like, oh no. Like this is much more space than.
Well, Justice is never leaving this room.
Yes, this will be a wonderful bed for whoever finds it next.
It's gigantic, but it's like a black hole, right? You just put it there, and then it's dense like the sun.
So when I ordered my king size mattress, that's when I realized that mattress sizes in the UK are different to that in the US.
Really? I didn't know that.
Like
the American queen size is a British king. And I guess I hadn't really realized that my American queen was that big. I don't know. I just get used to seeing everything's a lot bigger over here. So I ordered the king size, and I'm building the bed frame, and I'm like, this is massive. Like there's no bed as big as this in England.
If you want to get out of one side of the bed but on the other side of the bed, it takes like 3 full barrel rolls to get up. 3 full barrel rolls to get out.
With what Kitty said, I'm putting it together. I think that my king size bed is bigger than the bed that the king sleeps in.
Well, there is no king.
People.
But nice try.
I was going. It didn't
You
work
can
if I
use this
said
joke
queen.
probably within the next 10 years. Just
Oh,
put
they
it on
are
the burner.
You guys are so overdue for a new king or queen. Like, this lady has been going on forever.
I like.
she
She likes to
does.
take a
Time for
picture
my
with Trump
royal
before she
jubilee.
dies. She's had this pictures with like everyone from Kennedy or something. I want to get at least one more president in there.
He's going. Oh, do you know the controversy around that? The big visit to England?
I do.
Have you heard
Why don't
about?
you lay it out though?
Ah, man. So Trump, they have this thing. I don't know the exact phrasing, but they have a real fancy coronation kind of thing where the president comes over and they really roll out the red carpet and the queen meets with you and everybody's in those damn carriages with horses and it's like a royal and state visit and they've offered. Visit. Yeah, they've invited Trump over. And they invited the last 2 presidents over, not quite so early in their terms, of course, but they did. And there's a big hullabaloo, of course, over there with lots of what do you call your senators? Those silly guys with the wigs.
MPs, yeah.
All those assholes are like, a lot of them don't want him to come, period, and a lot of them don't want them. Trump currently is slated to address the British Parliament. And they don't want him coming in the parliament chambers and talking to them. They don't want that. But it looks like it's going to go through no matter what. And, of course, it'll be a shit show that everybody on the planet watches.
I read that they're pushing off his thing to when Parliament is in recess so that nobody will be embarrassed.
Yeah,
interesting.
And which is funny because Parliament in England is like theatre. I mean, it's what my learned friend is saying is he's a complete moron, and everyone's like, ah! I don't know if anyone's ever watched Parliament, but there's jeering, there's laughing, there's mocking.
It is so much better than C-SPAN here. We have a bunch of assholes not doing anything. I watched the clip. It must have been Maggie Thatcher or someone. And I was watching her get in a fight with this guy, throwing insults around the Parliament floor or whatever. And she was the guy was like, the distance between the top and the bottom of this country in income has never been larger. And she was in a really snarky, mean thing in front of everyone, just being like, so what you're saying is you'd like to see this instead of this? Is that what you're saying? And being a smarmy cunt, being you want everybody to be poorer? And there were actually people laughing at this guy in the middle of this, where it was man, this is a lot lot more fun. Why didn't we bring this the fun part?
Yeah, it's vicious.
Is it a prime minister? Who's on top in the UK?
Prime minister.
Yeah. So the prime minister has usually come from the members of parliament, the MPs, and they're well conditioned and able to deal with this, and they blow me away because it's they walk into there and they're like, all right, I don't know how many MPs there are, but let's do a debate, 150 versus 1, go. And they hold their own. It's amazing. I'm sure they have friendly people in there.
Yeah, I mean, there's the left and there's the right, as there is over here. But everything's open. And it gets pretty insulting. Like, I've seen people referred to as drunken alcoholics and, you know, things like that. It's kind of like if there was, like, insult wars going on, but 50 years ago. No, like, there's never really swearing, but it's like what my learned colleague is implying. I think he had a little too much to drink last night, a little bit too much tipple. You know, that is very passive-aggressive insults.
Yeah, they're calling them learned as a passive-aggressive insult.
Yeah,
you know?
learned
like,
colleague.
My learned colleague over here. Yeah. Apparently not learned enough.
Whereas here, I feel like there aren't any debates. There's just speeches to empty chairs.
Oh, come on. Sometimes they bring snowballs in. They bring, they'll bring
Sometimes
in.
They sit.
Yeah, they'll bring in. They'll bring in visual aids. Like, remember when Netanyahu came and he had that like old school cartoon bomb that's like a bowling ball with a fuse coming out of the top with a RAN written under it, and he like showed that it was 3/4 full, or it was like 98% full. He's like, they only need this much more, and it's like, come on, they're not pouring jelly beans in a jar over there. They're fucking enriching uranium and mastering intercontinental ballistic missile technology.
Guess the amount of jelly beans, or we take the West Bank.
But Bernie Sanders brought in like a tweet this big. You know, it was like 4 feet wide from Trump, where he said that I guess he was going to save Medicare or something.
I couldn't figure out how to screenshot the tweet. I had my young grandson bring in the entire thing. I had difficulty reading. He printed it out on a standard 8.5 by 11, and I said, "Son, I can't read this. Go get it bigger." So went out to Kinko's for me. I struggled on the bus on the way here with it.
Dude, it was great.
For a second, like, for the first bit, you were kind of going halfway between Arnie and halfway between Bernie. Like,
hard. Oh, that's. I just remembered that picture of him standing there with that big tweet, like such an idiot. Like, I'm sure they have a projector. You could have just emailed it to him, man. Like, they could have put that up there. But no, he's got to go out there with the fucking clearinghouse check.
How much does that cost? How much does that cost for him to get that blown up?
I think you're incredibly biased. I think he fucking nailed Trump and made him an ass. I think that.
I don't know what I'm talking about. What he's saying. I'm saying bringing the big tweet on the poster board in.
I'm saying that poster board. Like, you can say Trump tweeted this, or you can show it, right? And there it is with all the retweets and all that shit under it. And I thought, like, you know, it is impossible for Trump to do anything but either keep his campaign promise or obviously be a lying sack of shit.
You got to go Tony Stark on this. No, you're not. No, hang on. You got to go Tony Stark with this. I'd have came in there and I'd have put some tiny little piece of electronics down on the fucking table and pressed a button, and it would have projected Trump's tweet up on the wall, like in 4K, huge as fuck on the back of the wall over there. He brought in a poster board. Like that was silly. That was almost as silly as the guy who brought the snowball, I thought. Which is supremely silly. The guy who brought the snowball and threw it, and it was like, global warming's bullshit. You see, I have snow here.
I mean, that was pretty compelling.
I didn't even know that happened, so that's pretty funny.
Yeah, that happened. Our
You should have built a snowman at least. Like, I feel like a snowball's really half-assed. Like I feel if Bernie can bring a check or a tweet that's this big on public transport, I imagine he took out like 50 people on the bus on the way there. This guy should have brought more than a frickin' snowball.
What do they call that?
How many times he was running down the hallway with the snowball, and he'd get like almost to the floor and be like, "Fuck, this stuff's going to be compelling." Back to the fucking yard. He's bringing it progressively bigger and bigger, so it'll still be there. Sorry, in my head that's a very funny scene.
Do you want to do the Milo thing?
Yeah.
So this is the post. I'll read it, but my voice is like half gone. Does anyone want to do it, or you want me to do it?
I'll do it.
All right, that'd be great.
I am a gay man.
And a child. I can't. This is a long comment.
It's like three paragraphs.
Okay,
I'm a gay man and a child abuse victim. I would like to restate my utter disgust at adults who sexually abuse minors. I am horrified by pedophilia, and I have devoted large portions of my career as a journalist to exposing child abusers. I've outed 3 of them, in fact. 3 more than most of my critics. And I've repeatedly expressed disgust at pedophilia in my feature and opinion writing. My professional record is very clear. But I do understand that these videos, even though some of them are edited deceptively, paint a different picture. I'm partly to blame. My own experiences as a victim led me to believe I could say anything I wanted on this subject, no matter how outrageous. But I understand that my usual blend of British sarcasm, provocation, and gallows humor might have come across as flippancy. Somebody want to Google flippancy? A lack of care for other victims, or worse, advocacy.
It means
I deeply regret that. People deal with things from their own past in very different ways. As to some of the specific claims being made, sometimes things tumble out of your mouth on these long late night live streams when everyone is spitballing that are incompletely expressed or not what you intended. It's very true. I think we can all agree that. Nonetheless, I've reviewed the tapes that appeared last night in their proper full context, and I don't believe that what I said. And I don't believe they say what is being reported. I do not advocate for illegal behavior. I explicitly say on the tapes that I think the current age of consent is about right. I do believe sex with 13-year-olds is okay.
He says I do not believe sex with 13-year-olds.
Yeah,
Key difference.
Sorry, little Freudian slip. I was just saying what I was, just speaking my heart here. I do not believe, hard to do that. I do not believe sex with 13-year-olds is okay. When I mentioned the number 13, I was talking about the age I lost my own virginity. I shouldn't have used the word boy, which gay men often do to describe young men of consenting age, instead of young man. That was an error. I am certainly guilty of imprecise language, which I regret. Anyone who suggests I turn a blind eye to illegal activity or to the abuse of minors is unequivocally wrong. I am implacably opposed to the normalization of pedophilia, and I will continue to report and speak accordingly. What a lovely vocabulary this gentleman has.
Yeah, he does great. I was saying, like, one of Milo's shtick is kind of like, I'm a gay man, I like black dudes, and therefore I can say things that no one else can say. I can tear down feminism, I can talk about inner cities, I can do this and I can do that. And he tried to apply that to the pedo thing. You know, it was, I had sex at 13. At 14, I was the predator, taking out these priests and whatever. And I think he felt like he was shielded because of his own experiences. You know, who would come at a guy who was abused at 13 saying that you're pro-pedo? But it didn't work.
He openly admits that he plays the game of identity politics to get away with saying even more provocative things, that if he were just a straight white guy with a white girlfriend or something, he would have got slammed years ago. But he's so open about it, even saying in interviews like, yeah, I play up the fact that I'm gay and that I have a black boyfriend or whatever, and
it's
that
a shield.
Yeah, it's like, it's just playing into that same thing that we should all hate, identity politics, taking your argument for who you are, what color your skin is, what's between your legs, instead of what you're saying. You know,
I think he messed up here because when in the actual podcast, he talks about how it's not pedophilia, it's hebephilia, as in, like, when a boy meets sexual maturity, then it should be fine, as in, puberty. And that's where he referenced the 13. Now, just a note, in England, the age of consent is 16. I know it's higher over here, but still 13, I think, mentally is very young. And then that kind of issue got swept into him calling, older gay men with boy, which is a term for a younger gay guy. And I think they kind of got swept up with each other. But he does go pretty specific into the 13-year-old thing when he actually backs it up by saying, no, it's not pedophilia, it's hebephilia. It's after puberty.
Even if it's I think the feeling that everyone gets when you hear that is, even if you're like, okay, well, I guess psychologically that's the right term or whatever, when people hear it, their first reaction is, somebody's trying to relabel something to make it seem less bad.
I disagree.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get we've done this before. Let me get the actual definition of pedophilia.
No, I know, but I'm saying that in people's heads, it's just anyone who's having sex with a child. And in most people's heads, a 14-year-old is a child, a 13-year-old
Okay, sexual feelings directed toward children. It really boils down to whether you think a 13-year-old who has went through puberty is a child anymore, I guess. I do.
Yeah, I was saying, oh, you went through puberty at 13, you lucky dick.
I was getting to you. Don't worry. I was saving that punchline. I was like, and for Woody, maybe you're 20, 30 years old. Hey, that's still no good. Still no good.
These are just terms, right, that denote the physical level of maturity. Like,
so
just only hair under one arm. Like,
so like a 10-year-old girl could be a whatever you said it was called if she had started puberty already. Whereas if you start puberty till you're, I don't know, 16 or 17, if you're a late bloomer, then you're not a hebephile or whatever you're called until then.
Yeah, there was this.
It's actually Milo who said that. He's like, it's not pedophilia, it's hebephilia. This is about the, sexual readiness or whatever you want to call it of a child who has gone through puberty. He was saying that it's not pedophilia because they've gone through puberty, but I'm like, it's still a kid.
Yeah.
And whatever wanted it, does, the brain hasn't caught up yet. That kid at 13, 14, even in some cases 16, that is legal in England, they're not mentally ready enough.
I feel like kids,
partake in sex.
Even like you said, the mental readiness, even if they're 15, right? And like in Milo's situation, he's like, I was the predator. The power imbalance, the life experience, that like who's able to be more manipulative is leaning towards the adults so far that
it's not even
you just have to keep them out of the same game. 15-year-olds need to be fucking 15-year-olds, not 25-year-olds, because the power imbalance is ridiculous. And
boo!
I've been thinking about it. Someone described Milo. It might have been Bill Maher. But I loved it. It was fantastic. He's like, people say Milo's dangerous and they're worried about him and all the impact. He's not dangerous, and I'll add to it. Milo's not accumulating political power. He's not setting himself up for a run of having actual power. What Milo is a giggling teenager who drops a spider at the liberals' sleepover party, and they all shriek and scream about how upset they spider, because Milo said the wage gap is fake, or Milo said, whatever. And it's like, if liberals would stop taking the bait and rioting in favor of safe spaces every time Milo said that, I was going to talk about gender imbalances or something, then Milo wouldn't have a career. But
he wouldn't.
The liberals are so predictably fired up by a couple of different issues that he can go from college campus to college campus and piss them off as a business model. It pisses me off. Like,
he's a professional troll. I mean, essentially.
Provocateur.
I'm not even convinced I believe half of what he says. I mean, with this whole pedophile thing, I
don't know.
I wonder, like, he was so determined in the podcast that what he was saying was correct, that I actually felt horrible for him, because I was like, what a fucked up world you have lived in where you think that that's normal and okay. And then afterwards he made that flippant comment and he was like, I'm very thankful. I wouldn't be able to give as good head as I do now if it wasn't for Father Michael, who turned out to be the priest who did bad things.
Is Father Michael still alive? Is anybody looking at him right now? Because I feel like we're really pointing the finger at Milo about this. Is there a Father Milo? Father, what's his name?
Michael.
Is there a Father Michael somewhere right now, fucking little kids? Because we might want to look into him right now. You notice that? Not one liberal said, "Where's this Father Michael right now?"
I did. One liberal did.
One.
Honestly, I just hope he gets some help, and I hope he talks to someone, because maybe there's some like unanswered things in there.
So what Kitty is saying about it, like, it is a common we talked about this on PKN as well, that oftentimes, or it can be that when people are abused at a young age like that, they will retroactively go back and try and make it seem like they were more in control. I wanted it. It wasn't, I had sex with this guy when I was 13 and he was whatever the fuck. Oh, and the person talking to him could say, wow, you got molested. Oh, no, I wanted it. I totally wanted it. Like, that gives them a little more control over it, and it's easier to rationalize. It's
a shame that you didn't watch last week's episode of It's Always Sunny, because much of this comes into play with Dennis reliving his rape as a child.
On Joe Rogan talked about this, and he said he made an interesting point. He's like, even if Milo had a positive experience at 14, right? Like, maybe he sees some help, processes the whole thing, puts it in his place, and says, you know what, that was just great sex. there are women who get raped and orgasm from it, and it gives them guilt.
Yeah.
It like they have issues. It's complicated. Even if somehow someone out there, like a female, gets raped and says, you know what? Shockingly, it was pretty good sex. That doesn't mean that like we should be normalizing rape and be like, you know what? Sometimes it works out. No.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that suddenly.
How many pornos have you seen that follow that exact same path? like I've seen so many, and I'm not in. I usually turn it off when I see that. I'm like, well, that's not what I was looking for.
It's not my
like
fantasy.
it so often starts off with a bit of rape, and then she's like, this wasn't so bad after all. You know? Like,
yeah, it's that.
Like a little more of this. My new thing that I found. There's this porn genre. There was the one with the fake casting agent, right? You know, this guy calls you in. Oh yeah, maybe you could get some work, and then he fucks the chick, and there's no real job.
Joe Lozon has that same couch. Exactly.
That's all.
Joe Lozon's casting couch.
And of course, all actors. You got to keep in mind when you watch that. And I could go on about this for a long time. I debunked them personally. I noticed that this chick's sucking the dick, and you know, her nails look a certain way. They look unfinished, like, you know, they don't look ugly or anything. It's just her nails. And then, like 3/4 of the way through the video, she's got her nails fucking done. She's a professional. She went and got her nails done. This was filmed over the course of like 2 or 3 fuck sessions. Bullshit. There's
Another thing, you'll see it where they'll come in and be like, oh, what are you coming in from? It's like, oh, just getting back from school. You don't have a backpack. You don't have a backpack, and you would if you were just getting back from class. I've lost it.
Left in her car.
So
Taylor's
going back
erection
to
is gone.
pedophilia with Taylor talking about kids coming home from school without a backpack in his porn.
Do people not use backpacks in college in England?
There's a new one where there's like a manager of a Best Buy, and he catches this hot chick like stealing some electronics, and then he takes her in the back and fucks her instead of calling the cops. I've seen that one a few times. That one's much better. And then there's another one which is like a mix of the two called it's like Backroom Casting or something like that. And in that one, they're like in like a stock room or a warehouse, and the guy's real shitty to the girls. I don't really like that one either, but I watch a little bit of everything. You know, he's always just like, I don't know, just showing them nasty. Oh, those tits are terrible. I guess. All right, take them off, take it off. And then it's just like really nasty. The girls.
Why do it with such a bad attitude? Like, is he acting like he's at work and he's like, just get me till 5 p.m. Lord help me, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's how it's done. Every single time he's really nasty to them. And I guess, and it's kind of telling about the kind of guys who like watch that specifically and they're like, oh yeah, can't wait for another backroom casting forced sex video, you know, because it's like the guy's always manipulating the girl and being really nasty to her. And I've seen other casting videos that are actually real where they're like really mean to the girl and like slapping her in the face and like spitting on her face. And
are any of those videos real? None of them are.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
I don't know about the plots that Kyle's talking about. But
it's illegal.
Some of the videos are real. Like, what about the cam girl? There are cam couples out there. You know, they're just couples having sex on camera.
Yeah, that's true.
To me,
I was just meaning like
genre.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Cam couples. I mean, when I watch porn, I think it's just funny. Like, I don't know how anyone can get their rocks off to porn. Maybe I just have a real fucked up sense of humor, but to me, porn just makes me laugh. Like, I view it like comedy.
It usually makes me cry right after. So we're watching very different stuff.
And for very different reasons. Yeah.
I cry after, but it's because I didn't think I was gay. And just kidding.
Or if you see in like the YouTube thing, you know, where it pops up the thumbnails of all the next videos, and you're like, oh well, god damn it, like that was the one that like probably would have been way better. But now what's done is done. There's no going back. The cat's out of the bag.
Did you guys see that video of? I mentioned this because I think Chiz just wrote. I'm going to get exactly what he said. He said, "Oh snap! Kim Jong Nam, half brother of the North Korean Kim Jong Un, was killed with VX nerve agent." Did you guys see the video of him being murdered with VX nerve agent?
Do you know the story?
She was wearing a LOL sweater.
Now, so like. Oh, the half brother of that crazy guy who runs North Korea was walking through an airport, and a lady came up behind him and like rubbed VX nerve agent all over his face, and then like casually walked away. Her story is, I thought I was on a reality TV show, but that shit don't play. Like there's too much little minor evidence that like points us in a different direction. She immediately goes to the bathroom and starts washing up and tries to escape, but killed him very quickly with this nerve agent that she just like, there's video of it. I don't know if
Yeah,
you've
it's like
seen
a spray, and she's wearing like a sweater that says "lol."
It's on
I
the
saw
cloth.
that.
Yeah, the T-shirt says "lol." She said that she had done it to several other people with water, and then she goes up to this person and uses the gas, and didn't realize she was going to kill him. I didn't hear what Kyle said about like washing her hands and.
Yeah, because
No,
I
I
would
haven't
believe
heard
in
that.
that theory. Like you wouldn't be like, I gotta get this water off my hands. Oh my god, don't breathe too close.
Right.
Like,
VX is the stuff from, and Chiz even pointed it out because he loves that movie. It's the same nerve agent from the movie The Rock with Sean Connery and Nick Cage. Yeah, remember that was in this green little round spherical things that was in the rocket. Like that, I don't think that's how that shit works in real life or anything.
What they use in
but-
the Japanese subway attack?
Sarin.
Sarin
nerve
gas.
That's what I'm
gas.
thinking of.
Yeah.
Yeah, different.
I know my poisons.
Yes, you do.
There were some guys not too far from me. They got caught. This is back under the Bush presidency when he was cracking down on the terror. And these guys were cooking up ricin. And this is like 15 miles from me. They were cooking up an enormous amount of ricin, which is one of the most toxic poisons known to man.
Yeah.
Very tiny amounts are deadly. The Russians had this. They killed this guy one time. They took a very tiny ball bearing that had holes drilled throughout it, so it was somewhat, hollow.
porous. Yeah.
Porous, yeah. And then they put the ricin inside that, and then with an umbrella that was made to inject that tiny little BB pellet, they like bumped into the guy, poke him in the leg, and the guy's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I bumped into you there." And the guy's like, "Yeah, you did, didn't you?" And he's like dead 3 or 4 days later. They also did that polonium thing to that guy. They irradiated him with polonium, and he died a terrible death. The Russians
What
killed
guy?
lots of people. He was like, let's see who they killed with polonium.
Oh, I didn't.
It was one of the Russian spies. Oh God, I was reading this like just the other day.
Apparently, like Russian government kills people all the time. Press that's not favorable.
Who's a Russian spy?
You think this country's so innocent?
Fair point.
Alexander.
You think this country... Sorry, I'm just quoting Trump.
I know.
Trump.
You think this country's so innocent?
Yeah. That's what he said.
That's a first look at the
We
Woody
do some bad things, too.
Trump voice. Yeah.
We got some bad. What he should have said is, we got some rough customers over here too. Sometimes you got to take the gloves off. He's not a good public speaker though, is he?
He's an interesting.
Don't you wish
public
Trump
speaker.
was slick? Don't you wish he was slick?
I don't know.
I wish his IQ was over 50.
His IQ was over 50. I wish though that he was slick and smooth, and when they asked him a question, he knew the answer. And not only did he know the answer, that he was going to tell you, he was going to give you a paragraph that at the end of it, you were like, I came in here totally misinformed. Donald just set me straight.
If you watch him answer
the thing
questions,
is, Ted Cruz is slick and smooth, and Trump beat
In a
him,
Zodiac killer
right?
kind of way.
So
this is like the best
whatever-
debater in the Senate.
Yeah. So whatever Trump's buffoonery is, it is a package that sells. For whatever reason, people are buying Trump more than Cruz.
He was the superior candidate by and large. We all know that.
That's not
Oh,
true.
Cruz was.
Then how did we get to where we are today then, Woody? Clearly
his
he was.
buffoonery beats slick and smooth debating skills, apparently.
Well, then maybe
I don't
more
think it
politicians
would
should
have
shift
had
to
we had-
buffoonery. Like if you were in the UFC and all of a sudden there was a guy just knocking everybody the fuck out with like heel clicks. Like, he just jumps up, clicks his heel to the side.
Right.
They don't know what's happened.
He
Next thing
calls
you
it
know,
the
why
Wizard
bada
of
bang, they're out.
Oz.
You'd be like, all right.
If you could snap your fingers and have it be just Cruz in there instead of Trump, would you do that?
No. I like Trump better than Cruz. Cruz is much more conservative in the scary kind of conservative way that none of us like at all. We talked about earlier how like,
He's a constitutionalist.
you're pro Second Amendment. I probably know how you feel about abortion. Now, the four of us, I would say, don't fit into that mold, but Ted Cruz does. Ted Cruz does fit in that mold. And while Donald Trump may put a Supreme Court justice, he is that is pro-life. Ted Cruz is a whole nother animal of conservatism that we don't want. The conservatives who are in Congress think he's too conservative. He was the outside. If Donald Trump weren't in that race, Ted Cruz would have been the outsider.
The religious shit is definitely his biggest drawback.
That's not why he's the outsider.
Because I do like him. Like, he's more of a constitutionalist than Donald. He's more conservative in the good way than Donald too, I think.
But why
the religious
Pence is
shit
scary, having him as a vice. Like, because I feel like Trump's got this massive...
Yeah, and
Sorry?
Trump
zap them till they're straight.
Trump, he's saying the conversion therapy stuff. I can't think of another president in my lifetime, maybe Reagan, who was closer to death than Trump. You know, I believe that.
Yeah, there's been like people really.
Well, not just by
There's a
age,
Twitter.
but by age is part of it. The fact is, Trump. I saw Trump recently, and I thought he's getting kind of a Chris Christie body type. Like he's getting big.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that heart, and he's tallish too. I think he lies about his height, but he's like 6'2", and so he's a big man. That heart
He's a large
does
guy.
a lot of work, and you know, even though he's after Obama, I'm sure Obama will live longer. I wouldn't be shocked if Carter outlived Trump. If you told me Trump dies 1 year into his term, Trump could die tomorrow. Trump is a stroke away.
Oh no, it could be. I'm just saying with Carter, like Carter's definitely gonna die before Trump. Like he looks like he's knocking on death's door. And he's gonna die.
Bob Dole too.
W struggling. Yeah.
You see Bob Dole at the inauguration? He was the one at the top of the stairs in the wheelchair. You didn't even recognize him anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sad.
I mean, Trump's diet as well. Like a lot. There's actually a Twitter called Rogue White House, and it's supposedly run by a couple of staff members, but we don't really know.
A couple of them, but yeah.
Yeah, they talk about his love of junk food and how like we've always got to have fried chicken ready, you know, on the go. But I actually believe it. Like I think this Rogue White House Twitter is real because none of it's like really outlandish for Trump, you know.
Yeah, I've seen him eat lots of McDonald's and shit on his plane. I like that. That makes him more human to me. A president who eats fucking fast food, like I like that. Especially a billionaire president who eats fast food. Like how relatable. Who of us, we can all relate to that. I like that about him. Like you hear so much crazy shit about him pissing on whores in Obama's bed and like, you know, raping women and grabbing pussies and storming into like dressing rooms that you hear he eats fast food. You're like, oh, okay, well, who fucking cares? I do too.
The thing about defiling a bed that Obama once slept in means so nothing to me. Like, let's say that one of
I couldn't care any less.
If my enemies came out of the woodwork and said, I found out Woody stayed at a Holiday Inn back in 2012 and we peed on the bed that he slept in, I'd be like, you think you got me? Like, you think that's a thing that you did to me? Pissing in a bed
they need to clean
in a hotel from years ago? Like, you didn't do shit to me.
It sounds to me like let me pose this little scenario.
Okay.
Let's just say that it is true that there was urination. One that shows that Donald Trump's into that. Who cares again? I think the fact that he was staying in the room that Obama stayed in is completely coincidental too, because you would imagine that the president of the United States and a billionaire the likes of Donald Trump probably get the best fucking room in a hotel when they go there. Right? So they're gonna be in the best room. It's like if Obama and Trump go to the same hotel, period, they're probably gonna, you know, at different times, they're probably gonna be
suite.
They're in the presidential suite or the penthouse suite or something like that. Spare no expense, right? In Obama's case, we're paying for it. And Trump's, at least back then, he was paying for it, I guess. Or maybe some people he defrauded. Who knows? But in any case, yeah, I just don't care about that. I don't care about that at all. I do like that he eats junk food. That kind of makes him relatable.
Kyle,
and I hope he doesn't get fat.
He's real. He's gaining weight. He's deep into fat.
He's not fat. Overweight, not fat. 70-year-old man, fat. That's not that bad.
He's full form
stress. No, it's not a good look. He's got a lot of stressors these days, though, right? You know, I'm not
saying it's like evil. I'm just saying he's definitely fat.
He's getting
he's gained. Look at a picture of him from a year and a half ago, and then look at it now. He's put on some pounds. We didn't see all of the McDonald's and KFC meals on his plane.
No, there were many.
For
everyone you saw, there were
there's more. I feel for the chef at the White House. Yeah, he's coming. President Trump, we have prepared this beautiful duck l'orange with asparagus. Get me a fucking Happy Meal!
Or it's just like, here's your salt and pepper shakers and all your soups and everything. Do you have the MSG? I love the smell of everything I have with MSG on it. You know, on my plate especially.
That's a good impression.
he's
I want a big back. Shit.
I can imagine him like trying to like endear himself to his audience with those tweets of fast food, and then eventually it was becoming like every time he was sitting down for fast food, like a new aide came over to take the picture and tweet it, and eventually he had to be like, well, no reason to let the American people eat it twice in one day, you know. Like, McDonald's twice in a day, not the best thing, you know.
He's gotten too big.
Yep. Sorry, I interrupted one of you and sounded like you had
something.
No, I was done. I was laughing at
my
Taylor's
bad.
impression.
New topic?
Oh.
Or did you have more?
We could briefly touch.
Really
I wanted
fun.
to say. Let's see. What was I going to say?
You want me to go?
We missed. I think that this month for our Patreons, with the Hangout thing, I think that what happened was Chiz sent out the notification for you guys to let you know what date we were going to be doing that, and Patreon had a bug in it where it only sent the message via Patreon, but not via your emails in addition. And it normally does both at the same time. So through no fault of his, it seems that like only 2 of you got the notification and showed up this past week.
So 2 of them checked their Patreon messages, whereas most people expected to be copied via mail.
Yes. And so we only got 2 people properly notified, and one of those guys showed up late with a very funny story of his girlfriend hating his VR porn. Man, I feel for you. But what we're going to do, Woody has a very busy week coming up, but we're going to, as soon as possible, reschedule that thing and give you guys another one, because even the gentleman who showed up said, I want to make sure he got a second one too. He had a little bug. So we're going to do another one. We'll do a better job, or I will, of like announcing those like on a PKA before it comes up, so everybody gets the notification you come. Those are really fun. I like sitting in there for it'll be like a Sunday afternoon, and I'm like, I got to go do a show, and everybody's like, what kind of show? I'm like, I don't know, we're just hanging out with fans for an hour. It's fun. So I always dig those. I like doing those. So
you always come back with the best stories as well. Like
yeah, that last guy, just to kind of fast forward the thing, he's got a vibe like I do, and on the previous Hangout last month, we were having this long discussion about him and VR porn. He was really questioning me a lot about it, and my thing is like, it's not that amazing, it's not that great. It is something you should try if you have a vibe, because you've spent a lot of money on this thing, so get in there and do it. But he
brought
was
his girlfriend over. He brought his girlfriend over, and like whatever it was, 8-12 guys in the Hangout were totally telling her like, he should do it, you should do it, you'd be a great girlfriend, you could both do it, he could watch it, you could do it. Like, we were just really pitching the idea that he should be allowed to enjoy his porn.
Very against it, sitting right next to him there, and I was trying to like get to the bottom of why, and it seemed like she thought it was cheating in a way, and I was like, does she realize that you're just sort of watching a scene happen? It's not like a holodeck at Star Trek where you're like, come over here, and she comes over and like, all right, do this and that, and she does this and that. That's not the case. It's just you're watching a video that you're inside of. That's the case with this VR.
But she felt like, it's different than watching 2 people do it. Having a girl do it to you, even though you don't feel it, you just see it that way, was more cheating than watching 2 guys.
Neither one of them is cheating. It's not real.
So he was, so of course he followed my advice, I guess, and got himself an account. So he got the best VR porn there is out there on the net. You want to go to naughtyamerica.com, get an account. The free VR porn is horseshit. So is the free 4K.
What's your percent? I'm curious, Kyle. What is your percentage of normal porn watched versus VR porn at this point? Do you often
like
find yourself
100 to 1? Like there's no VR porn at all. I have all the tools. Like if I want to watch VR porn, I gotta like come down to this room, right, with like my lubricant and like whatever I wear during a VR jerk session, and I've got to like, all right, then I gotta spend like half an hour like clicking, because you don't. It's one thing to click a video and watch 30 seconds of it and be like, no. It's a much different thing to be like, all right, ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. All right.
I picture Kyle's supplies being awesome. Like he's got a jar of lube. He's got that fucking robotic fleshlight thing, the auto blow. Maybe one of those flotation devices with the horse head in front of it. Yeah, just headed down the stairwell with all these things. Like,
what you don't know is that Red Bull cooler in the back is actually just lube.
It's just a big thing of lubricant.
It's filled.
Gallons of lubricant.
You know what people don't think about the VR porn is, if you're looking down and you're getting head and you're obviously doing it to yourself because it's not real, it's VR. Yeah. Who's going to have the competence to ejaculate
blindly,
wildly out into the world with your eyes?
You have to plan ahead. You have to be like, all right, let me get a towel on the floor. Everything's going that way.
Too much, it ruins it. Because then you're on mess cleanup mode before anything's even done.
You're going to have to Dexter up your VR room.
You've got to like that song and make exactly lay down the plastic cheating. But that is the case, you've got to blow that low completely blindly and hope for the best. But something really bad happened to this gentleman, our friend, our paying Patreon customer. He was engaging in a bit of virtual reality pornography, if you will. He was jacking off, watching some chick fuck him or something, and his girlfriend walked in the room, and of course he's got headset and the VR stuff on. He doesn't know she's
but
there.
It's mirrored.
It's mirrored on his computer screen. So she goes, shut down. And he just goes, whoa, 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 whoa. It's just there. Oh. And we're like, well, how bad did it go? He's like, well, I'm sleeping in here alone. Yeah, you done fucked up,
But it
dude.
was great because she went to the couch. She's like, really? So I kind of won this, right? I'm in the bed.
No.
Yeah.
He didn't feel like a winner.
What did she expect walking in? Like you know that every guy's doing that just because he decides to do it in the 21st century. Now you're getting all mad at him,
right? What is she, a Betamax?
Exactly.
I had something to say. Oh, I had this idea. I was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you had the VR porn on, right? And then like a real girl would do the things that was happening in the VR porn.
That's what I suggested to him.
But the thing is, that just occurred to me that is the equivalent of just putting a paper
Brown
bag
bagging.
over your girlfriend's head.
No, it's worse than brown bagging. It's brown bagging and then sticking like a face on the brown bag.
It's so much more insulting than anything. Like, imagine if you were with a girl, and actually the only way it could work is if both of you are down, because if you're both like down, let's say you've been married for 20 years, and you're just like, God, this just sucks. You're so ugly, and your tits sag so much, and this is a nightmare. Oh well, yeah, you're a real treasure to look at, fatty. And then they have fuck, but she gets to look at a nice, sexy guy. And he gets to look at a nice, sexy lady. And the only thing doing it is the fact that you feel those fat bodies pushing against one another.
Nigel, I'm gonna guess your name's Nigel because you're British and you look like a Nigel. You should get her a second vibe. She's gonna need her own setup too because you can't power two with one computer, unfortunately. But she needs her own. Find her some hardcore like man porn. Like find something, and she'll be in there like blowing some huge dick or something, or like whatever she's into, a fish man or a horse or whatever.
And he'll walk in on her just on her knees blowing a fake dick. Like,
you should have watched Sunny. That happened in Sunny. They're in Sunny, like Frank and Mac are in VR and like they're like in Iraq, like clearing rooms. I accidentally shoot a kid, and then Mac's down there giving the kid CPR in VR. But then they pull back to the outside world, and Dennis and Charlie are watching. He's like, so what is he doing? Blowing a kid? Yeah, he's blowing a kid because he's like like down on the ground, like blowing the kid. Like that's funny.
There is I think there was an app company that was doing some stuff with VR porn, and I think it's still in development now, where like a cam girl would be giving a blowjob to like a dick with a bunch of sensors in it, and you'd have like a fleshlight type thing that would move in the way that she was giving the blowjob.
So she's like giving head to like an Andy Serkis in Lord of the Rings Smeagol dick with all those little sensors stuck on his.
Yeah. And then the fleshlight would respond.
You don't want that.
I think that's an excellent
She's
idea.
bad at sucking fake dick.
I was gonna say, I feel like you could make a robotic dick.
I think if she's a cam girl, she's probably at that point to go that far, she's probably got some dick sucking
skills. If
skills.
you're spending the money to pay a cam girl and have virtual reality and have you have some sort of thing mounted on your cock that responds to what a woman does across the country, guys, go escorts are $100 an hour. $300 if you want the hottest chick you've ever fucked. Like, what are you doing? I don't get it. Like you really all the technology when you can get the real thing.
It did seem like it was overcomplicating a real basic issue. When
would be electrocuted, like nobody ever thinks about that. What if you die sitting in that chair, all hooked up to all these sensors and blowjob machines and
imagine explaining that to the parents.
Well, you don't have someone else has to explain it. Somebody's got to come in. Like,
Kyle, if you ever died and I was there and I came down and you had, I heard the telltale and I'm like, God damn, it's been going for fucking 45 minutes now. You better go check on the guy. Give it a couple knocks, nothing. If I come in and you're dead, I promise you, hand on my heart, that I will take that thing off your dick. I'll pull your pants up and I'll change it to like Wikipedia, the Crimean War or something. Just something, it doesn't matter. Just something so boring that they'll look up and be like, oh, he was looking up what kind of engine was in a 1968, whatever. Who fucking cares?
He died of boredom.
That's what I'll do for you.
I appreciate that. I would do the same for anyone that I know and care about. If you're in a compromising position, what I want to know is who found David Carradine, what son of a bitch found him? You know, because they didn't even pull the man's goddamn pants up. He was a legend. He was the kung fu master. And they just left him there all
Didn't pull his pants up.
Fucking dick hanging out, and it was all tiny and shriveled because he choked himself to death. All embarrassing. Like his dick probably turned black.
Is that how it goes, or does like all the blood go to it, and you're just have an erection? I have no idea.
Cool if they came in and they're like, David's dead, and god damn, what a dick he had. He never. Wow, all of his all the blood goes to it. No, that was sad though. I think he was hanging from like a doorknob or maybe hanging from like a closet or something. It was autoerotic asphyxiation for the uninitiated. Apparently, you choke yourself to the verge of unconsciousness or just past it during orgasm and then come back and it's a great.
And apparently, it's like super, super, super awesome.
Yeah,
but don't try it.
But don't try it because that's how that guy died. He was in Kill Bill. But now he's just going to be known for being the guy who died masturbating, and nobody wants to be that guy.
Yeah. I mean, you could choke a girl out, because then you can just let go, and she'll come back to life.
Yeah, don't try that either.
But don't put anything in her mouth, though, because when you choke a girl unconscious, she immediately like bites down. And that's I learned that the hard way.
Did you? Oh, Nine-Finger Kyle over there.
It literally wasn't. Who said it was my finger? It actually was my finger. But
Kyle.
Yeah.
Whole half staff over here.
Oh, why did I come on here again?
All right, seems like a good idea for me. Time for me to slip in.
So which lucky advertiser gets to follow this topic? Dollar Shave Club?
Dollar Shave Club. It's no secret that we love their razors. We always get a close, smooth shave. And you can't beat the convenience or the price. We used to choose between settling for a cheap bag of disposables or paying out the nose for a razor with a laser pointer and 17 awful blades. Awful. Then Dollar Shave Club broke onto the scene with a smarter choice. Before Dollar Shave Club, there was no middle ground. It was either save money and get a painful shave by getting one of those disposable razors like they give away at the gym, which felt like shaving with a piece of glass, or pay a fortune for the latest shaving breakthrough that you just don't need. Dollar Shave Club is the best of both worlds. You get the premium shave quality at the disposable shave price. If you haven't tried Dollar Shave Club yet, you really are missing out. It's an amazing shave at an affordable price, and there's no smarter choice in the market. Right now, they're giving away a 1-month free trial of any of their razors, they're giving away a 1-month trial of any of their razors for $1 with free shipping, and after that, it's just a few bucks a month. There's no long-term commitments, no hidden fees, and you cancel whenever you want. Get your $1 trial at dollarshaveclub.com/PKA. That's dollarshaveclub.com/PKA. There's also a link down in the description below. And yeah, get yourself some cheap razors that are very high quality and won't let you down.
Yep, that's the way.
And now a bit about ZipRecruiter. I got to read those do nots.
Is that what it is? Because you're coming off Trumpish in your ability to read sometimes.
Stop and pause for a minute. Like, all right, don't say any of that shit. Because there's a whole sentence. ZipRecruiter.com. Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in just one place just isn't enough to find the best quality candidates anymore. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all of the top job sites, and now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100-plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with just one click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in with ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out why. Today, ZipRecruiter has been used by over 1 million businesses. And right now, our listeners here get they can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/painkiller. That's ZipRecruiter.com/painkiller. One more time to try it for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/painkiller. And you get to post jobs for free. Oh,
free
awesome.
is among the best coupon codes we offer.
Don't get no better than that.
There at least.
New topic. I got one. So
What do you
Arkansas. Let me make sure it's Arkansas because I've got Oklahoma. Yeah, it's Arkansas. This is passed, right? This isn't like a bill that's not going to go anywhere. The governor signed it, and it allows husbands to sue their wives to prevent them from getting an abortion. But more than that, it allows fathers to sue the women to prevent them from getting an abortion. So they're going wild over this corner case, but if it's a rapist or like a pedo and the kid gets pregnant or the victim gets pregnant, Also, the rapist can make sure that the kid doesn't get aborted. And this
What
is
if
Arkansas now.
Well, that's interesting. That brings up a really interesting discussion that we've never really had before. I saw today a similar story where like a 14-year-old had been raped by an older woman and was now being forced to pay child support for the child that he unwittingly fathered while he was raped. So I guess
I saw that.
Right?
That's a horrible situation. You get molested and you have to pay for it.
The judge said we really have to think about the child. To which his lawyer should have been like, you mean this little kid right here that the old lady raped? Because let's think about him, because he's fucking here and he's sentient and everything.
There's some real lopsided stuff in this whole family court things. Like child support, they mostly have fair now. I know no one likes it, guys don't like it, etc. But if the woman's the lead earner, then she's the one who pays it. It's based on who has the kid more days, stuff like that. And there's a chart that they follow. At least as North Carolina does it. And it's not open to like interpretation. No one gets fucked. They just say, he makes this, she makes that. The 60-40, they just divide it up and it gets paid. But other stuff, like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem right that if like two people have sex, at that point, the guy's rights are completely removed. She gets to decide whether or not she keeps it. She gets to decide, if there's child support, like she is in the driver's seat the entire way. And I don't know. Like, I don't know what's right. I mean, because I don't think the guy should be able to say you can't get an abortion, but I do think the guy should be able to say I don't want to have this child with you, and so I'm out. If they do it, or he should be able to say I'm financially out. If this kid becomes the next Elton John or the next Michael Jordan or whatever, I can't just show back up and be like, remember me? No, I can't do that. Like, I'm out. Like, you should be allowed to do that. Make an informed decision.
Yeah.
Right?
Then she knows the situation she's in. That seems better than being like, oh yeah, I'm going to be there for sure. And then just skedaddling as soon as responsibility comes knocking.
What's the term for
But yeah,
baby
I don't
trap?
like this. Yeah,
Right?
I don't like this at all. That the guy can say that they can sue them for it. Like
Today's system allows for baby trapping,
up.
right? Where the girl can get pregnant and now she knows you're locked into me. I get pregnant, you're locked into me, you've been baby trapped. And, a lot of times marriage follows in situations where maybe marriage wasn't going to follow.
Mm-hmm. And it is a way to trap people in a relationship. It can be that.
Mm-hmm.
But mostly it's because you want to have a kid.
So the girl gets to completely decide whether or not she has an abortion. I don't know the right answer in this. It does seem... No, I'm sorry.
I think
I didn't say
that's
that right.
the right answer.
The husband gets to object to it.
It's complicated, but I don't think...
I think it's too complicated that any one law would be right for every situation. Like, I don't even know any judge who could decide on a case-by-case basis because it's such a personal thing. Mm-hmm. Like, I think where rape is involved, I certainly don't think a child who was molested should be paying father support because I think that's just wrong. Yeah. But, I think when it's a decision between two people, like you saying, hey, you're my girlfriend, you're pregnant, you're not allowed to have an abortion, I think that's kind of overstepping it. But I also think there should be something there for the protection of the guy. But I don't think, if she didn't want an abortion, wanted the kid, the guy should be able to get out without having to do child support. But at the same time, they could have used a condom, could have used birth control, and then this wouldn't be a conversation that they'd be having. So it's just so complicated. There's so many things. It's pretty hard to make a judgment either way.
Yeah. They should be able to do the financial abortion thing, but I still... Yeah. Something is in my craw the wrong way about allowing the guy to sue the girl to not get an abortion.
That's completely wrong.
Anything, what if it ties it up so long that then it's like, oh, now we're the third trimester, doesn't matter, sorry. What if that's what happens? What if it's just intentional litigation to make sure it doesn't get done because the father's like, all right, I got to drag this on for 20 weeks or whatever, and then we're at the point where the judge goes, well, it's been reached or whatever, you can't do it anyway, sorry. It seems like that's something that happened. Abortions are already very, very hard to have in America. Some states only have 1 or 2, if they have any, abortion clinics, because whilst they're legal, they tend to get regulated out of the market. And what I mean by that is a lot of states, especially Alabama, have, ridiculous laws. Like the corridors must be
20 foot wide, or you must have 16 different fire exits on 3 different
one of the
levels.
ways that they crack down on abortion is by raising the standards that an abortion clinic has to meet to be one, and oftentimes they make it very expensive to be in the business of being an abortion clinic. That's
that's
pretty
what
shitty.
I mean by being
and of course
regulated out.
they're shielded by this thought or this talking point where they say, look, we're just looking out for women's health. You're saying that you don't want a state-of-the-art center performing these intense medical procedures? Like, yeah, I think they should have an MRI on hand. Like, of course it's $400,000. They need one. Like, they just make it entirely too expensive for them to stay in business. But it seems like most of the places, if you got $400, you can just get it done.
Well, if you're an adult,
Not your coat hanger abortion clinic,
let's
Kyle.
say hypothetically,
Christ almighty.
you're 15, right? If you're 15 years old and you're in Texas, and the closest one is like a 12-hour drive because everything local's been regulated out of business, it puts you in a very tricky spot.
I don't think it does. I really don't, because it's a huge thing that you need getting done. We're not talking about like a toothache, right? Like, I'm telling you, if I had a little creature living inside of me that I wanted out, 12-hour drive wouldn't slow me down a bit.
But
When I'd be there,
car.
not 9:45 tomorrow. like that's what. Well, I'm bus
but it's not
tickets.
just
Like
one-
we've seen Chiz find his way all around the country without a driver's license, right? Like he gets around. He gets wherever he needs to
Take
be
the
within
train
a day.
to get an abortion.
Hey, at
you're
least then
also
you don't want
assuming-
to be driving yourself home.
You're also assuming that you just turn up and get an abortion, which is not the case. You turn up, you have a bunch of tests, then those come back, and then you have to go again for like a welfare check, psychological evaluation, and all of that, and then you go again and get the abortion. This isn't just a turn up and get it done.
Psychological evaluation.
I think that's by state.
various
'Cause
states,
like there
not
are,
every
it's
state.
another thing. Just like they did I think the hospital thing you're talking about, where they're like, all right, are you a medical office? They're like, yeah. All right, then you got to abide by the hospital rules. Can you push 2 fucking gurneys through your hospital in opposite directions and have room for doctors on either side? Oh, no, that sucks to suck. Same thing with like the whole, well, you got to show up and then get a mental health test and then do this. It's just a way to try and make it more difficult to get it done. But there are, like, I guarantee there are states where you could just show up and get it done too. I don't know about Texas. I have no fucking idea. I imagine Texas is one where it's much, much harder. And it being an enormous, the fact that it's an enormous state also makes it difficult, because if you're in Austin, you got to go, like you might have to buy a plane ticket and just like go over to, I don't know, New Mexico or Georgia or Missouri or wherever you go, whatever the fucking options are, and get it done there.
Florida
It's
has
just
cheap
sad.
abortions, I hear.
Has cheap abortions? Like easy to get, you mean?
$300.
That's way cheaper than I would think. I've never been involved in that, and so I don't know what the cost is.
You got to know a
Is
guy.
it
I
really
got a guy.
$300?
Hey,
Is it really?
They
good?
they've got coupons.
Is that how much it is?
Got a guy.
$300, $400?
It's closer to $500.
$500, and he'll also make your headlights not.
But that's a
foggy
lot
anymore.
for some people.
Oh, yeah, it definitely is.
$500 is a lot of cash.
Well, generally the guy comes up with that, right?
I feel like they do, don't they?
They
I don't
do.
know why. Yeah, I guess guys get to come up with everything money wise.
Yeah. You did this to me. Right? I mean, they got a good point. Like,
She did it too.
Oh, you did it together. Yeah.
You both decided not
in
to.
You
your
were on
version
top.
of the events.
We were both on our knees. What do you mean
And
I
me-
did it?
Yeah, well, maybe if you give me $500, maybe that's the version the sheriff hears. Maybe it's not. Like she's gonna
That's
get that
the
money one way or
implication.
another.
Well, at the end of the
Because of the
day, if the
implication.
guy doesn't give her the $500, he's going to be paying a lot more in the long run in child support.
$500 once or every week for the rest of your life. You pick. Or 18.
I'll take the $500. You know? Fuck, make it 1,000. Take it. You know,
You don't to see
get
that.
out of here. Get 2 for 1. You know.
All right, new topic?
Sure. Do you need
Oh,
one?
you got to come up with it. No, I want to talk
Okay,
about UFC.
All right. A little different this time.
I was going to go to UFC. I was going to talk about really being excited to see Tony Ferguson fight Habib Nurmagomedov, or however you say his goddamn last name, that Russian Muslim killer, that badass motherfucker from Dagestan. So pumped to see that. Yeah, I was watching.
I think I want Ferguson to win.
I want Tony Ferguson to win too. Everybody wants Tony Ferguson to
The
win.
Tiger?
Have you seen him at Big Bear, like doing all those crazy gymnastics and the flips and like the steel ball? What's that dancing fight style that
Capoeira, something like that.
Capoeira with a steel ball, a solid steel ball this big, where he's doing this crazy dance, not holding it, like rolling
Right.
He's just with this movement, like all over the place, like a goddamn
movement.
snake or something. He does muscle ups, which is jump, pull yourself up, push yourself down. But he's doing like this deadlift grip, where like one hand's facing one way, the other's the other, and he's stabilizing his body in a plank, like 8 feet up in the air above a swing set, like putting his whole body flat straight out. They show him like doing like all these like ridiculous like stretching exercises, movement exercises, like conditioning exercises. It's outrageous. And then you got Khabib, who grew up in the mountains of Dagestan, like literally wrestling bears. I know it's just for show and everything, but the man wrestled a bear as a child. He just did. You can't take it away.
There's video.
Video. I've seen it. A military-like regiment.
That just means there's a very, very skilled bear trainer nearby. It has nothing to do with the fact that he was good at what he did.
Part of his aura.
But
Partially tranquilize
about
the
a child who will go in and fight the bear, right? Like even as like you tell 10-year-old me, go fight that bear, Kyle. I'm like, fuck you, it's a bear. He's just like, should I kill him or no? like he's like, should I take it easy on bear? Like he's wrestling the bear, fucking like pushing it around and stuff.
Is he telling him like, honestly, bear already dead. That's just gas escaping. Do it before people realize. We need to make viral video because they don't realize how the internet works still.
This is a huge fight, and I think it's going to overshadow the headliner of the night, which is Wonder Boy versus Thompson, or Tyrone Woodley versus Wonder Boy Thompson. I think it's going to overshadow that. I think it's going to be the bigger, better fight. I think the Woodley fight might end up, and I bet Woody might agree with it. Woodley might knock that fucker out in round one. Woodley might knock him out in round one, but Khabib is going to go to war with Tony Ferguson. There's going to be a stylistic war between these two. Tony wants to stay standing up and keep striking him like only he can. He's very fucking good at it. And Khabib wants to put this man on the ground and start hammering him with elbows and hammer fists like really haven't seen too many people do as well as he does. He's incredible on the ground. He's vicious. He's very intelligent. I've seen him talk many times. His English is improving at a rapid rate. And the other thing that's interesting about him is he's a little bit smaller than a lot of his competition. He's 23, 24-0 or something like that. Some would say that's a padded record. It really is hard to be 24-0 in any kind of combat unless you're just beating up on people like Ronda Rousey for a little while. Didn't we talk
about, though, that a lot of those records are kind of boosted up because they'll put you up against, Joe the Bouncer?
No.
Sure. What I heard about
Khabib's is a little padded, but no, most records are not. Most guys just fight progressively harder people. And in MMA, like some of the greatest MMA fighters ever, like Randy Couture, for example, he's like 16-8. BJ Penn, similar kind of record. And
16? He only fought 24 fights?
Let me check it out. They're going to be record.
That just seems like such a tiny amount of fights.
They fight in so many organizations, like especially guys from that era. There's no way to know. Of course there is. You fucking Google it, but
I was trying to understand how soccer leagues work on Twitter last night, and I was having a lot of friendly British people and people from around the world tweet at me, like people from Saudi Arabia, telling me how these leagues work. What in God's name is going on over there? I kept trying to nail it down the way that we nail it down. I was like, so here we have the NHL, where all the best hockey players go, and then Major League Baseball, where all the best baseball players go. And they're like, well, we have a minor league and a series of local leagues. Amongst the local leagues, the winner will move on to the,
Premiership,
the Jelly Bowl. And the winner of the pie-off moves on to the second string, or whatever the hell. I'm like, oh my God.
I have no idea about...
I have the numbers. These guys are UFC Hall of Famers. And BJ Penn is 29-16. More than I thought. And Randy Couture is 30-19. So again, like in boxing, you don't see people with 19 losses in the Hall of Fame. But in the UFC, you tend to fight your match, and they don't pad records like that. So for Khabib to be 24-0, it is kind of a padded record. A lot of the people he beat don't have Wikipedia pages. But there's some legit wins in there too, and it's hard to win 24 times. So badass. Anyway, those are the numbers.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be a great fucking show. I saw that they added 3 or 4 more bouts to the card because there was only one fight on the what do you call it? It's not FS1. It's on the Fight Night card or whatever they call it.
Pass,
yeah, right. Fight Pass card. There's only one bout on that, and it was like, what is?
You said they added a couple people? They added 3 fights.
Yeah,
but I didn't see him on the page, so I think they'll land there in the prelims and the fight pass.
that is where they go. Yes, that's absolutely where they go. Or at least that's what I read, that they were going to use those 2 or 3 fights to pad out that one fight pass card, which is what it was. But again, not all that exciting. A couple of them are like, I think one of them is a women's strawweight bout, and the other one might be a bantamweight bout, a women's bout. I want to say it's 2 women's fights that they added, and I like that. I think I'd rather watch 2 women that I don't know fight than 2 men that I don't know fight.
I was more excited about women fighting like 3 years ago. Like when they first broke on, oh my God.
When it was still novel?
Well, it wasn't that it was novel. It's that maybe they were less skilled and they would just... Taylor, who is the hockey fight? I think one guy was Boston. His name might have been Stokes or Stokely. And the 2 of them just were rock'em sock'em robots, where they grabbed the jersey and punched each other in the face like 29 times in a row. Do you know this fight?
Yeah, they beat the shit out of each other. I don't remember the names of the guys, but it's not like most hockey fights where they kind of throw a punch and then will dodge a little bit. It was just 2 guys punching each other in the face for like 45 seconds.
No defense,
like not
nothing. Each of them grabbed each other in the jerseys. They had like mirrored holds.
2 very large gentlemen. Yeah.
And one might have been Domi, but I'm not sure. I have it in my head. It was like Stokes and Domi or something. I don't remember. And the women's fights were like that. They just wrecked each other, and they were so energetic, and they just killed each other. Whereas the guys measuring feints, little like subtle things. And,
I don't know anything
the women
about
have
MMA.
evolved into that too now.
Did you watch Sarah McMahon fight the other night?
Yes, I did. Who'd she fight?
So
won.
Sarah McMahon was fighting this girl who used to be on. She appeared once on the. All right, so like I didn't do any research on this, but just from what I gathered watching the broadcast, I'm gonna take a position on this, and I bet Google will result that this is what the deal was. She was supposed to fight someone else. That person wasn't able to fight, so they needed to fill some shoes in 2.5 weeks, and so they went to that purple-haired lady to fill those shoes. She once appeared. She was on the Ultimate Fighter TV show, and she has a 3-0 record, but she hasn't fought in like a year, 2 years, something like that. Who knows what she's doing with herself outside of fighting, because she's not doing it. They needed shoes to be filled. They needed someone to come in, so they bring her in. She's overweight slightly. You know, she didn't make the bantamweight cut. She was at like 140, 141. Completely not her fault on 2.5 weeks. But as they're like walking in, I'm watching this, looking at my girlfriend and going, this is bullshit. They shouldn't make this girl fight that girl. I was like, I don't. And again, this is with complete ignorance going in. It's just plain to see to even a novice. I'm like, they are going to feed that girl in purple to that big fucking legitimate fighter. This is going to last less than 1 round, and we're going to feel bad at the end. And that's what fucking happened. It was no more than that. They fed that woman to her. She beat the shit out of her. And I was glad that Sarah has enough class and skill, and like, she was incredibly good on the mic for one thing. She was very well spoken, but she even said, you know, like hey, she had 2.5 weeks. Don't give her crap about this. Don't give her crap about that. And you know, after she's beaten her bloody, she's over there like, hey, don't feel bad. She's hugging her like that. You know, don't feel bad. Don't use this to. Don't even think this was a real thing, because it just wasn't fair. Everybody knew that wasn't fair. That was an amateur being fed to a professional, and not just a professional, like 7th best in the world, probably.
There are a lot of people who get their
Probably
start
5th.
in the UFC by taking short notice fights. Right? Yet Sarah McMahon, legit killer. You can't just call anybody up. You know, in the UFC, they'll be like, I'm not taking this fight in 2 weeks. I'll lose. It'll ruin my career. But you get a woman outside the UFC, and she's like, oh, even a loss would be good to my career. So there's a good chance that this woman, her name is Gina Mazzani, just got into the UFC by losing this fight. You know, you can't judge her too much on 2 weeks.
I don't think she wanted back into the UFC. That's just the way it looked to me. She's very pretty. She looked pretty. She's prettier than any of the other women in that division. Like, that's not a coincidence. She hasn't fought in years.
She fought in May of 2016.
Did she?
Mm-hmm.
They said it'd been over a year. Okay,
I guess
maybe so.
Yeah, February of 2017. It'd been almost a year.
Oh, okay. Well, in any case, it wasn't a fair fight, and like you could tell just from muscle definition that like professional top tier women's athlete versus, I don't know, a girl who goes to the gym. That's what you saw, and it was a real whooping. Although I came away from it thinking quite a bit of Sarah McMahon, and looking forward to her fighting either Shevchenko or Amanda Nunes. And she's like, this is what, 3 finishes for me in a row? This is this many that I've fought this person, that person. I want to fight. I want Amanda or I want Shevchenko. I think that's what she even said. And I want to see those fights too. I'm just as excited about the women's bantam division as I ever was, I guess. Probably more so than when Ronda was just beating up people that I'd never heard of. Now you got Amanda Nunes at the top of that thing being scary as fuck. And you know that she could beat up most average men who are her size or smaller. Like she's just incredible. She hits so goddamn hard. She's really fast. She's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. And then behind her is that Polish chick, that Shevchenko chick, who I didn't think was that great in like 2 of her fights that I'd watched. But she's the second-ranked bantamweight in the world.
Dude, I said it like a year ago when Ronda Rousey was still like the tippity top, I think. Maybe it wasn't that long ago. But you're going to see all of these best of the best women suddenly be not that great in the next year as well. Because it's such an infancy of this sport. Every sport, when it starts, people are still learning. They're doing better. So, of course, if you watch old cage fighting with the guys, it's just like what he described at those hockey fights. Just guys beating the shit out of each other. And then over time, you realize, I can't do that anymore because people learned more stuff. It seems like that's where the women's game is that the best female MMA fighter from 5 years from now, I guarantee, would not only beat any woman right now in the same form, but it would do it handily. Like it's going to be an evolving sport.
If they do, it will be because the pool of athletes from which we are pulling from is larger, not because the athletes in the game are doing anything different. Because you've already got the women. I
disagree.
Hear me out. You've already got the women who are fighting training with the men who are fighting. Like they're all in the same camps with these top tier male killers. They're all training with men. They're all training at the top level. They're all working out at the top level. At least that the 5 best, 7 best in the world are. Amanda Nunes is going to be doing the same, is going to be the same fighter whether she's born today or in 5 years from now.
But Amanda Nunes wasn't doing that, like training with guys like at that level when she was like, I don't know, 8 or something, right? Like, I just mean like this next generation.
Very well may have.
This next generation of female fighters that is like, oh, I got really into it when I was 7 at a class and I just did it all the way through. And instead of it being like a little piddling thing where, go compete against the other 6 girls who are interested in this state, it'll be a real competitive thing. And so I just think it's going to be like every other sport. Like if you put Babe Ruth in the MLB today, first of all, the ump would be like, this guy's drunk. Like what in God's name is going on here? He's swinging the bat.
Most sports. I think this is cool, and I'm no different. People care about women's UFC. Now, I know I said I cared more 2 years ago, but I still do. I don't care anything about the WNBA. I don't care at all about women's boxing.
Nobody does.
Women's boxing, I never gave a fuck. Shucks, the only women's sports people care about are the ones where they look hot, like tennis and volleyball.
Yeah.
But in the UFC, they like watching them fight. And it's not just because they're hot. It's because
because many of them are not. And I like that about it. It's one of the least sexist sports in existence because look at fucking Chris Cyborg. Her face looks like a catcher's mitt. It is sloped. She is at least 1/4 Neanderthal. Go look at her and tell me different. Her face slopes down in a way that fucking Homo sapiens heads just don't. They just don't. Amanda Nunes started karate at 4. She took up boxing at 16, did jiu-jitsu for the rest of her life, not too long after. But again, the pool of girls who would be doing stuff like that is going to improve. Is going to be bigger. So you're going to get your Michael Jordans of women's fighting will get in there. Instead of Serena Williams playing tennis, she's going to be knocking people's heads off. You know what I mean? Like imagine if she had trained at beating people up her whole life instead of hitting a tennis ball, right? It would be terrifying. I wonder how much she weighs.
It makes sense why women's
145.
It makes sense why women's UFC has to be the most popular female sport on the planet, right? Doesn't it? No, no, shit, you're right. Tennis, probably tennis.
And then
if you think tennis is bigger than UFC,
compares. Do you think? I think volleyball might be 3rd.
Serena Williams was
women's soccer
155.
really well watched?
In America, every 4 years. And only because the U.S. team is good.
Yeah, I'm thinking very U.S. centric.
I kind of like this little mini topic. Like what athletes who are not in fighting, if that had been there, well, then you be quiet. What athletes were not in fighting, if they had grown up, forgive me. if they had grown up without in a combat arena and like if they had done that instead would have been great, because I'm looking at Serena Williams here. She walks around at 155 pounds, right? Easily gonna cut down to 145. Like I wonder, is a Serena Williams who grew up with a father who was a boxer instead of teaching them tennis from the time they could hold a racket, her and her sister. Oh man, are they the Williams sisters? Are they like the counterparts to Nick and Nate Diaz? Or I think they are. I don't see how you can argue anything different. She's such an incredible athlete. So much. I mean, remember, Sports Illustrated had that like greatest female athletes of all time. They put Ronda above Serena, by the way. But Serena's got to be right there if she had been a fighter. Yeah, they
put
did.
Ronda Rousey above Serena Williams.
Sure did.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
it?
Well, at the time, we were all drinking the Kool-Aid, and we thought she was the greatest female athlete of all time. It just seemed like she was. I didn't know any better myself. They were telling me that.
Yeah, but the Williams sisters have been, my understanding, I don't follow tennis, but every time there is a women's champion, it seems like it's one of them. Like they don't
Not only
seem
that,
to be edging it out. They seem to be
two
dominant.
women go into the cage and fight, and we get a winner. Tennis is a 100-year-old plus sport that is fought in a tournament style, right? Like think about the difference in a tournament style thing than a 1v1 going into the cage type thing. She's supreme. She's a supremely better athlete than
because she had
Ronda
to
Rousey.
beat so many people to win. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
It's
she can't just go in there and beat one person or like give everything she's got in this one 15-minute, 20-minute, 30-minute show. She's got to be there all weekend.
Whereas Ronda tends to walk into the finals as because that's the way her sport works.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. She's got to start off with some like Russian chick who's been also playing tennis her entire life, and she's looking across the court at the Williams sister. She's like, oh wow, if I win this, my whole life gets better. I get an Adidas sponsorship. Like everybody who plays tennis against her is giving their best every single time, and it's not like a combat sport where you can slap them in the mouth and change their mind about playing so hard.
What do you think Serena weighs? Can she make 145?
155. She's walking around at 155.
She could make 135.
She could make 145 for sure. And Chris Cyborg wouldn't know what the fuck she was.
I bet if you gave her
walked in there.
I don't know. I think Cyborg might win. I'm sorry.
If the Williams sisters had started training 6 years ago for this, they would walk into the UFC and beat the shit out of any of them. Because have you seen that? They are so athletic, unbelievably athletic. The Williams sisters are. They're built in a way like they have broader shoulders, like a male athlete would. They are clearly working out all day, every day. Like, I don't know. I just feel like if they had taken up UFC or MMA, UFC, whatever, instead of tennis, it'd be blood sport.
That's what I think. I agree. Like if they had started, see what they did. If in case anyone doesn't know, it's a very Tiger Woods-like story where Serena and Venus Williams' father, from a very early age, said, "Hey, you guys are going to be the best tennis players in the world. Trust me." And then they did. So he's been training them since they were little bitty girls. If he instead had been like, a boxing guy or a college wrestler or something like that, and he taught his little girls how to fucking throw, then today we'd be talking about these deadly Williams sisters who like killed a woman last week. Like, Venus Williams just killed Amanda Nunes in the ring this week. Like that
Taylor,
would be the story.
Take another look. This is Sarah McMahon. She's ranked like number 7.
Mm-hmm. And
this is Serena Williams.
How big is Sarah McMahon?
135.
She fights at 135. So she probably walks around.
She's 5'6".
I just look at Sarah McMahon and say, this woman's not giving up much muscle to Serena Williams, if any. She might be more muscular.
She is more muscular, but you got to keep in mind the body types that Serena isn't that shape because it just happened. She looks like that because that's what she wants to look like, because that's the best tennis player's body. Those thighs, that whole core, everything about it is about fucking hitting that serve off and like volleying back and forth, and also moving around that court really quickly and being agile. I think she'd have a completely different look about her, completely different body makeup if she were a boxer or a fighter.
To Taylor's point, he was saying that Serena Williams would walk into the UFC and none of these girls would know what hit her.
I don't know Serena or Venus, but this is Venus. Venus is 6'1". She would obliterate any. Well, I don't think there are women big enough to fight her. Honestly,
No.
like it'd be hard to find other women who are big enough to want to fight.
These are like guy arms and delts, and
They are.
They are, but those are arms. You have to keep in mind this is a very small person who looks very big, so they're not as big as they look, because she's definitely very big for a woman her size. No denying that. But I mean, the Williams sisters are like genetically, they seem to almost have a predisposition to be like super athletic.
They are.
They seem like really athletic people.
They do, and they are. I
There's
think
weight
the answer
classes.
to. I think we're both right about this. I think that if the Williams sisters, like I said, were raised in this, and they just be the best, because they're the best at what they've chosen to do. I gotta believe, and it's so much harder to be the best at tennis than it is to be the best in the UFC. It just is.
Oh, yeah.
It just is.
Almost
Because
more
the
competition.
numbers. There's only 500 UFC fighters. Period. Let's set aside men and women and weight classes and all that stuff. There's so many tennis players. I mean, there's not collegiate MMA necessarily. Of course, there's wrestling and boxing and all those other sports, but mixed martial arts is its own thing. Not every boxer is going to transition to MMA. But I think that these girls have a genetic predisposition to being bad motherfuckers. And whenever you're trained from a young age by a father or something like that to be great, and he knows what he's doing, and you have the talent, it seems like that's a winning recipe that we see work time and time again. Look at the Manning brothers. Look at Tiger Woods. Look at Venus and Serena. I can't think of any others off the top of my head, but you constantly see it where the father was a ex-athlete, pro athlete, whatever. He knows his shit, and he raises a child who competes at the top level.
another thing I'm going to throw
Anyway,
out there
I'm just going to interrupt and say my back's spasming, so I'm going to head off.
Okay.
While I can before you go on. It's just more about UFC. But it's been fun.
Always
good.
fun.
Thanks, Kitty.
Yeah,
No
thanks for
problem.
coming on, Kitty. You gotta play
See you
some
later.
Magic on Xbox. Oh, we didn't talk about Magic.
No, we didn't. You spent the time I could sit discussing stuff that I couldn't.
Oh, god damn it. All right, well, next week. Yeah.
I'll catch you later.
All right, see ya.
Bye.
Oh, yeah. Magic.
Was that a cool card? I don't even know.
It looked like a promotional, like a larger card.
Yeah,
But-
I got that's what I thought too. I got my chittering mass together the other day. It's the two cards that you flip over and put together and make the giant mega card. I love that.
That's awesome. Yeah, I like that new thing they did with the
me
combining cards together.
Yeah, we've been playing it. We played a little bit the other night, Kitty and my girlfriend and I. I got a poker table and got all those goddamn thousands of cards out, and we started organizing them, and then we built some decks and played for a few hours.
Yeah, you
loved
really
it.
must have spent a long time organizing it, because
It's
that
still-
picture was thousands and thousands of cards.
Yeah,
So many.
It's a lot of goddamn cards. I have everything separated now by color and type. So the red sorceries are by themselves, and the black instants are by themselves. So soon we will begin the process of putting every single one of them in a binder that I
Oh
can
my
flip
God.
through. I'm doing it. I don't care. Everybody's like, no, don't put them in a binder. That's stupid. It's like, no, I want to be able to go, I need to look at my red instants. I need all my red spells. I need to look at them. And I'm going to crack up I got a 6-inch binder. All right. A 6-inch binder. It holds thousands of pages. And I got enough pages to hold thousands of cards. And, I'm going to have them all there. And I'll be able to flip through every single copy. If there are cards I've got 6 or 8 copies of, it's just how I want it done.
It's like
It's gonna be done.
You have
It'll be
such a big
organized.
collection now that it's going to take so many more books of pages to do it than you think. It's going to look like, what
I did the math.
Saruman's library in Orthanc looks like, where it's just floor to ceiling, just books the whole way. You're going to have to be like, I need tome number 60 from the 5th floor. You have one of those wheelie ladders to get around. Like, that's
I
going to
think
be
you're going to be
a lot of
surprised
space.
at how many of these cards I get into just one 6-inch binder, because one 6-inch binder holds thousands of pages, and each page that I purchased holds 9 cards. I know you're supposed to go 4x4 or whatever, but I don't give a fuck. I got 3x3 because that's what I wanted to do, and I got like enough pages for 2,700 cards. So we'll see what 2,700 cards in a binder looks like, and then if that
You have
works, I'll get another
12,000
binder.
cards?
I say
Yeah.
this out of experience,
Well,
because I've had that same
have
idea.
like 6,000.
I've had the same idea to put everything in a binder before. You will accidentally carry one binder too far forward one time, and every card will pour out into an amalgamated mess on the ground, and you will go, That's why Taylor said to keep them in a box. I see. Because
They'll
I've done
slip
that.
right out the top.
It is enraging if you accidentally tilt your binder. And let's say you have 5 copies of one card, 4 copies of one card. And so you put 4 in that same sleeve, you know?
Yeah.
And then you need 2. And so you take 2 of them out of that sleeve. That sleeve is now stretched out, and so the tiniest little tip forward, anything less than 4 cards is going to slip right out.
I'll never put more than 1 card in each sleeve. Each copy, like if I've got 8 copies of a card, then one page will be 8 copies of that card. 3, 6, and then 2 more at the bottom, and then there'll just be another card there. Every card gets its own fucking slot, so I can see every card.
I just like it because it's easy to carry the box around and fasten it shut, and if you drop it, it's like, oh, okay, at least something happened. But with those binders, if you drop it upside down, just gonna shake everything right out of there, and it's annoying.
That sounds like a nightmare scenario, and I'm glad you warned me of it because I wasn't quite sure how the cards
Keep
are
it
fixed.
erect. Yes, because it's just an open little sleeve at the top that you slide it into, and then it's easy for it to slide out occasionally.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting them organized. It felt so much better just getting them out of there, just a complete homogenous mixture of every fucking thing.
You feel like you did something, you know?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I go that far, but I did get all those goddamn cards organized, and it feels a lot better. There's so many fucking cards.
I have been trying to play Total War Warhammer, and oh my god, I am a retarded person because I can't figure combat out in this game. I'm watching the videos. I spent hours the other night watching a whole play. You know when you come across like a let's play and it's 30-minute sections for the same thing like Civ, and you're like, who is watching this whole thing? Like I always wondered that. I watched a whole one of those, hours in length, the whole time being like, okay, yeah, I see how he organized that troop there. I see what he did. Okay, that's how you organize it. And I go in and immediately I'm trying to wrangle cats as I'm like, all right, spearman up in the front. No. That's exactly the opposite of what I wanted you to do. Don't charge forward. Don't make yourself exhausted. Don't run right into their cavalry or whatever the fuck. And it is, I'm trying so hard. I'm building the battles, and they have it set. So if I'm like playing goblins versus elves or whatever, it'll give the elves a pre-sized army and everything. Because all the game is just enormous contingents of thousands of troops in formation on not random, but different battlefields. It can be attack and defend, siege situations, open field, forest, and then you have to attack. And so you're organizing 20 contingents of dozens, if not hundreds of units. And
mixing different units together.
Being like, all right, I got to make sure that, I place my cavalry over there. They're in the forest, so they won't be spotted. Oh, they've been spotted. I got to get them out of there. Oh, shit, I didn't look over there for a while, and they sent a contingent of trolls, and they're giving a lot of hell to those guys. All right, back them up.
Sight matters, and that's just the macro of the game.
I feel like an idiot trying to play it because it is so difficult to get this.
Well, I'm glad I didn't get into it.
At the end of the day, I always end up just like big box over all my troops and just be like, "What? Fuck it, just see what happens." And then it's just not panning out. I want to figure it out.
I'm glad I didn't get into that. I could see it looked like a lot of fun, but
it is fun, but it's hard.
It looks like the macro part of it looks fun, and then the micro of it looks really difficult too because there's so much to know. It's not just like, oh, I've got a dragon. I guess that matches up well against skeletons. It's like, that's not how it works. Like you gotta know what matches up well against what and what special abilities you can use and when. And it looked very difficult.
The battle, like the actual battle scenes themselves, are on a level at which I've never seen any other video game come close. Like I've never seen large scale battles like this, where you'll send in 500 spearmen or something, and they'll run forward with their melee cavalry and crash into you, and a bunch of your guys will die, but they'll die too. And then you can zoom way down from your like god mode position to the point where you're watching individuals fighting in actual combat. And it's not 500 exact spearmen with the same hats and eyebrows. It's different people with different banners on their spears, with slightly different helmets, doing different moves at different times. Different animations. The Minotaur animation, when those are fighting, every once in a while it'll just, gore someone to death, get it stuck on their horn, and then shake them off, or just something crazy like that. It's real neat. I just can't get anything that I want to happen.
Yeah.
And so that is it's quite a conundrum. But I'm enjoying it overall. It's a good challenge.
I'm not quite ready to take up that mantle just yet. I'm still enjoying Magic and learning at that. Playing the Xbox game a lot more, winning more and more on the Xbox game as I get decks dialed in, and I like it online. I think more than, at least as much as in person.
I I think you'll change the more you play in person because you have so much more tactile control, and you don't ever do the thing on Magic where you're like, okay, I'll have time to play this instant, or on Xbox. I mean, when you're like, okay, I have this instant, I'm ready to play it, and the timer fucked up. I guess I'm not using it. Like that never happened.
Yeah, that's horseshit. Yeah, that's horseshit. I hate when that happens. And you're definitely right. You do have a lot more control over how you play instance. But what I like is that it resolves every situation for you perfectly. Like there are some times where I won't, like if there's a stack and I don't know quite how the stack resolves, and if I've applied an enchantment to this card and then the instant comes in, do I shed that enchantment into my graveyard? I don't always know exactly how things should play out 100% of the time. I can do the basic math of a 3-2 versus a 1-1, but sometimes it's more complicated than that, and I don't know quite exactly what the rules are. So it's nice that the game is like bada boom, bada bing, you win.
Spells resolve top down. So if I play a creature and you counter it, that is now on top of my creature in the stack. Neither spell is resolved. If I then counter your counter, now that's on top of the stack. And so we resolve my counter, which counters your card, which means that then my creature resolves as anticipated by me.
Yeah, sounds terrible. Sounds like if you had a computer to just boop do that for you, it'd be a lot nicer.
Just remember top down. But, I'm glad you're liking it a lot. I haven't played as much on Magic the last couple days because I've been trying to fucking figure this war game out.
I just give up on that. No, but it's like you and 18 guys playing it in the world, and you're watching their videos.
Like against computers. I haven't even played a real person yet because I'll just get butt fucked. I guarantee it. But it's neat. Like I really want to figure it out because these total war games, like it's such a cool large scope thing that you feel like you're using real tactics. Because in Age of Mythology rather. Like you can organize in your formations and whatnot of, I'm going to send my hoplites in and I'm going to send my mythical, trolls in over here and do this. But at the end of the day, really, if you want, you can just be like, my economy is so much better than yours. I'm just going to pump hundreds of the same unit into your base and you're just going to be overwhelmed. You're going to be fucked. That will not work in this game. Like this game, if you're just like, all right, I'll just make it so my army's 20,000 of the cheapest units and just overwhelm them. Like, no, it won't work because they'll finagle you out with tactics you feel like you're really an actual battle commander, as lame as fuck as that sounds.
No, that's what you're going for. It's a simulator, kind of. It looks really cool. It just, I'm not going to open that jar of worms and get sucked into that. Yeah, let me get that ad read out for you.
Who do we got? Who's the lucky fella?
Oh, it's a brand new contender, Stamps.com. These days, you can get practically everything on demand, like our podcast. Listen whenever you want, when it's convenient for you. So why are you still going to the post office and dealing with your limited hours when you could get your postage on demand with Stamps.com? Anything you can do at the post office, you can do right now at your desk with Stamps.com. Buy and print official U.S. postage for any letter or package using your own computer and printer. And unlike the post office, Stamps.com never closes, so you can get postage whenever you need it, 24/7. Right now, use our code PAINKILLER, that's in all caps it seems, for this special offer. For a 4-week trial includes postage and a digital scale. So don't wait. Go to Stamps.com before you do anything else. Click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and type in PAINKILLER. That's Stamps.com and enter code PAINKILLER. Up at the radio microphone at the top. Stamps.com. Never go to the post office again.
That sounds great.
Never go again.
Yeah, I actually think that Kitty uses that. I think that Kitty uses that for a lot of stuff because she definitely does her postage at home. I know that for sure.
Bill Burr uses it to send out all his merch, according to his podcast. So there you
Probably
go.
Worked out a deal with them.
Lots of smart people out there using Stamps.com, saving that Skrilla. So check them out.
That was the last ad, I think.
That was the last of the ads.
On to something else. Yeah, I've got that one, the quick one. Everyone knows, like, there was a Jewish cemetery in St. Louis that got messed with a few days ago where they knocked over some tombstones or gravestones or whatever, and nothing was like spray painted on there, like no messages, and it wasn't like super extensive damage. And that makes me think that it might have just been shitty kids who did it because there was nothing like a swastika or an anarchy sign or something shitty on there. But Pence showed up so he could do the thing where they wear like blue gloves and scoop up one leaf and then go get me back to that air conditioned vehicle or whatever it is. Like he did that, and until now, I'd always assumed like, oh, it's kind of nice when Obama went over and did that, or when Trump's going and showing up there, when Bush went over and showed up there. And all it caused for me today was traffic because Pence showed up. And I realized, like, oh my God, like the people who give shit to, because I may have even said, gave Obama shit about not showing up at a storm down there at some point, just as another, like, just, oh, whatever, like impotent rage thing. But the more I think about it now, it's like, he doesn't need to show up there. Presidents don't need to go to storm sites and don't need to go to these places in the age of the internet. Like, you can just Skype in. Just Skype in. There was no reason for Obama to go down there in the storm. All he would do is be like, okay, I'm visiting here. And then the media goes, okay, so we're all going to glob along with him, clog up these roads, make it so it's harder for people to get where they need to go, harder for the actual cleanup crews to get shit done. Why not just give your message of keep it up, guys, via Skype? You know, like I really flipped on that. Just seeing like this is one of those things that they are 100% doing to show that they are in it, you know, like it's a political stunt. But
Bill Clinton
and there's no reason to do
was
it.
in office for like 2 weeks, maybe less. And he went to Philadelphia, and while he was there, he stopped and got a haircut. And he deservedly got tons of shit. They're like, dude, you have a barber that comes to your bedroom, your office, doesn't matter. And they'll take care of your hair for you. Instead, oh no, you're a man of the people. You got to go shut down like 6 city blocks in Philadelphia where people are working and living and doing their thing so that you can get a haircut. You know, I think he might have gone to a black
the barber's daughter.
A haircut for show. You're
Yeah,
totally
you
right.
a haircut
on that page now.
More or less for show. And he never did it again.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense when you see
Remember
it.
when?
Like,
Remember when he'd jog on into a Mickey D's and get himself a
That
burger?
was great. Now that I think was not for show. He's out there running, trying to lose weight.
hungry.
He'd duck in, grab a
Oh.
cheeseburger, and run
that was
somewhere.
Feeling
him
a bit
trying.
peckish, boy. We're gonna have to duck on into Mickey D's.
Yeah. Oh god.
Get me through another night with that horrible bitch. You know,
Don't tell her about this.
little MSG. Oh,
I'm not running for my health. I'm just running away.
How are we feeling about the security costs around Trump? Yeah, apparently to keep the Trump family safe is something like 12 times more than the Obama family.
It was the travel, right?
I think it's the travel and the fact that like I'm guessing, this is just Woody talking, that because she's staying in New York, it's complicated to secure that compared to her being at the White House where there's infrastructure for that.
I think a lot of it's travel right now. I think because what they were calling it travel, and they were saying that Trump had spent like 12 times as much in the first month, but it's his first month. Let's see if a pattern arises here. If he's spending 12 times the norm every single month, we need to rein that in. That's pretty outrageous. Although it's just a small amount of money in the grand scheme of things. When you're talking about $15 billion walls.
It seems like he could handle all of this and get people who already like him to like be raving about it. If he just went like, yeah, I realize I've been spending so much money more than, you know, President Obama before me, which is why I've decided I'm going to be footing all of this excess bill. You know, I'm going to spend up to the point that Obama spent at his 80, 90 million, whatever. And every bit past that is all on me. And so I just wanted to let the American people, or however they handled it. He won't do that, of course, but it seems like that would be a good way.
I think that's real money though.
Yeah.
Like it was one thing for him to forego the $500,000 salary. It's another thing for him to come up with $90 million in travel costs.
He could do it. He just wouldn't like it, you know. And I don't think he would buy $90 million worth of credibility with that money. And he knows that. You know, he wrote the art of the deal, or at least he paid someone to do so. He knows what he's doing. He knows that $90 million worth of fuel out of his pocket won't buy him $90 million worth of goodwill from the American people.
But that's why I'm saying he would do it after he got to the point that Obama did. And so by the time he got to 70 million, no. I mean, like over Obama's term. I mean, like over the term, Obama spent like $100 million or 90, whatever it was. I was saying he could say, you know, after I get to that threshold, all of it's for sale by me. And then I guarantee as soon as he started getting close to that thing, it'd be like Trump taking the train to Philadelphia, you know,
stagecoach.
He's having everybody come to him. He's like, no, I can't make it to the UN this year. Maybe you guys come here. Like, sir, it's in New York.
How much is don't know taxi costs?
That's pretty expensive. Mar-a-Lago all the time, and I really feel like there's a conflict there. To
be a winter White House, that's kind of neat. Like.
Is it?
You know that?
No.
What is this? I looked looked it up to try and understand what it was more Mar-a-Lago, and it, apparently like a socialite heiress kind of lady in the 20s. Maybe she was born in the 20s. I don't know when she made it, but she made it with the idea of like, this is going to be where presidents stay. Like, this is going to be the winter White House. And she died in like the 70s, and Trump bought it. And then from there,
president.
became president. But like, obviously it's too expensive, but it is kind of neat that it's like, oh, that lady who made it in like the 20s wanted it to be a winter White House. And now 50 years or 40 years after she's dead, it is. In a way.
I feel like he's advertising it by going there, that there's a conflict that we should be fussing about. Like,
what's the conflict though? Because he's the only one profiting.
That's the conflict.
But he's not open to any any manipulation. Like if he were going to like, you know, some Mark Cuban's club and bringing a lot of people there, then Mark Cuban has has something over on him. Maybe it's his club.
Opposite,
I agree
right?
with you. Like him,
he's using the office to profit. Is the problem that's what you're not supposed to do.
Now that may be true, although it's hard to get around that, right? Like he's such a unique outlier of a president in that he's, you know, this billionaire real estate guy who owns or controls or has something to do with
I hear you with the hard to get around it. Like, you can find corner cases, but the fact is he's gone to his own golf course like 5 out of 6 weekends or something like that. It's not like, you know, it's a little quarter case, like oddball thing. No, he's fucking going to his resort every weekend. Like it's, if you were to say, oh yeah, you know, he owns the Trump Plaza and some ambassador from, you know, the UK stayed there one night, like shit like that's going to happen, you know?
He was hosting the Japanese prime minister on one of those golfing outings. I know that was the whole deal, that Shinzo was coming, and then that's when they had that
the North Korea security breach thing.
Sure, yeah, which was not a.
I'm really surprised by the fact that he doesn't want to be in the White House. Seemingly, like in my head, if I run for president and I get and I win, I find out that I win. My first thought is like, can I go like right now? And they're gonna be like, no, the Obamas are still there. You can't go. They haven't even moved out. It's like, I'll be real quiet. Like I promise. I just want to look. Like I just want to look around and like see what's going on. Like if I was president, like I'd want to be in the White House. It's cool. Why would you not?
I don't think it is cool. That's why. I think that it's a big government office building, and he has some quarters there. And I don't think it's cool. I bet the halls are filled with people that he doesn't trust. Every office is filled with someone that he doesn't know. He cannot feel comfortable there. It's where he works. Whereas Mar-a-Lago, he owns the motherfucking place. He probably knows the busboys, or at least he's seen them before.
I bet it's cool. I bet you that, like, when he opens the door, there's no tours going outside, like, the presidential bedroom. Yeah, that's true, too. I bet you that, like, the living quarters are bigger than everybody else's house, that it's magnificent, and that the president is not putting up with, like, untrustworthy bullshit.
And even if he was,
he's got those people. He's constant leaks are everywhere, right? It's constantly
not in his bedroom.
Like not in his bedroom, but
you were saying the living quarters weren't cool, and I bet they are.
I don't think they are. I don't think they're nearly as cool as his shit.
I wonder. I don't like.
He's
his
Donald
style.
Trump. Think about what his living quarters look like.
They're shitty, man. They're all like.
Oh, come on, you've seen it. It's all gold and ridiculous.
Yeah,
that's over the top. It's not your cup of tea. It's Donald Trump's cup of tea. If it weren't, it wouldn't look
like
that
a casino.
Yeah, I don't like the opulent, like as South Park would put it, Persian look with like all the like. It would be cool. It's a really cool aesthetic for a hotel. Like if I go to a hotel and it's like that, I would be like, oh, this is really neat. This is novel. This is cool. Like I don't live with marble and granite everywhere and really cool fountains and gold inlay on things. Like, but I wouldn't want to live there.
It costs $200,000 to just be a member of that fucking club, man. That's got to be a nice place if the guy who owns it.
It cost $100,000. Trump won the presidency and he doubled the price, and there's still a waiting list. Like there's a conflict.
There's a businessman right there.
Well, you can make excuses for it, but it seems like a conflict.
Oh, it's not an excuse. It sounds like a great way for him to make money.
Seems like a way to make sure that fewer people will try applying.
I don't know
because they're going to hear
of interest is.
You're not allowed to pimp your daughter's perfume line when you're president. You're not allowed to like pimp your own businesses. You're not supposed to be picking winners and losers.
Well, you're can't profit for the presidency, but
you're not allowed to say promote Subway over Quiznos as the weight loss sandwich of America. Like that would
routinely,
be
right?
No, I was making fun of Michelle Obama for doing that.
Oh, did she do that? But
big
it
campaigns.
feels like Trump does that all the time. He promoted J. Crew. He promoted his daughter's stuff. He promoted Carrier. He promoted Ford over Chevy, if I recall correctly. Like Trump is always picking winners and losers in businesses, and it seems like he should stay out. And I looked at the Obama quarters. I guess it's a little out of date, but it looked pretty nice. I wanted to see that.
They can't change it that much. It's the White House, you know? Like, I doubt they do renovations after every time.
Yeah.
I bet they do a lot with the furniture.
Of course, all the furniture and shit and drapes and stuff. But, you know, a room's a room. This is very nice. I'm not going to say anything bad about this. All I'm going to add is that Donald Trump's like worth $4 billion, even by the most conservative estimates, and he's known to be a guy who like lives in the lap of luxury. I bet he looks at this like, this is all right. I got hotel rooms better than this.
Yeah, he probably does, and he does have hotel rooms better than that, I'm sure, because he owns a lot of hotels, and I'm sure that some of those penthouse suites are just bananas. But just go move into the White House.
I don't like conflicts of interest. I don't like the idea of someone having something over on our president. But I honestly,
a blackmail situation.
Sure, like a blackmail situation, or if I'm trying to think what an actual if he were going. I'm trying to think of a good example of it. I just don't think what he's doing endangers the America in any way, and like makes him more susceptible to any sort of like influence or anything like that. He's not on the hook for anything.
Well, blackmail's not the only kind of conflict of interest, right? I mean, he could be conflicted, and then he's like, all right, I'm going to leave the White House because I make money when I go to my personal resorts, right? I'm gonna do this week. I'm gonna meet this foreign leader instead of it like maybe Camp David, which is safe and it's cheap to secure because it's like a presidential thing. They're all set up. Everyone's been doing it. But oh no, this time we're going to Trump Tower, which is not set up for this kind of thing. The Secret Service, the American people, they have to make it set up for this kind of event. But Trump hooks up money in his own pocket by going to Trump Tower, by going to Mar-a-Lago. He could double the price of the admission. That's a conflict of interest. So blackmail, I don't know one likes being able to be blackmailed, but for him to make money by going to these things, that's a conflict. He should be acting as president, not businessman/president.
I don't have a problem with him pitching his daughter's shit either.
There's another one, right? I don't feel like he's solely devoted to the American people. He's also trying to line his daughter's pockets, line his own pockets.
But what is the conflict of interest? Like who's all right? So certainly when he says we're gonna go meet with the Japanese PM at Mar-a-Lago, he is profiting from that. So who is at conflict with that? Are the American people
the taxpayers, for example, right? It'd be cheaper and better if they met at Camp David, which is like designed for this kind of activity.
Yeah, it's made
I think Camp David is like a whole like. Oh God,
like
I wish I could remember what
or something.
Yeah, it's horseshit itself. Like it's some sort of like I think did FDR make that shit? I remember
Area
reading this whole thing about how.
But it's secure. Presidents have been using this thing for, I'm making it up, 50 years. And when they go to Camp David, like the place is ready. When they go to Mar-a-Lago, suddenly the Secret Service has to go out there and pre-check it and block things and look at rifle scope lines of sight or whatever the hell it is they have to do to make the place ready for foreign leaders to visit. And that's why, by and large, he's 12 times more expensive to protect than Obama was.
I think it makes sense to do the stuff at his place, though. Like, especially the Japanese thing, because the Japanese guy's a golfer. They were gonna golf. And can you imagine if
David.
Can you imagine if you were if you didn't play on your own goddamn golf course? Like, there's no way if I own my own golf course and I'm inviting the Prime Minister of Japan over to play golf with me, that we're gonna go play on somebody else's fucking links. We're going to my place. I'm gonna show you like not only what the United States is about, I'm gonna show you what Donald Trump is about. Like I like it. I like that part. Like that, and I understand that it's more expensive. But it seems like we're pinching pennies when like gallons are just oozing out everywhere when it comes to federal spending. And God, everything's so expensive. The wall that they keep talking about, this $15 billion, like that pales in comparison to a trip to Mar-a-Lago. I don't like it, that he's more expensive because it's a tiny bit of it's coming out of all of our collective pockets, I suppose. I would prefer if Melania decided to live in the White House. But part of me also says, like, he won. Like, he is the president. He should be able to go to his house. He should be able to go to New York where he used to live. He should be able to go to his resort if he feels like he needs to decompress or he feels like that's the best way to host the Japanese prime minister. And they're going to be, at least on the surface, at least for appearance's sake, it's going to look like a conflict of interest every single time, because you're going to be able to make that case that, hey, it'd be cheaper if you hosted, the Queen of England at Quiznos. Why are you here? Why are you there? Like, it's always going to, that question's always going to arise. But God, he's a fucking billionaire.
His whole lost me at Quiznos, though, right?
No?
I mean, he could go to Camp David. It's for this. Like, he won. He's president.
It's like a president's retreat, right?
There's a golf course there. There's and you think it sucks? Like, I doubt.
Is it as nice as his?
I don't.
His is
know.
nicer.
You don't know.
He would though. He would know.
Ever golfed?
That's the thing. Never.
Yeah,
I hit a lot of balls.
I don't know what the. Yeah, I've done that too. I don't know which golf course is better, Camp David or Mar-a-Lago. That's not the kind of thing that I would.
I want to look. We're gonna look at pictures.
know it all. But I don't know. We're kind of. I don't think we're going to agree, but it bothers me that he's going to his personal places, hooking himself up, doubling the prices because he's president, and pimping his daughter's thing. There's a lot of he's really profiteering off of this election he won instead of serving the people.
Or I don't know if you would say instead, though. That may not be fair. He is profiting from this, perhaps while simultaneously serving the people.
I mean, I'm paying.
They're not mutually exclusive. He could be doing wonderful things behind the scenes at his golf course while running up crazy bills.
They're not mutually exclusive. You're right. I really don't like the Ivanka thing, though.
Him pimping his daughter's stuff.
The promoting her clothing line or whatever.
Exactly what he said. I know that he's tweeted something to the regard of like Nordstrom was being very unfair to her or something along those lines.
Just to pivot on that topic, every time he says something's unfair, I think you fucking childish pussy. You pussy. You fucking sissy pussy little boy crying about life being unfair. Everyone else in the country
sometimes things are
knows
unfair,
things are unfair. Yeah,
because life isn't
unfair.
fair.
Life isn't fair. Someone has to tell this asshole that life isn't fair. CNN's not fair. Fox News isn't fair. Nordstrom's not fair. Carrier's not fair. Chevy's not fair. Everyone's not fair to Donald Trump. Shut the fuck up. Nothing's fair, you pussy. We all just sort of plow through and achieve the most we can achieve in a world that isn't fair. Yet he goes on Twitter and cries about it. No one else talks about life being unfair as much as Donald Trump, and he's a billionaire. Trump, life's been more than fair to you.
Could also be because all of those comments are put in the news, whereas most normal bitch moaning complainers don't get that sort of CNN highlight.
Something about unfair is particularly baby to me. And pussy. Like, I wish I had a more...
Shrink it down, right? Let's say that you said something on this podcast, and so Jackie's side business that was completely sidetracked. Now, let's say that she had a tire dealership, and now no one will buy her tires. Like, the whole world is saying no more Jackie tires, and she's over there like, I did so much research, I did the marketing and development. Like, these are my tires. I was proud of them. They were in every Nordstrom case everywhere. Everyone wanted a Jackie tire. It would seem unfair if just because of some shit you said on here, all of a sudden nobody wanted to buy her tire.
Yeah, suddenly her cake line is totally
didn't say shit that anyone can look down on. Ivanka is always the one who's like, if she says something political, it's like, oh, I want to work for women's rights. I want to work toward against human trafficking, against this, against that. It's never like, yeah, and too many Mexicans too. Like, you don't get the Ivanka. You can't say anything bad about Ivanka because she doesn't say anything.
She does it well.
Sure. Yeah.
Clearly a smart person.
Yeah. And gorgeous. So hot. Not as hot as Sarah XXX though. Sarah _XXX.
That's always right at the forefront of your mind.
Our sponsor.
Yeah.
Kyle's not doing this sponsorship for money.
I mean, we can get money involved if that's what it takes. But I'm open to suggestions or whatever. Let's get off Trump.
Okay.
I agree with you. He's spending far too much money. He should spend less. I do like that he uses Mar-a-Lago because I bet it's better than Camp David. And I think there's a little bit of something to be said for, like, someone comes over to meet your world leader and he's like, this is my country. And oh, by the way, this is just where I fucking lived 2 years ago, 3 years ago. This is just mine. This is how I roll.
You know what?
It seems so
You know what else
I was thinking?
I would be impressed.
You know what else I was thinking about, like the course thing, is that Prime Minister of Japan, guaranteed, he has played Camp David 5-10 times.
Yeah.
And I bet that a lot of them are like, to my understanding, you have a couple of courses to choose from. Like, yeah, I have multiple good ones. I'm thinking about Mar-a-Lago. You're going to love it. Oh, I was getting so tired of Camp David.
If he starts meeting like Japanese leaders in Scotland, I'll be more pissed, because he's got courses there.
Yeah, he's got his courses over there. Now,
I have a new topic, but I'm happy to do anybody else's. Mine?
Let's see. I mean, the NHL trade deadline come. Kyle. God damn it. We talked about UFC.
Trade. We didn't talk about. Yeah, so it looks like Jimmy might go to Bellator. I don't know if they're going to be able to pay him what he got. No, we're not talking about trade deadlines. Come on.
I am like copy paste tarded.
That's honestly the only news I've been following. Like all the political stuff, like the past week or so, like coming through Twitter, it's more been like, all right, no, Blues haven't traded Shattenkirk yet.
This is a good one. Okay, go ahead, Woody.
It's on the screen. People can read it. You've been kidnapped. The characters from the last TV show you watched are trying to rescue you. Who's coming to save you? I would have liked "How fucked are you" as a line.
Oh, I'm good.
Is this Top Gear?
Yeah,
that's the last show I watched.
Top Gear. So Jeremy Clarkson, is that his name? Clarkson?
Yeah, Jeremy Clarkson, Hammond, and James May.
They're coming.
They'll
to
be
save
coming.
you?
Oh my God, I have no chance.
You have no chance.
There's a 0% chance that if I'm kidnapped and only the people from the last show I watched can try and save me, they're gonna make a bunch of jokes and then they're gonna forget about the challenge and I'm gonna rot in that cell. Have fucking, Jennifer Lawrence come on to drive a Toyota Prius around a track as a star in the reasonably priced car or whatever. Oh, that's if you guys don't watch that show, it's not on anymore, but that's such a good show.
Well, I was watching the A-Team just before. No, I was watching The Office. So I'm guessing that like Jim and Dwight are gonna come try to get me out of wherever I am. I hope they send Toby too because
he's competent.
I think he might be the Scranton Strangler too. So if things get rough, he could take somebody out.
Well, the way it would happen is Michael and Dwight and Jim and Toby would come. And
I was watching season 9. No Dwight. No Michael.
Oh, well, whatever. We're including Michael. They would break you out, and then it would be you, Michael, Jim, and Dwight running to safety, and then you'd get on a plane and be flying back, and then it would pan back to Toby, who was still in the cell as he tripped and got locked back in, and it was just him being like, I assumed they'd come back for me, but
I
never did.
Pakistan's not that bad after all.
Yeah. I lived in Argentina or Peru or wherever the fuck Costa Rica. But yeah, I think you'd be just as fucked as me because the Office guys aren't doing any better than the Top Gear. At least my guys have cars.
I have two answers. So the last TV show I watched, which is what the question is, was Always Sunny in Philadelphia. So I'm kind of fucked. I think they're just going to pay attention to each other. They'll all be self-absorbed, and I'll end up like Cricket, just burnt and life ruined and destroyed. Is that his name, Cricket?
Cricket would show up and do that thing where they have the conversation at the last second and ditch something where they out in front of your cell, like about to unlock you. Dennis would be like, what have we been doing for this ridiculous man here? Why are we here? Guys, we don't have any plans. Guys. And they'd be like, you know what? You're right. Like, we just huffed a bunch of paint and we showed up here. We got out of here. What are we doing? And they'd be like, yeah, you know what? Let's get back to the bar. And then that would be it. You'd be like, guys, just open it, please.
The last thing I watched was iBoy. Did you guys watch that on Netflix?
No, what is it?
So it's a movie, which is why I brought up two. It takes place in England. It's one of the stars is, a girl has fallen for a pyramid scheme. Who is that from Game of Thrones?
Eris? Oh no, the faceless man.
Sans?
Yeah.
No. But it's the girl. It starts with an Arya.
He'll get it.
I was coming. All right. So Arya plays the female lead in it. There's a guy, and basically early in the movie, 4 bad guys rape Arya, and the hero of it runs because he's kind of cowardly and he gets shot in the back of the head, and he wakes up and they like repair his brain, and now he has superpowers and he can modify electronics. He's burning people's phone. He's transferring money. He's like taking control of cars. He's basically the world's best hacker, but he doesn't need a keyboard because he can do it all with his now super brain. And I think he's going to save me.
He's like a Magneto kind of guy, but with electronics in a way, like just feel it and to do things. Like acting like in a 90s
I'm
movie.
going to avoid that one.
It was good. I liked it. I was interrupted and I had to come back and finish it. I liked it. I think you'd like it.
I'm going to check out the new episode of It's Always Sunny. I haven't seen that yet. The newest one is
last week's.
I watched last week's. I liked it a lot. You should definitely check that out. It's very dark. Very dark ending to last week's
thing.
It's called PTSD, D-double-E, as in, D. Reynolds,
right,
Deandra.
Because she finds the man of her
dreams. Well, she finds love in strange
places. And it doesn't work out like you expect.
It never does.
Yeah.
Have you given her new show a shot?
Yeah, I watched an episode of that. It's not quite so bad. Kaitlin Olson is the actress's name, and she's got a show on every Tuesday and Wednesday. One on FXX and one on Fox. Her new show is basically, for all intents and purposes, same character and it's pretty much in a situation that you might see in an episode of It's Always Sunny. I may have the exact relations wrong about this, but basically like her sister. And her sister's husband end up going to prison or something. And
I've watched the whole series. So basically what it is it's a super, super rich family and a couple of kids, a son and a daughter, and there's a really rich, their parents are super, super wealthy. They run off and to a different country because of tax stuff and aren't keeping in touch with their children. And the only person who's in charge is their mom's sister, who is Kaitlin Olson. And she is basically the one who's in charge. And then there's a really fat Mexican maid who's very funny as well. But I didn't think it would be that great of a show because I thought it would constantly be reminding me of like, this just isn't as good as Sunny because I have her so burned in my mind as Dee Reynolds. Yeah. But she is really fucking funny in whatever you put her in. Like she's great. I really like her.
Yeah, I'm glad. I think it's cool that she's got a show. Two shows. Two shows right now. I like her. And I like that show. It's pretty good. The Mexican Maid was also on that Fox show Raising Hope, which is another kind of like under the radar, pretty funny fucking show. It's the one with like 3 generations of people living under one household, and the oldest of them is like 30. Like it's like teenage parents who had like it's like teen parents who had a kid who was a teen parent, and then the Alzheimer's grandmother is also in the house. So you have like 4 generations, like ranging from a grandma to a baby, and everybody's very stupid. They mispronounce words, and they're very white trash, and they're very poor, and it's good. It's funny.
Well, check that out. But yeah, I recommend
it's on Netflix.
Anybody who wants to check it out. I liked it way more than I thought I would.
I have an edgy topic.
Oh, edgy? I don't know. I don't like. I shy away from edgy things.
I don't know how this will go over. Anyway. So, here is...
Where are we headed?
Here's a Craigslist ad. This was in my area. And Rainbow Kitten Surprise, 211 Cat's Cradle. I guess this is a band or something. So here's the deal, folks. I have 1 ticket to a sold-out show to see Rainbow Kitten Surprise on February 11th at Cat's Cradle. I bought 2 tickets with the optimistic hope that I would find someone to go with me and split the costs of a hotel room in Chapel Hill. That didn't work out. So I'm looking for a concert buddy to see the show and split a hotel. I know running to Craigslist comes across as desperate, but I'm actually relatively cool. My friends routinely rate me as a comfortable 7 out of 10, and I just want to hear some good music and not worry about driving back to Raleigh afterwards. I'm a woman in my mid-20s, veterinarian student, sarcastic as fuck, and I really love music. If you happen to have thick skin, a beard, and enjoy whiskey, that'd be a big plus. The whiskey is negotiable. A headshot would be appreciated. My Instagram is Katie whatever. If you're some crazy-ass serial killer that thinks this sounds like a convenient setup, please keep shopping. It's just a different concert. I'm tough as shit, and I have large, suspicious friends with me, but they're on a Valentine's date and don't want to share a room. Am I crazy, or is this girl, like, down to fuck? She has concert tickets, and she wants to split a hotel room with some guy. I feel like she's at least open to the idea.
Of course
I have
she
her
is.
Pictures.
Yeah, I think it almost goes without saying. Yeah, I mean, the fact that she included physical requirements.
I mean, I'm listening.
She said, "Oh, I want a guy who's a bearded guy and likes whiskey, and I guess she didn't say he's good looking
Ah.
or anything.
What?
Well, she's not very attractive.
I think she's pretty. I think she's
Well,
a
she does look like a
comfortable
man.
7 out of 10. I think she might be an 8 out of 10. I don't know. She's
definitely not that. She's not someone that you would see in the street and be like, wow, they're really attractive. But that's certainly not someone I'm having trouble seeing.
You would
this
see
small
her
picture.
and you would say, "There's a person.
Yeah, you'd say there's someone.
She's female."
Yeah, I mean,
I enlarged it.
Sarah McMahon is probably better looking.
She's not fat.
no. That's true.
No,
Yeah.
that is true.
She's not fat, and I would even say she's bigger boob than average.
This is not an ugly girl. This is not an ugly girl at all. Like
not at all.
she's not anyone that you would write home about, but she's absolutely she's absolutely average.
Dude, I set this topic
very-
up like
six-
weeks ago. She's very selective on who she allows to follow her on Instagram. It was not easy for me to get these photos, people.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
5.5. She's a 5.5.
You've been planning this for weeks trying to get through to her Instagram. That's really fun. That's funnier than this whole topic is the fact that you've been sitting on this and you
Shit, I'm listening to the band. Like maybe I want to go, but no,
It happened on a couple weeks ago.
She seems like she'd be fun, like a fun, loving kind of person. Like the message doesn't come off as like creepy or anything. It comes off as, I mean, granted,
I like
it is
her.
hard for women to be creepy in a way, but it's like, it just doesn't, she seems like a good-hearted person who just wants to see a concert and kind of wants to have some fun too.
Yeah, make it like if you reverse the genders, it's pretty scary though.
It's very
right?
desperate. Yeah.
It's very, very desperate too. But there's something wrong with this girl if she doesn't know a man and she doesn't have any ability to find one who would accept free concert tickets and a trip with her. There's something wrong with this
the
person.
woman trump card,
there
right?
are no women out there who do not have dicks in the bottle on the shelf. Okay. Taylor is shaking his head emphatically right now for you radio listeners.
You are totally right about
There's
that. That's the big red flag.
I've always said this.
Well spelled out by the fact that she used Craigslist to get this little message out there.
So women, if a guy goes into the bar and says, "Hello, everybody, I would like to have sex," he will not end up having sex. If a woman does the same, she'll have 7 suitors. She's just doing it electronically, and I've always
it's because
envied
women
that
can
superpower.
smell.
Women are the
Women can
gatekeepers.
You know how cats and dogs will lay next to people that are about to die and they just kind of have a sense and they know. Women can smell desperation like a bloodhound on a deer hunt or whatever the fuck, and second they sense that desperation, no interest, because that's just evolutionary. You want someone where you feel like you have to attain that.
If they were good, they'd be in demand.
Genes. But Kyle's right. Like from this message, like it doesn't. I don't think this is a bad person or someone who's like crazy, but the fact that it's on Craigslist is a big red flag. That this wasn't first put on Facebook
Tinder.
or something like that.
Well, Facebook first, of course.
Yeah,
Get a buddy, a friend of a friend, someone in our circle of people we fucking know. You get a stranger in a hotel room, she could get
And
murdered.
it doesn't
me
speak
ask
well
you
to
this.
her circle of friends at all. If of those people, none of them wanted to come with her. Like, do they know this is that really annoying girl who says she's sarcastic?
So pause
AF,
for a second.
Really,
Pause
she's
for a
just
second.
mean?
Let's say I want this. Hypothetically, you're single. You see this and it's in time. Do you say yes?
No.
You don't want to
No.
go to this concert with her?
Absolutely not.
don't know what the rainbow
If she
means.
were here asking me to go to a concert with her, I wouldn't go. She's not attractive, first of all. She's like a 5.5 tops. Her
Average?
face is
I'd
face
give
is
her a
fucked.
better number.
Her face is fucked. I'm
But
sorry.
from
it
the
just
neck
is.
down, she's better than that.
She's from the crotch to her shoulders, which is all we can see. She probably weighs 140 pounds or something. I just don't think she's in. Yeah.
Maybe
That's
even
just-
less.
Look,
She's-
hey, this is just me judging her as skin deep as I possibly can from this one blurry,
Right.
tiny photograph. But let me just say, there's so many things wrong with this. Like, it's so easy for a girl to get a guy to go to this concert with her without going to Craigslist. It just is. Like she could hop on Tinder and make
I
this
like
happen
her.
in half an hour.
I think she has
You like her because
spunk.
you don't know her.
Well, I don't know her, but I think she's got spunk. I don't know. There was something about it.
Is that what that STD is called?
I will say
An
that I worry
acronym?
about that a little bit. It's hard to. I don't know her, right? I don't know anything about her. I just feel like if she's hopping into bed with a stranger, this isn't her first time.
That is another thing that's a red flag, is that if you are into this, like, I'm going to go on this because I think I have a good chance of getting laid. This has happened before, I would imagine, for her. Like this, it seems like this is the level of comfort that she's written to where it's like, I've done this before, maybe. Like I will invite random guys to go to concerts and then we bang and then that's it, which is fine if that's what she wants to do.
Yeah, she's
go for it.
She's
it is a little
positive.
I don't know. The more
positive
Kyle is
sounds like
talking
an
about
STD,
it,
but it's an attitude, right? She's in favor of sex, and I think that's cool. I just wish that she was somehow less experienced and still in favor of sex. If she was my potential girlfriend.
Yeah, I don't know. The more Kyle talks about it, you're really bringing up reasonable, lucid points about, for her to have to post this means that at least a couple other bridges were crossed on the way here that for a normal person like that wouldn't need to be crossed.
Well, Mark, Steve, Joe, John, and Bill all said I'm a cunt and they won't come. So, like, that's what happened. Like, how many men does she know, and none of them fit the bill for a companion to come along with this concert? Yeah. It's beyond the pale that this is the
If
situation.
Sex is included in this little thing, then the fact that none of her guy friends would go with her on this speaks volumes.
I read a tone in the Craigslist ad that was appealing to me. It was like, hey, look,
more pics.
I'm fun. Like
that's on someone else's Instagram, FYI. So you got to scroll.
What am I?
If you scroll down, you'll see a few pics of her.
Is she picking something out of the grass?
That's her with those two animals. That's her smiling with that guy, and their faces are together. Uh-huh. That's her wearing the pink 100-man Wolfpack shirt. That's her with her friend's hand on her shoulder and the bandana's on. That's her at the very bottom with the green hat. We're really stalking this girl. Stalking her good.
We're not showing this to anyone right now, are we? Okay, good. I really don't want to.
Yeah, this isn't my first time.
I did show the other picture, but I didn't go to the stalk level.
Yeah.
All I did was Google her username.
You did? Yeah. All right. So,
I didn't call my sources or anything. Hey, Bill, I want you to search this whore up for me. Yeah. Real rundown, all the dirt.
Something about the way she wrote the ad, maybe the fact that she's a veterinarian student, she's probably very clever. I think she's neat.
I just mean she likes syringes.
My biggest deterrent to it is
what Special K is? That's cat tranquilizer, ketamine. That's what this is about. It's all a big ploy for her for her ketamine ring. It sounds really cruel the way we're talking about this girl, but just my thoughts are that there's something fucking wrong with her if she's putting this ad there on Craigslist. It just sounds like a weird situation to me. I am a bit surprised after some Googling to find she's a real human being, to be honest.
I don't think she's unattractive. I think she's pretty average.
Sure, yeah. I do too.
Like I don't think she's ugly at all, but it's just the fact that it's posted on Craigslist is a little odd for something like this. And I also don't know what kind of band is this? The Rainbow Kittens?
I've been listening a bit. It's kind of it's actually not that bad. This is a bit of Rainbow Kittens right here.
I'll take your word for it.
I feel like I can't play it. I don't know. That'll be the thing that dings me on this show. What was it? Oh, I'm out of topics. That was my last one.
I like this. Let's see then. Did I have topics? I have things open here. Yeah, I have a thing. Let me just find here. We have AMA questions, which I will link you to.
Oh, good call.
Yes.
Yes,
all right,
there's a Patreon level that allows you to ask questions to members of the show.
Yeah, to Taylor and Kyle, what is the best way to get into Magic? Hearing you guys talk about it really intrigues me about the game, so I'm going to answer this one, I think.
Go for it.
You got those dual decks. It's definitely the dual decks. That dual decks, DUEL, not DUAL, that you can buy are like really cheap. You get two decks that are pre-assembled and made to like fight against each other, and they're like $20 for two, or like $15 for a dual deck set. And you and a friend can sit across with pre-made decks without having to go through and count cards and figure shit out, and you can just start playing immediately. And so that's the best way to like start getting into it. You might want to watch a YouTube video so you understand how the mana works and how the turns work. But other than that, I would get dual decks and watch a YouTube video or two, and you're right into it. And the good thing about it is a lot of those dual decks come with some strong cards in there. There's a Planeswalker that's going to be right in almost every single one of them, it seems like, right?
Yeah, it comes with
based around those.
with a card deck. Like, it's a pool of cards that they make in a deck. It's meant to work together. So you're not going to be looking at them like, this is a green one and a red one and a black one. How do I mesh these together? It's going to be a simple, straightforward, this is a black and red deck. You'll be able to read and figure out pretty quickly, oh, okay, so all these cards have haste. That's the key word I'm working with here, or something like that. So I'd say the easiest way to get into it is what Kyle said there. Also, you can go to Friday Night Magics once you've learned a bit, and usually there are some helpful people there that love teaching new people how to play. They can be really helpful, and most of the people at those places are going to be really cool anyway. In my experience, they're all nice. Nobody's like in that, well, this is nerdy, let's all pull back a little bit and act like we don't love it, like, totally, but everybody's just like fucking in on it and loving it, and it's fun to like be in an environment where like, all right, just like everybody likes this same kind of stupid nerdy thing that I like, and it's fun, like we have that community. But also the Xbox game that Kyle's been going on about, that's an excellent way to learn. The one on their Xbox One right now is free, so you can download that and just play it. Just don't buy any cards, just play what they give you for free. And then as far as YouTube channels, I haven't watched many in a long time, but Tolarian Community College is a good one to look up. It's like TOLARION or something, Tolarian Community College. He's this really funny, goofy professor who explains shit about Magic and does reviews on quality stuff. You've been watching those videos to help you pick out the highest quality, like boxes and sleeves and shit like that.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, whenever I get into something like this, I try to do as much research as I can and try to find the people who are experts at it, or at least the people who are experts at teaching it, and get good at it. And then, my strategy for trying to get good at every game has always been just pick one thing that seems to be an established thing that works, and then just hammer it home repeatedly all day, every day, constantly, over and over and over, same fucking repetitions until you know it inside and out. And then it doesn't matter if you're a well-rounded player. You can sit down and be good at something. That's what I did with Age of Mythology, with fucking every video game ever, and what I'm doing with Magic. I'm looking at one particular way to play and trying to get good at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's a blast, dude. I encourage you to get into it.
Lots of fun, and it'll suck you in, and it costs quite a bit of money in the end, but it doesn't have to if you don't want it to. I haven't spent more. I've spent like, including the table I bought, I've spent like $300, something like that. And I bought a big oval poker table to do this thing on.
You don't know how much you are like testing my willpower at times when you sent me a picture with a bunch of cards, and I'm like, when you think about it, Taylor, you haven't ordered cards online in a long time.
What was I trying to convince you of the other day?
Deck in forever. The last time you built a deck, it was a $500, $600 deck, but that was a year and a half ago, Taylor. If you prorate that, it's nothing. It's nothing. you do another deck. You're right, I am. And look at those cards Kyle just bought. I wouldn't be going over the line. I'd just be just one deck. Like, I'm not gonna start building two or anything. I'm not gonna find a card in the middle of the first deck and be like, just make a good deck and do that. I've never done that every time.
I was trying to convince Taylor the other day to get on the Magic Online, which is like the PC version of Magic, which is equally respected as the live action version. You can play tournaments, you can win money, you can become world famous by being good at Magic Online. And he's like, no. I'll get in there. I'll have to buy those cards. I'll be spending thousands of dollars. Like, no. And I'm like, but look, Taylor, here's what's going to happen. You'll get on there. You'll start playing well. People will start noticing you're playing well. We got a little bit of a platform here. All of our fans will start listening in. They'll take a small interest in Magic. But how do they play, right? How do they get good? Well, you can help them get good. You build your own decks. You order lots of cards. You assemble these decks. You sell them $40, $50 a pop. Pre-assembled Taylor decks. They come in a special little box. After a while, your name rises. You become quite famous for doing this. Start making quite a bit of money doing it too. Then all of a sudden, you're not Taylor anymore. You're Taylor, the card master. And the people at Magic the Gathering start catching on to this, right? And they're like, who is this Taylor? And then the next thing you know, they've made a Taylor the Magnificent card. And you're like the guy who like creates artifacts at will. You're a planeswalker. You're a planeswalker, and every +1 is like two artifact tokens, and you become a card.
What are my other abilities? Yeah.
All right, 4-hour show, 45 minutes of Magic talk so far. This is
No, but what happens, Kyle? I need to know how my story ends.
We're going to transition to the new lawnmowers. This year, John Deere's coming out with a 14 horsepower fucking lawnmower.
That's
all right,
amazing.
do you know how wide that deck is? We're talking 60 inches of cutting power.
First of all, 14 horsepower and 60 inches is less than anything I own. But next question.
Yeah, I liked this one. I guess I can't find the one I like now.
I was looking at this. Oh, go ahead. Did you want to go?
It's your turn anyway.
Someone asked me, how is Jackie's mother doing, and how are the Woodworths doing living with her? Has anything changed compared to when she would just visit? So I'm trying to respect her privacy, but I'll say that she started her treatment. She's has a very, very tough fight in front of her. And when I was like 19 or 20, I forget how old I was, probably 20 or 21, she let me stay at her house. I got a job in North Jersey working for this construction company doing accounts payable, receivables, and I lived in her basement or her attic or something. I lived in her house for a while, for months, and it was very nice of her. I haven't forgotten, and now the tables have turned. So
does it feel good?
I bet it does.
It's more like it's my duty. I'm not like, it's just like, oh, right, of course I would do
It's got to be rewarding in
paid
some
it
way. There's no
forward.
shame in that. It's got to feel good to repay this debt that you owe in some small way from long ago when you needed the help. That's the thing that matters. You needed that place to stay, and she provided. And here we are again. The tables have turned. She needs somewhere to stay too. It's got to feel good. You got to be rewarding to
you're
to be
doing
able
the
to
right
pay
thing.
back that kindness from long ago.
I guess the way Taylor phrased it better. Like, I know that I'm doing the right thing, but I haven't gotten all caught up in the nobility of it or anything. And as far as like, I don't know. It's she needs some care sometimes. I feel like it's insulting to say that I have like another kid, but there's another person around the house who needs care, and it's a sacrifice we make willingly.
That's great. That's really awesome of you.
Well, you should feel good about yourself for it.
Nah,
But not
Jackie's better than me.
What would you change in the USC? What rule? Or anything, I guess, because the question is pretty blank statement.
So after Joe retires, right? First, not change anything. Let's let Joe live out the rest, 15 more years of his career, whatever it is. And then we allow the 12-6 elbows and soccer kicks. But not while Joe's there.
That's what I was going to say, too.
Oh, yeah?
I think Joe would be fine with the 12-6 elbows. Nobody wants to deal with a soccer kick, though I think they should be part of the sport. I would add the soccer kicks, too. I really would. I'd add stomps. I'd add stomps, soccer kicks. No biting, no eye gouging. Get in there. Let's go. Don't break any fingers either. I see you.
Yeah. There's a bunch of rules I like. I like that you can't put your fish hooks, poke eyes. Although apparently you can do that.
Yeah. The best of the best do it.
That whole kicking a down opponent thing, that becomes legal after Joe's gone.
It's like, how do you think he got downed?
Yeah, right? I earned
Put it
that.
there. Let me finish up here. Like, he didn't just trip and fall, and now I'm kicking him. It's not like we're playing basketball and I'm stomping him.
Or maybe he did. Don't trip.
I punched him in the head as hard as I could, and now I'm going to stomp him in the face as hard as I can. So
this is what I get for not tripping.
Yeah. I like both of those things, and I don't think they're all that brutal either. Soccer kicks could be. Soccer kicks there could be a highlight of a soccer kick that might make you feel a little bad for some guys. You get kicked right in the mouth and split that lip from nose to fucking frenulum or whatever that's called. You're not going to feel so good about it anymore, especially if it's some guy you like and you're like, he was good looking too. You feel really bad about that, I guess. But it's fucking ultimate fighting championship, right? So get it in there. Let's do it.
A change I've been wanting for a long time that happened was more 10-8 rounds. For people who don't know, the winning fighter gets 10 points. The losing fighter of the round usually gets 9. Unless it's really, really, really lopsided, and then he gets 8.
It had to be so lopsided that there was almost no point being there. I'm just echoing.
See 1 10-8 every,
you had to go in there
events.
and completely dominate the guy. You go in, take
Almost
him
end
down,
it.
rough him up. Maybe the ref stand up, but then you fuck him up some more. Almost end it, flash knock out the guy.
Right.
You have to dominate him. Like you can't even be.
So the impact of that would be that, like, let's say Kyle and I are fighting, and the first one, I really give him the business. I win 10-9. The next two, he's doing a little better than me. He gets 10-9 twice, he wins the whole fight. Even though maybe cumulatively, like, it just seemed like there were these point fighters and it was ruining it. So, it's nice now that there's more 10-8s. Like that scenario I outlined would be a tie. I'd be up by 2 points after the first, then he'd win the next 2 rounds and we draw.
I'd poke you in the eye. Then I'd win. This is the UFC.
Yeah, then you're out. Yeah.
I was about, and I'd be disqualified. And I'm like, wait, when has that ever happened?
Right,
you gotta reach in, get the eye, and you gotta pluck it out like Kill Bill style before they even take a point. That I don't like. That I really don't. Did you see Mario Yamasaki? I think is his name. Yeah, did you see him? Like, very cool. I like that when people own up to their mistakes. So fast forward for everyone else. In the last fight, there was a slow stoppage. Doing the Black Beast, whatever his name is, was just destroying that guy. He got a couple extra licks in.
What does a slow stoppage mean? Oh, they called the fight done and then the guy kept hitting him?
Yeah, well, no.
So the guy kept hitting him, and you're supposed to keep hitting him until the ref gets in there. And the ref was slow to get in there, so the losing fighter took maybe 2-3 punches that he probably shouldn't have had to take. The ref should have stopped it quicker.
And the fighter delivering those blows in his post fight press conference, he was like, "Yeah, I really appreciate Mario letting me get those extra 2 shots in because I don't like that fucking guy. He put hands on women. I keep it real." That's literally what he said. He's like,
so Travis Brown, before he dated Ronda Rousey, who he dates now, dated this really beautiful woman and apparently beat her up. Now, she was kind of scorned, a woman scorned, in that I think he was cheating on her with Ronda at the time she claimed to be beaten. And it was investigated, and there was no evidence to prove that he beat her, except for the photos of all her bruises. But, you know.
Yeah, you can never really know.
Right.
No, like, you go to jiu-jitsu and get the same bruises. I'm covered in bruises all the time.
In a photo, I can't tell bruises from eyeshadow. You know, like we used to do that when we babysit people. We'd fuck up their black eyes. And,
that's fun.
Yeah, anyway. So I don't know what happened. I know that the guy was found, like they didn't bring a case forward. But he was at least accused of beating his seemingly very nice girlfriend.
Did you hear his little Ronda Rousey remark when he's like in the cage?
What did he say? He was going to slap that ass or something?
No, he said, "Now where's Ronda Rousey's fine ass at?" He just beat that guy up, and he's like, "So now to the victor go the spoils." Now, like, where's she at? She's fine now. I don't care for that guy that much, but that both of those little things he said were funny.
Yeah, I like them too. All right, another question.
I noticed they called him the self-proclaimed Black Beast as he's walking out. The announcer doesn't want to be like, "And here he is, the Black Beast," because he's like, the self-proclaimed Black Beast is coming out, everyone. He likes that. He's
got to change his nickname if the announcer has to say as he likes to be referred. Yeah. Because that takes away all the punch of a nickname.
He does in the ring. Like when Buffett is out there, he's like, "The Black Beast." Like he just says it. But like the guy on the telecast is, as they're watching him walk out or like hit mitts in the back before the fight actually happens, he's like, the self-proclaimed Black Beast.
Oh, man, that would be hilarious if some black guy decided to troll the UFC and made it so that the only name they would come out to was, like, super racist. But and so then they would force them to have to say it.
I would change my name into something that I could sell. Like, you know, Woody Quiznos Woodworth. And then I get paid.
Kyle the Kite Who Strikes Meyer. Every time they said it, they're just like, "Oh, God, he's ruining us."
And then Rogan would have to be like, "Absolutely incredible. The Jew's getting his ass beat right now. That's what he wants me to refer to him as. He says, I will be upset and sue you if you don't refer to me as, quote, the Jew. He is not doing well in this fight. And fun fact, he's not Jewish. This fighter is, he seems to be Irish and a little German. Not a lick of Jewish in this man."
I don't know, maybe. I still haven't sent off my DNA test. I've got the whole thing. I'll just get in it and mail it off. I've got it.
Can we watch a 1-minute video?
You know what? We're all human.
So,
my anus.
Yeah. Did you see? Taylor got it. This guy's name is Mainus, Mainus versus Chavez. You queued up at 0?
Yep.
Ready, set, play.
Trying to slice Manus open. Consistently section of Manus. Manus getting beaten on. What's the back of the head? Could be in trouble here, Manus. The Manus is relaxed here, Pat. Still right in the back of Manus. Good defense here from Manus. Manus flattened out. Manus flat on the canvas. We are ready to rock and roll. Second round of action. There is a cut on Manus.
Cunt on Manus.
Ready to pounce here. The shoots in early. Manus defends it. Manus is in a bit of pain here. I'll watch Manus. Manus taking a thumb, scathed, and the ringside physician.
Manus taking a thumb.
In there to look at Manus. Manus trying to look at clinch.
With the
The
clinch.
referee saying, stay busy, Danny. He's left the arm in his anus.
His arm in his anus.
Manus could be in trouble. Manus just stuck here. And he pops the head out. Manus here.
Oh, my anus is bleeding all over.
My anus is bleeding.
Manus just bleeding all over. Go to work on the cut on Manus.
That's a really fun video.
Really fun. I did. Surely he knew.
I
With that
think
accent
so.
of his. Like that was fucking hilarious. Like my favorite is Manus is bloody.
Yeah, my anus is
Like,
bleeding.
knocked out.
There's a cut on my
Manus
anus.
in the clinch now. That was a lot of good stuff. That was funny as fuck. Oh man. I've
You hadn't
seen that
seen that
before in
before?
horse rating and horse racing, you know, because they're always yelling out their names and the particular positions that they're in. Sometimes that falls into some funny shit. That was hilarious stuff.
Oh, that was funny. And that 7, I listened to like 20 seconds of that song by the Rainbow Kittens. Better than I thought. Very
Not
relaxing.
bad at all. Like I would, you know, I got no problem with the band at all.
Yeah. Maybe that cheap ticket
One
looking good.
exotic pet. Ooh, I like that one. If you could have one exotic pet, non-human, what would it be? What would it be? Man, there's so many cool like exotic pets out there. I'm gonna let Taylor take the monkeys, but I've always had my eye on a raccoon because they're very intelligent and they have those people hands. I find it incredibly heartwarming when I watch them wash their food and then because they like wash their food because they're like, you know, river critters and they're always by the water and they wash it off with their hands and then they take it and take nibbles. And there's that video or GIF maybe that I've seen on Reddit where they give one cotton candy and when he tries to wash the cotton candy, it just dissolves.
Just disappears and he's just baffled.
Comes over the raccoon's face. He's not baffled. He's sad and a little upset. He's like, oh, my cotton candy. That was the most delicious thing I've ever touched in my goddamn life. And it, the fuck?
How am I supposed to go back to berries? You know?
And then I watched that. I felt so bad. And then like I watched some. I did a little research and found out a little more. And then there's more of the video, and they give him some more cotton candy. He's like, "Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much."
Don't wash it this time. Yeah.
But yeah, I would
So-
go with a raccoon.
Okay, good choice.
I'm obviously going with a capuchin monkey, I think.
I didn't know what
little-
kind of monkey.
Little organ grinder monkey. Yes, I don't want a lemur. I don't want something that's, you know, going to be having an enormous tail that's prehensile and swinging around on things. That would
What
be
about
much harder.
sloth?
A sloth is, I feel like I would almost get upset with it because it wouldn't be able to do anything. Like with a monkey, at least I could train it to do a few tricks. Like I could be like, hey, you know, go long, buddy, and throw him like a little Nerf football or something. And that would be, and he'd catch it, and then he would throw it back poorly, of course, because he's a monkey, and catch it, and that'd be a fun thing. With a sloth, you couldn't do that. Like sloth, I don't feel like there are many games you can play other than look at this goddamn sloth. Like look at that. We want to look at it over there. I'll have to carry it unless you want to wait till Tuesday.
So
It's fun.
I'm assuming when I make this choice that I'll be able to train it and we'll bond. I want
course.
some kind of bird of prey. It could be an eagle. It could be a falcon. It could be like I don't know, some turkey vulture or something.
You
But
want a peregrine falcon?
we could go flying together. He could like just get shit. He could take care of other birds. Is there a goose in it? You know what? Fuck that goose up. Make an example out of him for all the other geese in the area. I think it would be neat to have a badass bird as an exotic pet.
So like, what
We'd be
kind
flying
of
buddies?
falcon?
I'll say.
I got this. No. Let
bald
me have
eagle.
like.
Oh
no.
I'm listening.
Mistake. The bald eagle eats mostly dead animals. It's not really much of a predator at all. What you want is the peregrine falcon.
Isn't it small
This-
though?
Speed.
They are
size
small.
of
They're very
everything. They travel at 240 miles an hour or something like that. Like they're outrageously fast.
But I
They're like
travel at like 30. He's got to be able to be comfortable, like soaring with me.
He
you
will.
could be playing
No,
catch-up.
he doesn't like all the time 240. Like he
That's unconfirmed.
dive and hit shit. Like, bring it to you.
I feel like I would bore him. I think I want like maybe an albatross. Don't they have really long arms, like wings?
It'd be ironic if
14-foot
you
one
bought
bigger.
an albatross and it was a horrible purchase. You're like, God damn it! I shouldn't have bought
doesn't it have like a
$4,000 albatross? Maybe an owl would be a good one.
Ooh, but
Or they're
I think
nocturnal.
Albatross has a 14-foot wingspan, doesn't it? Am I making this up? Mixing it up with a different bird?
That sounds like a dinosaur.
That
like,
sounds
it's
like
enormous.
14-foot wingspan. I don't think that's alive.
Yeah, I saw that in a museum.
It says
Yeah.
11 foot.
Songs in a museum.
11-foot wingspan on the high end for an albatross. 11-foot bird would be really cool. Like I'd be up there in my paramotor, and he'd be my like flying buddy, and we'd go around. I'd
He
do,
gets
like, a
sucked
loop,
in,
and he
I feel like
would.
that-
tangled in the ropes.
If I got in a bad mood, it could really fuck you up, right?
I don't think so. I think I can kick any bird's ass.
False. Have you? The emus and ostriches are so scary,
Oh,
dude.
I stand corrected. I think you're right. They might beat me up. I don't
They got
know.
they got those claws, those hooks. They're a lot
Yeah.
like velociraptors. If you've ever seen
Let me
an
rephrase
ostrich
it.
up close,
I think I could beat any flying bird.
yeah. Hey, I
'Cause
think
I really
you could,
feel like I could grab them by the feet, even if they hurt my hand or something. You just smash them on the ground. They have those hollow bones.
Yeah, if you
Did you
just
get a hold of them?
you could crush it with your hand, I think, and you just feel snap, 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 snap. It'd be like what's those
Henrietta?
No,
It would almost be like breaking up a glow stick. You know?
actually, let's take a minute here and think about how much trouble Woody had with the chicken. All right, so maybe if a falcon swoops down, yeah, he's swinging at it with that machete. Like maybe it gets his eyes. Maybe that's game over.
I say that even a swan can fuck you up. Like a swan apparently can like swing its wing hard enough to like break your arm or something. I don't know if that's
I
true.
really doubt that.
Maybe it could break a child's arm, perhaps
Have you
drown it.
seen-
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't believe that. But have you seen those geese that fuck with like businessmen and like people walking down the street? I wouldn't tolerate a fucking second of that from a goose. Listen to me, honker. Like I'm top of the food chain around here. You come honking at me doing that with the wings all puffed out like I'm gonna kick you so fucking hard. Feathers are gonna fly like I shot a pillow with a 12 gauge. Like you're done. And I saw a guy grab one by the neck one time, and he was like, "Hey, stop this!" and like threw it. I would take that neck and fucking pull the head, and then I would grip hard enough that the blood wouldn't leave your brain, and I'd look at your still living head that I'd taken off and be like, "This is what you get." I hate those
It
fucking
would be
geese.
looking back at you, just being like, "I'm a bird. Yeah, it's what I do. I don't know any better." I hate geese,
make
but
shots.
I guarantee, Kyle, if you're out in the middle of a Walmart parking lot and you're pushing that cart to your car, you're just out there, and there's, you're parked really far back. There's 10 geese back there. If 4 of those geese start charging at you on the ground, you are going to be panicked, because I would be panicked, because I wouldn't know what to do. I don't know how to engage in avian flight or
Here's
avian.
the problem. All right, so I admit that in a Walmart
That's
parking
fine.
lot, I would not attack a federally protected species, which I think some of those Canadian geese maybe are. I don't know. Definitely if they're out of season, you can't. I know there's like a goose season, so you could definitely kill them if you got a license. but
Self-defense is usually allowed.
I think if you stomp out 4 geese at Walmart, the police might have something to say about that, and certainly the game enforcement agent, which are just all around our little area, would. But if we're on my turf, I don't care how many geese there are. Like maybe that's a question. Like how many 10-year-olds can you take? How many geese could you fight? I could take dozens of geese.
Question for Kyle.
So bad. Dozens of geese, you'd be dead.
Dozens. No.
They'd
Kyle.
fly you up in the air.
Realistically, all right, there are deer that come on my property all the time. They eat the grass or do whatever. If I wanted to eat one, like, what would be there's no game wardens in my yard. Like, how would they fuck with me? How would I, if I just shot it?
What are you describing doing? Like describe to me what you would do and
Okay, I observe a goose in my front yard, and I shoot it, and then I ask somebody for help on turning it into food.
I don't know about geese because I don't know much
deer
about
was
geese.
the thing.
Yeah, deer.
Oh, if it's and it's not in and we're not in season. You're talking about shooting out of season, or are you talking about like how to
I
get
don't know.
meat from a deer you might kill? If you do it out of season and you ask someone, they're probably going to rat you out, and you're going to pay a hefty fine, lose your rifle that you use in the commission. If you were in or near a vehicle, you'll lose that too. Probably not going to do you jail time because you could afford a lawyer.
It's goose.
You're gonna be a lot of trouble. If you shot a falcon in your yard with a shotgun, same thing. They're gonna take your gun. They're gonna fine you heavily. If you shoot a deer, though, it's pretty serious. It's poaching. It's wildlife and game enforcement or whatever, and they have a different rule book than the police do as far as
season. How does that change things? Because I'm already convinced out of season's a terrible idea.
Oh yeah. Well,
you still have to hunt in a legal area. Like you couldn't shoot in your yard, I would think.
As far as the legality of shooting in your yard, I don't quite know that because I don't know your precise area. It depends on the distance from the road. Like you'd have to really start measuring, and if someone said something, there might be a thing.
It's a distance from other people, and it needs to be like 100 yards or 300 yards. I forget which.
It's distance from a road as well, like any road.
I looked up the law, unless it's different for the animal thing. I just looked up because I was thinking about putting a shooting range.
It is different for the animal.
Oh, okay. But even. I don't know. I'd have to double check.
You'd have to. There's probably a certain area on your property which it would all be good, but there are definitely margins around that, like where it's not good. Like anytime, and they have some. What you really want to do if you actually wanted to hunt? I'm not sure what we're getting at here, but if
is that $2 worth of food walking in my yard? Maybe I'll do that.
Okay. Yeah, it kind of is. It costs a little bit of money to get a deer processed, and that's the term. Like if you want to find someone who does that for you, just Google deer processing and then your locality, and you'll find it. I haven't done one in a long time, but I think it's like $150 to like get the whole thing done, maybe, and like get all the meat. I just haven't done it since I was a kid. These days, I get deer meat from other people who have more than they want, so I'm not quite sure.
Because there's deer around. I sometimes wonder, like, is that free food? I've never even eaten venison. I've heard that it's if you prepare, it's only good if you prepare it just right. I've heard.
Part of it. Here's what I believe. Here's my own personal belief as far as venison tasting gamey, because I've never experienced that. The deer that I shot all die instantly because of the way I shoot them and the caliber that I use. They would always drop and they'd just be fucking dead. There wouldn't even be there wouldn't be very much blood even because his heart wasn't pumping for very long after I shot him. He's just dead. But I see in like depicted in movies, and then I hear people describe to me their hunts of deers running away and them having to track it with a blood trail. And I think that the adrenaline dump makes the meat taste like shit.
I've heard that. I read that.
I didn't know how true that was, but I've heard. Yeah, I've never noticed them tasting too gamey. I like venison.
Yeah. It's okay. It's not as good as beef. Like just keep that in mind.
Not as good as beef.
Think about this more. It's not as good as beef.
There's a reason we chose cows. Yeah.
Well, they're easy to herd.
Is it not as good as chicken?
It's very.
It's different than chicken because it's red meat.
Yeah, it's closer to. It's very different. I don't know. You when you're eating it, you're not like, wow, I'll order this next time. You're just like, oh, okay, here's another thing.
You ever had elk?
Yeah. Well,
Tastes like elk.
We had elk on that last trip.
I've had buffalo.
Yeah.
I've had buffalo too. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how it
Ted Turner, who of course owns. I don't know how many buffalo, but it's an enormous amount. Like he owns probably more buffalo than anyone on the planet because he's got all that land out west. He has a restaurant in Atlanta called, I don't know, probably Ted Turner's Restaurant, and they serve buffalo there. And so I've had buffalo a few times there.
Yeah, there was a buffalo not far from where, or a restaurant not far from work that served buffalo. You could get like buffalo burgers and steak or something. It tasted like hamburger to me.
Exactly. Yeah. That's how most exotic meats are. I think most of the time, whenever you get that stuff, it's more about the experience or saying you've done it than anything. Because we had those elk steaks in Colorado, and I was like, feel like we're really overpaying.
I talked about this before, but I had an alligator, and I didn't expect it to be fish, but that's pretty much what it was.
We ordered alligator as well. It came in little bits that were fried, tossed in dip or something. What a fucking ripoff that restaurant is. Oldest restaurant in Colorado. Don't go. Or Denver. Don't go there. I'll never go there again.
Nope.
That was a mistake. I was good to go. We got to see all those dead animals on the wall. That was interesting.
For like it's like 3 minutes.
Yeah. Well, we're only there for an hour and a half. I mean.
Yeah. It was really the face that the waitress made when I made routine requests. We'd like to order our food now. Could I have a drink? Like just the little things that she was unpleased by. But anyway.
I get my waitresses trained at this point. I walk into that Thai restaurant, which I still go to in spite of the human trafficking laws. And,
you can never talk shit on Chick-fil-A again. This is way worse.
She's just like, I'm like, all right. I walk in, I say one, and I seat myself because there's a table that has extra cushy seats that I prefer. It's like eating in a living room. And she says the usual, and I say yeah. And I have her trained. Like, she wasn't bringing out the spring rolls first for some reason. So I'd be like eating my meal, and the appetizer comes in the middle of it. Got that worked out. They were serving like large vegetables. The peppers are this long with no knife. No knife. And I'm like, just working with the fork on the edge of it, trying to make a knife out of it. Now, I'm the only person that gets it, but I get a knife with my meal because clearly it needs it. And I don't.
How much Thai food are you eating?
I used to go every like 2 or 3 weeks, but because what it is
well, that's nothing then, because I frequent places that are much less healthy, much more often.
Now I'm going weekly because about weekly I am with my mother-in-law here. I take Colin to parkour more, and it just works out. Like I drop him off at noon, I get lunch, and then he's almost done that's how long it takes. So. Cool.
Yeah, I like Thai food a lot. It's one of my favorite things is Thai food. I'm a big fan. Yeah. I like spicy food in general. I like all Asian food, really. Some Penang curry, some fried rice, some of that coconut soup.
Yeah, I like that. I don't get that much because it's fatty. But,
so fatty.
This is the best Thai restaurant I've been to. It looks like nothing, but it tastes great. And I've been to a couple, and they just never. I don't know, whatever it is. To me,
I've only been to one good one ever.
Key. Okay.
I only know of one good one. It's in fucking Atlanta. It's an hour and 40 minutes from my house right now. I'll probably never go there again. It's so far away, but it's real good.
That's how I used to feel about this one. Then I moved there.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I like Thai food a lot. I'm a big fan. Well, is there more stuff we want to cover here?
Do we have any outro ads?
Nope.
Well, no. I guess that
all those bases are covered.
Painkiller already, episode 323. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Yeah.